11 straight years without a single defeat, and the Emperor finally decides poison is safer than letting the Colosseum champion win a 12th. Meet Garran Voss, the man whose name makes 80,000 spectators stomp hard enough to shake the Imperial Arena's marble foundations. He has broken champions from 6 kingdoms, survived chained beast exhibitions, and once finished a royal execution match with 3 cracked ribs and a spearhead still buried under his shoulder blade. Tonight, he dies holding a golden victory cup. See, Garran has one problem that no amount of fighting skill can solve. He has become more popular than Emperor Severan IV. The people chant Garran's name during imperial processions. Soldiers copy his fighting stance. Children carve his helmet symbol into wooden toys. Merchants sell cheap bronze pendants shaped like his old arena shield. The Emperor smiles through all of it. Then the banquet wine arrives. Garran tastes bitter almonds before the cup even leaves his lips. His fingers tighten. Across the table, Severan keeps smiling. No guards move. No physician rushes forward. That tells Garran everything. The poison attacks fast enough to turn his arms numb before he can stand. His legendary body, hardened through decades of combat, suddenly becomes a useless prison. Severan raises his own untouched cup. He tells the champion that crowds are fickle things. A ruler cannot permit them to love the wrong man. Garran tries to reach him anyway. He gets 3 steps. That is farther than anyone expects. Then his knees hit the banquet floor. The last thing he sees is the Emperor's polished sandal stopping safely beyond his reach. And the last thing Severan tells him is brutally simple. A gladiator belongs to the sand. Garran dies with one hand still clawing toward the throne. Then he wakes up with his face inside a bucket, not metaphorically. His entire head is submerged in filthy mop water. A rough hand grabs the back of his tunic and yanks him upright before he can drown in something that smells like old blood, vinegar, and dead rat. The man doing the pulling is an enormous arena steward named Borsk, whose scarred face looks permanently disappointed with the existence of other people. Borsk tells him that if he wants to sleep, he can do it after finishing Sector 9. Garran says nothing. Mostly because his new body is busy coughing brown water across the floor. Turns out, 18 years have passed since the legendary champion Garran Voss supposedly died from sudden heart failure after his final victory banquet. The Empire even built him a statue. Naturally, the plaque leaves out the poison. His new body belongs to a 19-year-old nobody named Renn Calder, an underfed maintenance worker employed beneath the very same Imperial Colosseum. And this body is pathetic. Thin wrists, old burn scars, a crooked left finger, barely enough muscle to carry 2 buckets without shaking. The irony is almost impressive. The greatest fighter the arena has ever produced reincarnates inside the kid, responsible for scraping teeth out of drainage grates. Renn stares at his hands. He flexes once. The response is terrible. Slow contraction, weak grip, minimal wrist stability. His old body could crush a man's windpipe before breakfast. This one might lose an argument with a stubborn jar lid. Then the interface behind his eyes quietly stirs. A translucent readout settles across his vision class awakening confirmed. Necromancer, labor classification, unregistered, combat attributes all at 0. Garran pauses. 0 strength, 0 agility. 0 endurance contribution from class bonuses. Not low, 0. Yeah, that is impressively bad. The only unusual entry sits beneath the useless numbers. Grave recall. A dead warrior whose blood has been physically cleaned by the user may temporarily manifest as an undead echo. No ownership. No permanent summoning. No command authority. The echo retains combat instinct from life and disappears before sunrise. Garran reads the description twice, then Borsk smacks a mop against his chest. Sector 9. Now, our newly classed Necromancer takes the mop. No complaint. No dramatic speech. He simply returns to work. Because before Garran becomes anything else, he wants to understand the machine he has been dropped inside. The Colosseum has changed. The central arena is larger now, rebuilt with retractable iron partitions and underground beast cages. Gladiators are no longer exclusively slaves or condemned criminals. Modern arena fighters register through licensed houses, earn prize contracts, and climb public rankings. The Emperor transformed bloodsport into an industry, and naturally, the palace takes a percentage of everything. Beneath the arena, hundreds of workers maintain the spectacle: armor repairers, corpse porters, beast handlers, sand rakers, blood cleaners. Renn sits at the absolute bottom, which makes him invisible. That part Garran likes immediately. By midnight, the final exhibition ends. A veteran swordsman named Oren Mar loses half his throat to a hooked glaive. The crowd screams. Bookmakers collect. Workers drag the corpse away. Renn enters once the gates close. Blood has soaked nearly black beneath the top layer of sand. He kneels. The mop touches it. Something cold passes through his fingers. Not mana exactly. It feels more like pressure left behind by intent. Oren Mar spent 27 years training his sword arm. Apparently, death does not erase all 27. Renn wipes once. The blood vanishes into the cloth. Behind him, wet sand crunches. He turns. A dead man is standing there. Oren Mar looks exactly as he did 10 minutes before dying, except for the pale gray skin, empty wound across his throat, and faint blue light burning behind both eyes. He still holds no sword. That does not stop him from raising his fists. The corpse points at Renn, then at the arena circle, then back at Renn. A rematch gesture. Garran stares at him. Oren never fought Renn. But warriors like that do not need history. They see posture. They see hands. They see another fighter. Apparently death has not improved his manners. Renn puts down the mop. His body has 0 combat stats. His legs are weak. His breathing capacity is awful. His balance is wrong because the left hip healed badly from some childhood injury. But Garran Voss still remembers 11 years of undefeated combat. Memory does not disappear because the muscles attached to it are disappointing. He steps onto the blood-stained practice ring. Oren attacks instantly. The first punch almost knocks Renn unconscious. No exaggeration. He blocks correctly. His forearm simply lacks the strength to absorb it. Pain shoots to his shoulder. He stumbles 4 steps. Oren follows. Second strike. Low kick. Shoulder feint. Elbow. The sequence is beautiful. Renn takes the elbow across the cheek and crashes into a cleaning cart. Bottles explode. One wheel rolls away. Borsk is going to be thrilled. Oren waits. That matters. The dead swordsman is not behaving like a mindless summon. He is training him. Renn gets up. Again, Oren attacks. This time, Garran stops trying to use strength he does not possess. He shifts 3 inches outside the center line. The punch misses. He catches Oren's wrist with both hands, steps behind the elbow, and uses the dead man's forward momentum to throw him. The technique is perfect. The result is embarrassing. Oren barely moves. 0 combat stats remain 0 combat stats, so Garran changes the angle. He hooks the ankle instead. Oren fights. Renn immediately presses a knee against the shoulder and reaches for the throat before remembering the man technically does not need one. Oren slaps the sand twice, then he gets back up. The blue light in his eyes burns brighter. For the next 4 hours, Renn gets beaten senseless by a dead gladiator, and he loves every second of it, not emotionally, practically. Oren exposes everything wrong with his new body. The delayed left step, the weak scapular control, the shallow breathing, the lack of grip endurance. By the time the undead echo begins dissolving near dawn, Garran has already redesigned how this body needs to fight. No heavy clashes. No strength contests. No prolonged grappling. Movement first. Structure second. Leverage over force. Oren gives him one final nod. Then the corpse turns into pale ash that sinks between the grains of arena sand. A quiet chime passes through Renn's skull. Grave recall, training record established, combat adaptation registered, no stat increase awarded. Still 0. Of course. The class is apparently committed to the joke. Renn picks up the broken cleaning cart. That is when he notices something underneath it. A black iron token has been wedged beneath one wheel. Old, heavy. Stamped with a symbol he recognizes immediately. A crowned lion with its eyes scratched out. That mark belonged to the Emperor's private banquet guard 18 years ago. The same soldiers who sealed the room when Garran was poisoned. There is no reason one of their command tokens should be lying in a maintenance tunnel beneath Sector 9. Renn wipes the dirt off with his thumb. On the reverse side sits a newer engraving, 3 concentric circles around a vertical blade. He does not recognize that one. Interesting. He pockets the token without changing expression. By sunrise, he is back in the dormitory with a swollen cheek and 2 cracked cleaning bottles missing from inventory. Borsk takes one look at him, then at the damaged cart, then asks whether the mop fought back. Renn tells him the floor was aggressive. Borsk stares for several seconds. Apparently that answer is stupid enough to end the conversation. The next night, another fighter dies. A spear user. Renn cleans the blood. The man gets back up. He wants a rematch too. This one teaches distance. The night after that, an old Pancration fighter dies from internal bleeding after winning his bout. He returns laughing silently through broken teeth. He teaches clinch entries. Then comes a duelist. Then a shield fighter. Then a retired legionary. Then a knife specialist who spent more time cheating than fighting properly. Renn learns from every last one of them. And something strange begins happening. The undead echoes are not obedient. They argue through gestures, they refuse bad drills, they interrupt one another. One dead boxer physically shoves a spear echo out of the ring because apparently even corpses have opinions about footwork. Our Necromancer does not control them. That makes them more valuable. They are not soldiers. They are teachers with an expiration time. Every sunrise erases them. Every following night brings someone new. The The Colosseum feeds Renn the greatest private combat academy on the continent, one corpse at a time. Weeks pass. His official combat stats remain absolutely zero. His actual body does not. Muscle returns slowly through repetition. Tendons strengthen, his balance sharpens, his breathing deepens. He learns how to carry water buckets using loaded walking patterns that strengthen his hips without attracting attention. He scrubs upper walls while holding low stances. He drags corpse sleds with controlled footwork. He turns cleaning into conditioning. Nobody notices. Why would they? He is still Renn, the janitor. The skinny kid with a mop. The arena houses do not even bother learning his name. One afternoon, while Renn replaces torch oil near the registration concourse, trumpets sound above the lower halls. Workers stop. Fighters gather. A herald unfurls a crimson banner across the marble balcony. Registration for the Imperial Grand Tournament is officially open. The prize is massive. Gold. A noble contract. A personal audience with Emperor Severan. That last part changes everything. Renn keeps pouring oil. Around him, young gladiators lose their minds. Some shout about fame. Others immediately start comparing rankings. One fighter claims the current champion, Casser will destroy the entire bracket again. Renn already knows the name. Casser belongs to the Lion Throne Arena House, the Emperor's own stable. More importantly, the emblem on Casser's registration cloak contains 3 circles around a vertical blade. The same symbol engraved on the mysterious command token. There it is, the first thread. Renn finishes filling the lamp. Then another worker laughs and tells him not to stare too hard. Tournament registration costs more than 6 months of janitor wages. Besides, applicants need a registered combat class. Renn has one. Technically, Necromancer, 0 combat stats. The worker nearly chokes laughing when Renn says that out loud. Even Borsk hears about it later. He tells Renn to forget the tournament before someone turns him into extra work for the corpse team. Reasonable advice. Renn ignores it. That night, 4 gladiators die during qualification exhibitions. The first is a hammer fighter. The second uses twin short swords. The third is an aging arena tactician famous for defeating physically stronger opponents. The fourth is something else entirely, an old masked fighter whose body bears no housemark. When Renn cleans his blood, Grave Recall hesitates. The mop freezes against the sand. The interface behind his eyes produces a warning he has never seen before: deceased combat record partially sealed, identity archive restricted by Imperial authority. Renn's gaze narrows. Then the dead man rises anyway. The masked echo stands perfectly still. He does not challenge Renn. Instead, he looks down at the black iron token visible inside Renn's half-open work pouch. His dead eyes lock onto the 3-circle symbol. Then he raises one finger, points upward, toward the Imperial Palace. After that, he draws a line across his own throat. Renn says nothing. The echo turns toward the practice ring. Only then does he raise his fists. A rematch. Fine. Questions can wait until after training. Hours later, Renn stands alone beneath the arena as dawn creeps through the ventilation shafts. His lip is split. One shoulder burns. His janitor uniform is ruined. The masked fighter has disappeared. The black token remains in his palm. Above him, workers begin preparing the Colosseum for another day of blood. And on the far wall hangs a tournament registration notice. Renn studies it for exactly 3 seconds. Then he walks into the administrative office, places 6 months of saved wages on the clerk's desk, and signs the entry ledger. Renn Calder, Occupation Colosseum Sanitation Worker, Class Necromancer. Combat rating 0. The clerk looks at the page, then at him, then starts laughing. Renn takes his registration badge and leaves before the man finishes. Because 18 years ago, Emperor Severan decided a gladiator belongs to the sand. Now the man who once ruled that sand is coming back through the maintenance entrance. By breakfast, half the Imperial Colosseum knows the janitor entered the grand tournament. By lunch, the other half knows his combat rating is 0. And by evening, someone has already started taking bets on whether Renn Calder survives longer than 30 seconds. The odds are not flattering. Borsk finds him scrubbing dried blood from the western drainage channel while 3 corpse porters argue over whether a tournament medic can legally declare a man dead before his body finishes bouncing. The arena steward drops a folded betting sheet beside Renn's bucket. Renn glances down. His name sits at the very bottom. 180 to 1. Borsk tells him those are actually generous odds. Renn keeps scrubbing. The older man folds his arms. Then he asks the obvious question, why? Renn could give him several answers. He could mention the Imperial symbol, the masked corpse. Emperor Severan. The fact that 18 years have passed and somehow the same man still sits on the throne looking 20 years younger than he should. Instead, Renn points toward a stain under Borsk's boot. Borsk looks down. Renn tells him he missed a spot. The steward spends several seconds reconsidering every decision that led him to this conversation. Then he walks away muttering about suicidal janitors. Our guy waits until the tunnel clears. Only then does he pull the black iron token from his pocket. The old crowned lion remains familiar, the newer mark does not. 3 circles, 1 blade. Renn has now seen it on Casservale's tournament cloak, beneath an Imperial command token, and on the sealed combat record of a dead masked fighter. That is already too many coincidences, so he does what Garran Voss always does when an opponent hides the important hand. He stops looking at the hand, he studies the table. The tournament begins in 23 days. Renn has 23 nights to turn a body with no combat bonuses into something capable of surviving professional killers. More importantly, he needs access to fighters worth learning from. Fortunately, his workplace produces those in bulk. The problem is grave recall. The skill does not summon whoever he wants. It only works when 3 conditions overlap. The warrior must be dead, their blood must remain physically present, and Renn himself must perform the cleaning. No blood, no echo, no cleaning, no echo. And if another worker washes the stain first, the opportunity disappears completely. That makes his next move painfully simple. Renn changes the cleaning roster. Not officially. He is still far too low ranking to touch administrative assignments. Instead, he starts doing favors. He replaces a porter's night shift. He repairs a broken wheel for one of the sand crews. He takes 2 beast cage corridors from a worker who owes money to bookmakers and desperately wants evening hours free. He swaps meal vouchers, carries buckets, covers absences. Nothing dramatic. By the end of 4 days, Renn has quietly positioned himself as the first cleaner assigned to every high-tier death match scheduled after sunset. Nobody thinks that is suspicious. Nobody wants those shifts. High-tier fights produce the worst mess. Problem solved. The first useful death belongs to a retired Legion centurion named Varro Dane. Varro enters the Colosseum for one final exhibition against 3 younger swordsmen. The old soldier kills 2. The third opens his femoral artery. Varro finishes the match anyway, then dies sitting upright against the arena wall. The crowd gives him a standing ovation. Renn gets his blood. That night, Varro rises with one eye clouded and a massive scar cutting from chin to temple. Unlike most echoes, he does not immediately attack. He examines Renn, looks at the mop, looks at Renn again, then points toward a rack of discarded wooden practice weapons. Renn takes a short sword. Varro shakes his head. Renn takes a spear. Another refusal. Shield. No. Knife. No. Finally, Renn picks up a broom handle. Varro nods. Apparently, the dead man has a sense of humor. Then he attacks. The wooden practice sword cracks across Renn's ribs before our Necromancer even finishes setting his stance. Pain detonates through his side. Varro follows with a shieldless shoulder entry. Renn hits the ground. Hard. The centurion taps his own forehead. Think. Then he points at Renn's feet. Again, the lesson continues for 6 brutal hours. Varro does not teach techniques. He destroys habits. Every movement Garran once built around elite strength has become dangerous inside Renn's body. Old Garran could intercept a sword arm with one forearm. Renn cannot. Old Garran could crash through a clinch. Renn gets folded. Old Garran could trade damage because his conditioning was monstrous. This body absolutely cannot. So Varro forces him to rebuild from the ground up. Shorter steps, smaller pivots. No wasted guard movement. Every defensive action must place Renn somewhere useful. Blocking becomes redirecting. Retreating becomes angling. Missing becomes bait. By dawn, Renn's ribs are purple. His footwork is cleaner. The interface behind his eyes produces a quiet readout, repeated instruction recognized. Grave recall synchronization increased. Echo retention improved by 4 minutes. Renn stops. There. That matters. Grave recall is changing. Not through levels. Not through kills. Through training. The more useful interaction he extracts from an echo, the longer that kind of warrior can remain. It is an absurdly small increase. 4 minutes. But Garran built championship careers out of tiny advantages other fighters considered irrelevant. He starts keeping records. Not written records. That would be stupid. Instead, Renn scratches coded lines into the underside of his bed frame. 1 mark for weapons, 2 for grapplers, 3 for movement specialists. A diagonal slash for fighters whose echoes remain longer after repeated sessions. Within a week, a pattern appears. The dead respond more strongly when Renn successfully uses something they taught him. Grave recall is not rewarding obedience. It is rewarding inheritance. That changes the entire class. Renn does not possess an undead army. He possesses a library that fights back, and if he proves he has actually learned the material, the books stay open longer. Talk about an educational system with terrible bedside manners. The next dead fighter is a woman named Mira Tal. Arena rank 43, chain fighter, known for controlling distance with 2 weighted hooks. She dies when a beast exhibition goes wrong and a horned sanddrake crushes her chest against the barrier. Renn cleans the blood after midnight. Mira rises furious, not at Renn, at the drake. She spends the first minute trying to walk toward the beast tunnels. Grave recall pulls her back whenever she moves beyond the blood-marked arena sector, so she turns that frustration onto Renn. Perfect. Mira teaches him how to read shoulder rotation before a weapon moves, not because Renn needs chains. He has no intention of carrying chains. But every weapon begins in the body. A spear thrust announces itself through the rear heel. A hook comes from the shoulder line. A heavy sword loads through the hip. The hand lies. The torso rarely does. Renn starts watching daytime matches differently. While other workers react to kills, he watches feet. While bookmakers track winners, he tracks habits. Casservale becomes particularly interesting. The current Imperial champion fights on the 6th day of preliminary exhibitions. He is huge. Not slow huge. That would be manageable. Casser moves like someone compressed a cavalry horse into human shape and then taught it swordsmanship. He uses a broad Imperial saber. His class is Ironblood Vanguard. His listed combat rating is 840. Renn's remains 0. The difference is objectively ridiculous. Casser's opponent lasts 38 seconds. The current champion does not even use a named skill. He catches the man's blade on his armored forearm, steps inside, and smashes the saber pommel into his jaw. One hit. Done. The crowd erupts. Casser raises his weapon toward the Emperor's balcony. Severan applauds slowly. Renn stands beneath the eastern gate holding a sandrake. His eyes remain on Casser's feet. Interesting. The champion always plants the right foot before absorbing impact. Always. Even when the attack comes from his left. That means Ironblood Vanguard probably reinforces through a fixed stance mechanic rather than full-body passive defense. Tiny information, potentially useless. Renn stores it anyway. Then Casser turns. For 1 second, their eyes meet across the arena gate. The champion barely registers him. Just another worker. Good. Renn prefers it that way. That night, he does not train with Casser's opponent. The man survived. Instead, Renn steals 20 minutes from his sleep and recreates Casser's stance using buckets filled with sand. Right foot planted. Weight compressed. Hip locked. Impact redirected downward. He cannot reproduce the class reinforcement, but he can understand the skeleton beneath it. Every skill has anatomy. Even magical ones, especially magical ones. That realization becomes his second training rule. Do not imitate powers. Imitate what powers require. When a flame duelist dies 3 nights later, Renn cannot cast fire. 0 magical attack. 0 affinity. Completely useless. But the dead man's flame thrust requires a specific half-step to preserve balance during recoil. Renn steals the step. When a berserker dies after rupturing his own heart through overdrive, Renn cannot copy the rage enhancement. He can copy the breathing rhythm used before activation. When an agile knife fighter gets killed by poison, Renn cannot inherit agility. He can study how she hides weight transfer. Bit by bit, his combat style stops resembling Garran Voss. That is important. The old champion fought like a fortress advancing downhill. Renn cannot. So the janitor becomes something narrower, quieter. A fighter built almost entirely from timing, leverage, and stolen fundamentals. Meanwhile, Grave Recall begins its first visible evolution. It happens with Varro. The old centurion rises on the 9th night. Usually, echoes appear wearing whatever spectral version of their death equipment remains attached to memory. Varro normally carries a faded practice sword. Tonight, a second object forms on his arm, a translucent legion shield. Incomplete, cracked through the center, but real enough to stop Renn's broom handle with a sound like iron striking stone. Renn immediately lowers the weapon. Varro looks at the shield, then at him. Neither needs an explanation. The echo is improving. A message burns briefly across Renn's mind, repeated mastery recognized, martial memory reconstruction initiated, first equipment fragment restored. So that is the progression. Renn learns. The dead remember more. The dead remember more. Renn can learn deeper material. A loop. Not exponential yet, but potentially endless. Our Necromancer tests it methodically. He repeats Varro's footwork sequence. The shield becomes clearer. He successfully redirects 3 consecutive attacks. A leather grip appears around Varro's spectral hand. He fails the 4th. The shield flickers. Direct feedback. Perfect. For the next several nights, Renn focuses on reconstruction instead of collecting random techniques. Varro gets his shield. Mira regains 1 spectral chain. Orenmar's throat wound remains, but his missing sword finally materializes as a pale outline. The echoes are still incomplete. Still temporary. Still bound to sunrise. but they are becoming more themselves. And with that comes personality. Mira starts kicking Renn's mop bucket over whenever he gets lazy with his stance. Vero refuses to begin training until Renn properly wraps his bruised ribs. Oren develops a habit of pointing at Renn's feet every time his balance slips, even during drills that have absolutely nothing to do with footwork. Apparently, dying does not cure obsession. Then the sealed masked fighter returns, not because another copy of him dies. That would be concerning. Renn discovers something else. A small amount of dried blood remains trapped beneath the metal seam of the old cleaning cart from the night they first met. He finds it while replacing the axle. The blood is almost black, technically uncleaned. Grave recall activates. The masked warrior forms beside the cart, much weaker this time. His outline flickers. Only half his face exists beneath the mask, but he recognizes Renn immediately. Then he looks at the iron token. Renn places it on the floor between them. The echo crouches, touches the three-circle symbol, then scratches something into the dust. 3 lines, one above another. The first line gets a crown, the second gets the three-circle blade. The third receives a crude arena gate. Renn studies it. Hierarchy. The crown sits above the symbol. The symbol sits above the Colosseum. Then the echo adds one more mark, a small cross beside the crown. After that, he taps his chest, then points at Renn. Same? Renn's expression tightens slightly. The masked fighter points to the crowned lion side of the token, then crosses it out. He flips the token, points to the 3 circles, then draws a vertical stroke through all 3. Blade. 3 circles pierced by 1 blade. A structure. Perhaps 3 divisions under a single command. Perhaps 3 arenas. Perhaps 3 stages. Too many possibilities. Renn refuses to guess. He taps the mask. Identity. The echo freezes. Then slowly raises one hand. 3 fingers. Drops 1. 2. Drops another. 1. Then he draws a line through his throat again. Before Renn can test another question, the spirit collapses into dust. No explanation. No convenient ghost exposition. Just fragments. Good. Fragments can be verified. Stories cannot. The following afternoon, Renn starts checking old maintenance inventories. Not archives. He has no access to those. But janitors keep records too. Replacement stone orders, drainage repairs, restricted tunnel closures, blood disposal schedules. Boring documents survive because important people never bother destroying boring documents. And buried inside 18-year-old repair logs, Renn finds something. 3 sectors beneath the Imperial Colosseum were permanently sealed the week after Garran Voss died. Official reason: foundation instability. Sector 3, Sector 6, Sector 9. 3 circles. Renn currently cleans Sector 9. Interesting. More interesting is the signature authorizing the closures. Not Severan. Not an engineer. Cassar Vale's father. Commander Darius Vale. Former chief of the Emperor's banquet guard. Now deceased. Renn does not smile, but he copies the signature shape onto a scrap of wrapping paper, burns the paper after memorizing it, and returns every record exactly where he found it. The next step becomes obvious. Sector 9 needs opening. Not now. Opening a sealed Imperial tunnel before tournament registration would be reckless. Instead, Renn makes it look valuable. That evening, he starts carrying broken equipment into an unused storage room beside the sealed Sector 9 gate. Rusty weapon racks, cracked helmets, bent training poles, a damaged chest. Nothing worth stealing. Then he deliberately leaves one object visible whenever quartermasters pass. An antique bronze tournament medallion. Real, valuable. He finds it in abandoned storage and polishes only one side. Enough to catch torchlight, not enough to look staged. Then he says nothing. This is the entire bait. No whispered rumor. No fake map. No dramatic secret. People become suspicious when information is pushed toward them. Greed works better when it believes it discovered something alone. 3 days later, the medallion disappears. Renn notices while mopping. He keeps working. That night, footsteps approach Sector 9 after curfew. 2 men. Not workers. Their boots are too clean. Renn extinguishes his lantern and steps behind stacked sand barrels. A junior official from the Lion Throne Arena House enters with a palace clerk. The clerk complains that Darius Vale should have cleared this place years ago. The junior official tells him to shut up. There it is. Confirmation. They know the sector. They also know the old commander. The 2 inspect the sealed gate. One removes a narrow metal key. Renn's gaze sharpens. He expected curiosity. He did not expect access. The key enters a hidden slot behind a loose stone. The gate opens 3 inches. Cold air leaks through. Not stale air. Cold, far colder than an underground chamber beneath a summer arena should be. The palace clerk shines a lantern inside. Something reflects from the darkness. Metal, rows of it. Then a low sound rolls through the sealed corridor. Not a voice. not machinery. More like hundreds of blades lightly touching stone at the same time. The two men immediately close the gate. The junior official says the inner seal is still intact. The clerk asks whether the tournament changes anything. His companion answers quietly. If Kasser wins, no. If Kasser loses, the Emperor activates the second measure. Renn stores every word. Kasser's victory matters to whatever lies below Sector 9. That means entering the tournament is no longer simply a path toward Severan. It is pressure. Pressure on a hidden system. Exactly what he needs. The men leave. Renn waits another 20 minutes. Then he relights the lantern. He does not touch the gate. Not yet. Instead, he removes the bronze medallion from the junior official's discarded inspection table. Apparently, they brought the bait back. Convenient. He returns it to the same visible shelf. Let them think they were never watched. That is the preparation, not breaking into Sector 9, making the enemy believe Sector 9 remains undiscovered. The trap only works if they stay comfortable. Tournament qualifiers begin in 12 days. Renn now trains with purpose. Every night gets divided into blocks. Varro teaches defensive structure. Mira teaches range. Oren refines sword line recognition. A dead wrestler named Halden teaches how to survive contact with opponents twice Renn's mass. And because grave recall improves through successful inheritance, Renn starts combining their lessons. Not techniques, principles. Mira's shoulder reading tells him when Halden would shoot for the hips. Varro's angle step creates the lane. Oren's wrist control turns that lane into a weapon capture. 3 dead fighters, 1 living response. The system finally speaks up after he completes the sequence against all 3 echoes without being struck. Grave recall synchronization reaches its first threshold. 1 additional echo may now remain manifested simultaneously. Renn goes still, too. Until now, only 1 dead warrior can fully stabilize at a time. Others flicker and vanish if he forces the skill. Now 2 can stand inside the ring together. That changes training completely. Varro forms first. Mira forms second. The Centurion looks at the chain fighter. Mira looks at him, then both look at Renn. Our boy raises his broom handle. The beating that follows is absolutely savage. He lasts 41 seconds, then 28, then 53. By sunrise, he reaches 1 minute and 17. His body is wrecked. His grin almost appears. Almost. Because this is the first time since reincarnating that training actually begins to resemble the pressure Garran remembers. Multiple angles, conflicting threats, no clean rhythm, no time to reset. Exactly what tournament combat eventually becomes once brackets start attracting specialists. And the echoes themselves change. When Varro intercepts Mira's chain by accident, he adapts. When Mira sees Renn exploit the same shield angle twice, she changes her timing. They are not recorded animations. They learn inside each manifestation, maybe not permanently, but enough. That makes them terrifyingly good teachers. Renn spends the next 7 nights getting dismantled. His official rating stays 0. His unofficial capability climbs sharply. He can now redirect strikes from fighters several times stronger than him, provided he sees the attack early. He can maintain efficient footwork for nearly 20 minutes without degradation. He can escape a standard body lock from someone roughly twice his weight. He can recognize 6 common weapon initiations before the weapon itself moves. None of that appears on a stat screen. That is the point. The Colosseum measures power. Renn is building answers. Then, on the night before preliminary registration closes, his routine gets interrupted. A young fighter dies in Arena 4. Not famous, not ranked, barely 17. His name is Tovin Rusk. He entered through an independent contract because his family owes debt. His opponent is supposed to be another novice. Instead, someone replaces the bracket entry at the last minute. A Lion Throne trainee enters, combat rating over 300. Tovin lasts less than a minute. The official record calls it an administrative mistake. Renn watches the corpse porters carry him away. One of the Lion Throne officials signs the death slip without even looking. Then he tells a clerk to mark the slot as successfully tested. Tested, not cleared. Renn notices the wording. Later, he cleans Tovin's blood. The boy rises. Weakly, his echo can barely stabilize. No famous techniques. No legendary experience. No secret skill. Tovin simply raises his fists. Renn understands. The kid still wants the fight he was supposed to get, a fair one. So Renn gives him one. No advanced footwork. No champion tricks. No exploitation. He meets the dead novice at the level the boy understands. Jab. Guard. Step. Counter. Again. 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 Tovin improves during the session. Slowly. Painfully. At one point, he finally lands a clean strike on Renn's chest. The boy freezes, then smiles. It is the first time Renn has seen an echo smile. Near dawn, Tovin starts disappearing. Before he fades, he points toward the tournament badge tied inside Renn's work belt, then raises one fist. not asking for a rematch, sending him into one. The echo vanishes. Renn stands alone. Something inside Grave Recall shifts. A quiet notification follows voluntary martial imprint received, unnamed technique fragment stored. Renn looks down at his hand. This is new. The dead do not merely reconstruct themselves. They can leave something behind willingly. Not a stat, not a full skill, a fragment. Toven had almost nothing to give, yet the system accepted it anyway. Renn closes his fist. Then he checks the time. Registration closes at noon. He has already entered, but preliminary weapon declarations still need filing. Most competitors register swords, spears, axes, enchanted equipment, or class catalysts. Renn walks upstairs. The same clerk from before sees him coming and immediately starts smiling. Apparently, this remains the funniest event of the season. The clerk asks what weapon a 0-rated Necromancer intends to declare. Renn places one object on the desk. A regulation wooden-handled arena cleaning tool with the mop head removed. The clerk stares. A staff. Technically, tournament rules allow blunt polearms. The clerk asks whether he is serious. Renn signs the declaration. Then he notices another document beneath the clerk's elbow. Bracket assignment notice. His first opponent has already been selected. Lion Throne Arena House. Combat rating 312. Name Demos Arc. The same fighter who killed Toven. There it is. Not chance. Someone has started testing him too. Renn takes his stamped registration card. The clerk tells him he can still withdraw. Our Necromancer slips the card into his pocket. Then he walks downstairs, enters Sector 9, and begins moving every cleaning bucket away from the sealed Imperial Gate. Not because he plans to open it, because if the Lion Throne expects him to die tomorrow, someone may come check the sector afterward. Renn wipes the floor, removes footprints, repositions the bronze medallion, then places one tiny thread of black cloth across the hidden keyhole. If the gate opens while he is gone, the thread breaks. Simple. Invisible. Enough. After that, he enters the underground practice ring. Varro appears with his reconstructed shield. Mira forms beside him with one complete spectral chain. For the first time, Oren's outline flickers behind both of them instead of disappearing completely. Not stable yet, but close. 3 dead warriors, 3 generations of combat knowledge. Renn rolls his shoulders. Tomorrow, he enters the tournament with 0 combat stats. Tonight, he makes the dead champions attack him all at once. The first thing Demos Arc does is laugh at the staff. The second thing he does is try to break Renn's skull with a steel mace. So much for introductions. The preliminary ring sits beneath the main tournament arena, surrounded by only a few hundred spectators, minor bookmakers, trainers, and board officials. No imperial box, no ceremonial trumpets, just raw stone, iron railings, and fighters trying to survive long enough to reach the public bracket. Renn prefers it. Less noise. More useful information. Demos enters wearing the blue and gold sash of the Lion Throne Arena House. Combat rating 312. Strength heavy class. Reinforced shoulder plates. A brutal mace with a weighted square head. The exact kind of opponent designed to erase a skinny janitor in one hit. The announcer reads Renn's registration. Necromancer. Combat rating 0. Arena sanitation worker. The crowd immediately starts laughing. Even better, Demos spreads his arms and asks whether the Colosseum has started accepting household staff as entertainment. Renn rotates the wooden staff once. Not flashy, just checking the grip. Demos points toward the worker tunnels and tells him to go back to cleaning before someone has to clean him. Several Lion Throne trainees roar with laughter. Renn recognizes one of them from Toven's death match. He also notices the tournament physician standing much closer to his corner than necessary. Interesting. Someone expects this to end quickly. The bell sounds. Demos charges. No testing jab. No distance check. Straight murder. The mace comes from Renn's right with enough force to shatter a collarbone through armor. Renn sees the attack before the weapon moves. Rear heel loads. Right shoulder rises. Hip locks. Mira's lesson. He steps diagonally backward. Too slow. The mace clips his upper arm anyway. Pain explodes through the limb. His staff nearly falls. The crowd cheers. Demos grins. There it is. Stage 1. Renn takes the hit and immediately confirms the problem. This body has improved massively through training, but tournament professionals still possess class-enhanced physical power he cannot match directly. One clean impact could end everything. Demos knows it too. He attacks again. Downward smash. Renn angles away. The mace hits stone hard enough to chip the floor. Demos pivots into a backhand. Renn blocks with the staff. Terrible idea. The wooden shaft bends. His palms tear open. He gets thrown sideways and rolls across the sand. One of the Lion Throne trainees shouts that the janitor should have brought a bucket. Renn gets up. No anger. No rush. He adjusts his grip. Demos barrels forward. Third exchange, fourth, fifth. Every time, Renn loses ground. But the pattern becomes clearer. Demos has excellent power and ugly recovery. His class reinforcement activates strongest when the mace passes through a complete shoulder rotation. That means his body commits before the weapon reaches full speed. More importantly, he protects his dominant shoulder with magical reinforcement. Not the elbow, not the wrist. The shoulder. Varro taught Renn something about soldiers who rely on armor. They stop protecting what the armor supposedly protects for them. Demos swings again. Renn finally stops retreating. The mace comes horizontal. Renn steps inside. The entire audience goes quiet for half a second. Absolutely suicidal. Demos looks delighted. His shoulder begins its reinforced rotation. Renn does not attack the shoulder. He plants the staff vertically against the inside of Demos's forearm and pivots around the mace line. Mira's angle, Varro's structure, Oren's wrist control. 3 lessons in 1 movement. The mace passes harmlessly behind him. Renn traps Demos's wrist against the staff. Then he drives his heel behind the bigger man's ankle. No strength contest. No throw. Just structure collapsing where it is weakest. Demos stumbles. Renn releases instantly. He does not chase. The crowd stops laughing. Demos turns. His expression changes. Not fear. Insult. That might be more useful. He rushes harder. Good. Renn needs him emotional. Demos throws another full power swing. Renn steps inside again. This time Demos anticipates it. He abandons the mace arc and slams his armored shoulder forward. Smart. The impact hits Renn squarely in the chest. Our Necromancer flies backward. He hits the boundary post. Air vanishes from his lungs. Something in his ribs shifts unpleasantly. Demos raises the mace. Now he looks genuinely angry. He tells Renn that tricks work once. Renn does not answer, because Demos just gave him the second piece. The shoulder charge activates the same reinforcement. And when it does, Demos plants the left foot to stabilize. Not the right. Different attack. Different anchor. Same underlying class rule. The power needs a grounded point. Renn inhales carefully. His chest hurts. The physician starts stepping forward. Renn raises one hand. Still fighting. The crowd murmurs. Demos approaches slower this time. He has learned too. Good. A useless opponent teaches nothing. The mace stays close to his body. No wild arcs. He jabs the metal head forward like a short spear. Renn parries. Second jab. Third, Demos uses the mace shaft to pin Renn's staff aside, then drives a knee into his stomach. Renn folds. Demos grabs the back of his tunic. He whispers that Tovin lasted longer. There. Confirmation. Renn's eyes sharpen. So the pairing was deliberate. And Demos knew exactly who Tovin was. The larger fighter tries to drag him upright for a finishing strike. Renn lets his knees collapse instead. Dead weight. Demos compensates automatically. His balance shifts forward. Renn hooks the back of the planted foot, then twists the wrist holding his tunic. A basic escape. Nothing magical. Nothing spectacular. Demos pitches forward. Renn rotates under him. The staff rises. One short strike. Not to the skull. Not to the ribs. Directly into the inside of Demos's right elbow. A dry crack. The mace falls. Demos screams. The arena erupts. Renn steps away. He could attack again. He does not, because now comes the actual test. Demos grabs his injured arm. Blue reinforcement floods across the shoulder. The elbow remains unstable. Exactly. The class protects the engine, not the hinge. Renn stores that. Demos looks at him with pure hatred. Then something darker happens. The Lion Throne trainer at ringside makes a subtle hand gesture, 2 fingers downward. Demos sees it. His face hardens. He reaches beneath his belt. Renn catches the movement. A small vial, illegal combat stimulant, of course. Demos bites through the wax seal. Swallows. The physician looks away. Yeah, this bracket is completely clean. Demos's veins darken under the skin. His combat aura spikes. The crowd thinks it is a class skill. Renn knows chemicals. Old arena fighters used worse. Whatever that stimulant is, it accelerates muscle output and pain suppression. Demos's damaged elbow straightens. Not healed. Ignored. He picks up the mace with his left hand. That is a problem. Renn had mapped the right side. Now the fighter changes stance. Timeline deviation has nothing to do with this. Simple battlefield reality does. Plans fail. People adapt. So Renn recalibrates. Immediately. He discards every assumption built around Demos's dominant side. Forget the mace arm. Forget the stance. Watch the breathing. The stimulant pushes Demos too fast. His nostrils flare. Neck muscles tighten. Pulse visible. If the drug suppresses pain, it probably does not remove structural damage. Better. Renn changes target. Demos charges. Faster now. Massive overhead strike. Renn barely escapes. The mace pulverizes the stone post behind him. Second swing. Renn ducks. Third. The staff catches the edge. Splinters explode. Half the weapon snaps away. Now Renn is holding a short broken pole. The spectators roar. Demos smiles. Then Renn throws the broken half directly into his face. Cheap. Effective. Demos flinches. Renn closes distance. Left palm checks the chest. Right hand wedges the shortened staff behind the injured elbow. He steps outside, turns his hips, and uses Demos's stimulant-fueled forward drive against the damaged joint. The elbow gives. Completely. Demos howls. The mace drops again. Renn does not stop. He sweeps the left ankle. Demos falls to one hand. Renn brings the staff down behind his knee. Another structural point. The leg collapses. Demos hits the sand. The crowd goes dead quiet. This is stage 3. Clave, as Varro would have called it in Legion doctrine. Not overpowering the enemy, removing the pieces that allow power to function. Demos tries to rise. The stimulant keeps ordering his body forward. The body disagrees. Renn steps behind him and rests the broken staff across his throat. The referee watches. Demos still refuses to surrender. Renn tightens pressure. Not enough to crush, enough to cut airflow. 5 seconds. 8. 12. Demos claws at the pole. Then his hand slaps the sand. Submission. The bell rings. For 1 second, nobody reacts. Then the underground arena explodes. Not celebration. Confusion. Bookmakers scream. Spectators jump to their feet. The Lion Throne section goes silent. The announcer reads the result twice because apparently reality requires confirmation. Winner Renn Calder, Necromancer, combat rating 0. By submission. Our guy releases the hold. Demos rolls onto his back. He looks humiliated, then terrified, not of Renn. Of the Lion Throne trainer. That matters more. The trainer leaves before the physician even reaches the ring. Renn watches him go. There is no victory pose, no dramatic fist in the air. He picks up both broken pieces of his staff. Then he notices something near Demos's belt, the illegal stimulant vial. A drop remains inside. Renn nudges it beneath his boot. The physician arrives. While everyone focuses on Demos, Renn bends as if checking the staff and palms the vial. Evidence, potentially useful. He walks out through the worker gate. That is when the laughter finally disappears. Borsk is waiting in the corridor. He stares at Renn's bruised chest, then at the blood running down both palms. Then at the tournament result board being updated behind him. Borsk says exactly one thing. The floor fought back again? Renn tells him this one was louder. The steward shakes his head. But for the first time, there is something else in his expression. Not amusement. Recognition. Small. Careful, Renn notices. He says nothing. Back in Sector 9, he checks the black thread across the hidden keyhole. Broken. Someone opened the gate while he fought. Perfect. The bait is moving. That night, Renn does not immediately summon a teacher. He first examines the stimulant vial beneath a maintenance lamp. 3-circle blade etched into the glass. Very faint. Almost hidden beneath the maker's mark. Same symbol. Another connection. He smells the residue. Metallic. Sweet. There is something familiar underneath. Not the exact poison that killed Garran, but close enough to make his fingers stop. 18 years ago, the victory wine burned cold across his tongue before paralysis hit. This liquid carries the same mineral bitterness, different formula, same family. Renn places the vial beside the iron token. Banquet guard. Kasser's house. Sector 9. Illegal stimulant. His own poisoning. The shape is growing. Still not enough. He needs more. So training resumes. Varro appears first. The Centurion immediately strikes Renn in the ribs. Apparently tournament victories do not excuse bad posture. Renn nearly laughs. Almost. Then Orin manifests, and for the first time, he stabilizes fully beside Varro. 2 complete echoes. Mira flickers behind them, 3 at once for 6 seconds. The interface behind Renn's eyes stirs. Grave recall threshold response detected. Successful live combat application accelerates martial reconstruction. There it is. Using inherited lessons in real combat feeds the system far more efficiently than practice alone. Renn understands the loop now. Clean the dead. Train with them. Use what they teach. Their memories reconstruct. Then deeper lessons become available. It is not necromancy as the Empire defines it. No corpse army. No domination. It is combat lineage compressed into knights. A class built on accumulated mastery. And Renn has the perfect previous life to exploit it. The undefeated champion already knows how to learn under pressure. Now, death itself supplies instructors. Over the next 4 days, his first victory spreads through the Colosseum. Some call it luck. Others say Demos underestimated him. One bookmaker claims Renn secretly has a hidden dexterity class. Another insists the combat rating crystal malfunctioned. No one guesses the truth. That is excellent. Renn's second preliminary opponent withdraws before the match. Official reason: fever. Unofficially, the man watches Demos leave the infirmary with a braced arm and decides janitorial combat is apparently not worth the risk. The withdrawal gives Renn automatic advancement. That creates a bigger problem: public attention. Workers start stopping him in corridors. Minor fighters ask him to demonstrate the elbow trap. One trainer offers him a low-tier contract. Renn rejects everything. The Lion Throne starts watching. He sees their people twice near the maintenance tunnels, once beside the worker dormitory. They are not subtle to someone trained to notice surveillance, so Renn gives them something boring to find. He complains loudly about shoulder pain, visits the public clinic, buys cheap liniment, spends an afternoon limping while carrying buckets. The observers relax. Good. Then the trap deepens. Renn takes the bronze medallion from Sector 9 and moves it to a second storage shelf. Beside it, he leaves an old inventory slip mentioning restricted Foundation vaults. The document is genuine. The connection is fake. A curious enemy should conclude Renn found the medallion by accident and still has no idea what it means. 2 nights later, the slip disappears. Exactly as planned. Meanwhile, tournament progression forces Renn into a higher-tier qualifying round. His next opponent is not Lion Throne. That would be too obvious. Her name is Selka Runn, combat rating 409, class Gale duelist, independent arena fighter, fast, technical, and unlike Demos, not corrupt. Renn realizes that after watching 30 seconds of her previous match, she does not injure defeated opponents, does not respond to crowd bait, does not waste movement. Useful. This is a real test. The match draws a larger audience because everyone wants to see whether the 0-rated janitor can repeat the upset. Selka enters with a narrow saber. Renn carries a replacement staff. She looks at him, then at the staff. No insult. She simply asks whether he defeated Demos through planning or luck. Renn tells her to find out. The bell rings. Selka disappears. Not literally. It only feels that way. Her class accelerates the first 3 steps after every directional change. Renn catches the first attack because Mira drilled shoulder reading into him. The second cuts his sleeve. The third opens his side. Blood runs immediately. The crowd cheers. Selka rotates away before he can counter. Stage 1 again. Different opponent. Different problem. Demos was power. Selka is tempo. Renn cannot chase her. So he stops trying. He centers himself. Staff low. Breathing controlled. Selka attacks from the left. He parries. She changes direction. Acceleration. Right side thrust. Renn barely redirects. Again. 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 By the 6th exchange, his forearms burn. The obvious weakness would be stamina. Wrong. Selka's class is efficient. She can keep this pace much longer than Renn can. So he watches transitions. Every directional reset creates the boost, which means every boost begins after deceleration. There, tiny dead zone, less than half a second. That becomes the battlefield. Selka attacks. Renn gives ground. She cuts high. He ducks. She pivots right. Acceleration begins. Renn does something insane. He steps toward the direction she is leaving. Not where she is going, where her balance just abandoned. Selka's eyes widen. Their shoulders collide. Her class speed vanishes because the directional reset never completes. Renn catches her sword wrist. She knees him. Hard. He loses the grip. But the discovery is confirmed. Selka understands immediately. That is the difference between her and Demos. She changes tactics. No more full directional bursts. Shortcuts now. Controlled advances. She intentionally denies Renn the reset window. Excellent. He needs better opponents. The next 3 minutes become ugly. Neither dominates. Renn absorbs shallow cuts. Selka gets bruised wrists and one nasty sweep. The crowd stops treating it like a joke. Then Selka uses a technique she has not shown before. She throws the saber, not at Renn. Past him, the blade embeds in the arena wall. A line of wind snaps between her palm and the sword hilt. Her body launches backward toward the weapon. Instant retreat. Renn's eyes sharpen. Chekhov begins here, because he sees the actual mechanism, not the wind. The anchor. Selka is not pulling herself with raw air pressure. She creates a temporary directional relationship between her center of mass and the marked weapon, an external anchor. That concept matters. Renn does not have wind magic, but his class deals with martial echoes anchored to blood. Maybe Grave Recall operates on a similar principle, a warrior linked to a physical remnant, blood as anchor. Interesting. Selka retrieves the saber. The match continues. Renn starts losing. His breathing becomes rough. The cut at his side leaks steadily. Selka remains composed. She presses harder. Renn takes another slash across the upper back. A second nearly reaches his neck. The physician watches closely. One more clean strike and the referee might stop it. Then Renn changes the rhythm. He deliberately lets his left foot drag. Selka notices. She reads fatigue, attacks the weak side. Exactly. Renn waits. Her first step accelerates. Second. Third. She commits to the finishing thrust. Renn plants the staff. Not as a weapon, as an anchor. He rotates around it. The movement is tiny. A simple pole-assisted pivot Vero taught him during shield drills. Selka's thrust misses by inches. Renn appears beside her instead of in front. One hand catches the saber guard, the other drives the staff behind her knee. Selka tries to trigger Gale Step. Cannot. Her blade is trapped between their bodies. No clear directional reset. Renn sweeps. She falls. He immediately releases the weapon and places the staff across her collarbone. Selka stops moving. The referee watches. She looks up at Renn, then taps the sand. Submission. The crowd erupts again. This time nobody laughs. Stage 4 hits immediately. Renn wins no stat points, no flashy level, no magical weapon. But his tournament ranking jumps into the official bracket. And inside his mind, Grave Recall responds to the live application of Varro's anchor pivot. Martial reconstruction expands. A new fragment forms. Not a skill exactly. A principle. Anchor step incomplete. Renn feels the movement settle into his body with unusual clarity. There. That is the technique. Small now. Almost mundane. But potentially decisive later. Selka stands. She rubs her knee. Then she does something demos never would. She offers Renn the saber hilt in acknowledgement. He taps it with the staff. No speeches, no friendship declaration, just respect. Before leaving, she tells him his combat rating is lying. Renn answers that ratings do that sometimes. She almost smiles. The tournament officials do not. One of them immediately leaves the judge's platform and enters a restricted corridor. Renn notices. So does someone else. High above the qualifying ring, behind a bronze lattice screen, Caster Vale has been watching. The Imperial Champion rests both arms on the railing. No smile, no contempt. Now he is paying attention. Good. Later that evening, Caster asks his trainer one question. Where did the janitor learn to fight? The trainer answers that Renn has no registered school, no arena house, no military service, no private instructor. Caster looks down at the empty ring, then asks whether demos talked. The trainer says no, not yet. Caster tells him to make sure that remains true. There it is. The environment is closing around Renn. Back underground, our Necromancer has another problem. The black thread on Sector 9 is broken again. But this time, the hidden keyhole carries fresh red residue. Blood. Renn crouches. Touches nothing. The gate has been opened from outside, and someone bleeding entered. He follows the droplets. Only 3 survive before the floor turns dry. Whoever passed through knows how to clean a trail. Almost. The final drop sits beneath a pipe. Renn studies it. Fresh, human. He removes one glove, then stops. Grave Recall requires him to clean the blood. If he wipes this drop and the owner is dead, an echo may appear. If the owner is alive, nothing happens. Simple test. He takes a small cloth, cleans the droplet. Cold pressure slides through his fingers. The interface behind his eyes twitches. Valid deceased martial residue detected. Renn freezes. Whoever entered Sector 9 is already dead, or became dead after crossing the gate. A shape forms beside the wall, weak, incomplete, not a gladiator, a palace clerk. The same clerk Renn overheard days earlier. His throat has been opened. The echo appears clutching at a wound that no longer truly exists. He looks around wildly, then sees Renn. Panic. Renn raises both empty hands. The clerk cannot speak. Most echoes cannot. He points at Sector 9. The dead man starts shaking his head violently. Then he draws something on the dusty pipe with one finger. A circle. Another. 3. Then beneath them, 11 short vertical marks. Renn's eyes narrow. 11. The clerk points at Renn. Then scratches another mark. A 12th. The moment he does, his echo convulses. Dark lines spread across his spectral neck. Not Grave Recall. Something else is interfering. A seal. The clerk grabs Renn's sleeve. His fingers pass halfway through the cloth. Then he forces one final symbol into the dust. A crown, split down the center. The echo collapses. Renn remains crouched. 3 circles. 11 marks. Then a 12th. Garran ruled the Colosseum for 11 consecutive years. He died before the 12th tournament. Now Renn has entered another grand tournament. Same emperor. Same hidden structure. Same symbol. Whatever Sector 9 contains, it may not have been built after Garran died. It may have been waiting for his 12th victory. That changes the scale. Renn had assumed the poison was political. The Emperor feared popularity. That may still be true. But now there is a second possibility. Severan needed Garran removed before a specific threshold. 11 wins, not 12. Our guy does not panic. He stands. returns the cloth to his pocket, then changes the plan. Until now, reaching Caster has been the objective. No longer. Winning the entire tournament becomes necessary. If the hidden mechanism reacts to the 12th championship threshold, Renn needs to see it activate. Dangerous, potentially suicidal. Also the fastest way to force the enemy's hand. Recalibration complete. That night, he trains anchor step against Varro and Mira. The technique is still crude. He plants the staff, rotates around a fixed point, uses the anchor to redirect momentum without demanding speed from his weak legs. Varro immediately starts trying to destroy the staff. Mira attacks from angles that make anchoring dangerous. Good. The technique fails 12 times, then 20, then 30. Renn keeps adjusting. Shorter plant, lower grip, do not lean. Treat the staff as a temporary center, not support. Eventually, Varro swings his spectral shield. Renn anchors. Pivots. The shield passes. Mira's chain follows from behind. Renn releases the staff, catches it lower, and re-anchors at a second point. 2 pivots. 1 continuous movement. The chain misses. Orin appears long enough to strike at the opening. Renn ducks. For the first time, all 3 echoes attack inside one sequence, and none land cleanly. A quiet surge passes through Grave Recall. Orin's sword becomes solid. Mira's second chain begins forming. Varro's cracked shield repairs another section. Companion Evolution Stage 1 completes not through transformation, but reconstruction. They are becoming fuller fighters. And something else happens. Tovan appears for 3 seconds at the edge of the ring. He was not summoned. His blood is gone. Yet the voluntary imprint he left behind produces a faint outline, a memory fragment wearing his shape. He raises the same fist, then disappears. Renn looks at the empty spot. Stored martial imprints may not need blood forever. That possibility is enormous. He files it away. No assumptions. Test later. The next morning, the official tournament board changes. Renn Calder advances into the grand bracket. 32 fighters remain. Castervale sits at seed 1. Renn sits at seed 32. Naturally, their bracket places them on opposite sides. If both keep winning, they meet only in the final. Perfect. Then Renn reads his first grand bracket opponent. Former Legion Executioner. Combat rating 680. Class Headsman. Name Brannick Holt. The man has ended 29 arena careers permanently. The crowd loves him. The palace loves him more. And when Renn studies the official portrait, one detail catches his eye. Brannick wears an iron ring on his right thumb. 3 circles, 1 blade. The symbol is not hiding anymore. Renn folds the tournament notice. Then he heads toward the corpse tunnels instead of the practice ring, because Brannick is not the most important thing he learned today. The dead palace clerk gave him a number, 11, and if Renn is right, his next championship will not simply crown a tournament winner. It will finish something Emperor Severan poisoned him 18 years ago to prevent. Brannick Holt enters the grand bracket carrying an execution axe designed for people who are already kneeling. Renn plans to make sure nobody gets that far. The main Imperial Coliseum is completely different from the underground qualifier pits. 80,000 spectators pack the marble terraces. Colored banners hang between colossal stone arches. Arena houses occupy private boxes beneath the nobles. Bookmakers shout odds from the outer galleries. And high above all of them, behind gold railings and crimson silk, Emperor Severan IV takes his seat. 18 years have passed. The Emperor somehow looks younger. That is the first thing Renn confirms. Not well preserved. Not healthy for his age. Younger. The jaw is sharper. The hair remains almost entirely black. The skin around his eyes lacks the deep lines Garran remembers from the night of the poisoning. Our Necromancer studies him for less than a second, then looks away. Staring would be stupid. The Emperor has no reason to recognize Renn Calder. Renn intends to keep it that way. For now, the announcer begins introducing the grand bracket. 32 fighters, veteran champions, foreign duelists, imperial soldiers, monster slayers, 2 nobles competing under ceremonial contracts, and 1 arena janitor whose presence has become the funniest statistical anomaly in tournament history. When Renn's name is called, a section of sanitation workers absolutely loses its mind. Borsk does not cheer. He sits with both arms crossed and the expression of a man watching someone juggle knives beside expensive furniture. Still, he showed up. That counts. Selka Rune sits 3 rows above him after qualifying into the opposite bracket through her own route. She survived, advanced, and now watches Renn's first major match with the quiet attention of someone who already knows the 0 beside his name means nothing. Castervale stands inside the champion's entrance arch, seed 1. He is not scheduled until evening. He came anyway. Good. More eyes mean more pressure. Brannick walks into the arena, 6 feet of scar tissue and disciplined muscle, gray beard braided against his chest. Heavy leather armor around the torso, no helmet, The execution axe rests over one shoulder. His right thumb carries the three-circle ring. Not hidden, not accidental. Renn's grip tightens slightly around his staff. The same mark appears on the stimulant vial, the sealed Sector 9 structure, Kasser's house, Darius Vale, and now an Imperial Executioner. This is not an arena house symbol. It is authorization, a network, possibly a rank. Brannick stops 6 paces away. Then he looks at Renn's cleaning staff and asks whether the tournament organizers are insulting him. Renn answers that they probably are. A few people laugh. Brannick does not. He says he watched the demos match. He watched Selka too. Then he tells Renn that weak men relying on technique eventually meet someone technique cannot move. That sounds reasonable. Renn already knows it is wrong. Everything moves. The only question is which part. The bell sounds. Brannick does not charge. That immediately makes him more dangerous than Demos. He advances one measured step at a time, axe held low, no wasted motion. Executioners are often mistaken for heavy fighters. Brannick is not. His class rewards decisive strikes after controlling an opponent's posture. That means the axe is only the ending. The actual weapon is pressure. Renn circles. Brannick mirrors him. Neither attacks. The crowd starts booing within 10 seconds. Brannick ignores them. Renn does too. Then the executioner suddenly kicks sand. Cheap. Professional. The dust hits Renn's face. Brannick enters behind it. Axe shaft first. The wooden haft smashes into Renn's stomach. Air leaves his lungs. Brannick hooks the back of his neck with the axe handle and drags him downward. There it is, the class condition. Force the target into an execution posture. Renn plants the staff. Anchor step. He rotates around the shaft instead of resisting downward pressure. His body slips sideways. The axe blade whistles past his shoulder. Close. Far too close. Brannick immediately abandons the missed strike and sweeps low with the haft. Renn jumps. Bad decision. 0 combat stat reinforcement means even a small airborne adjustment is slower than it should be. Brannick sees it. His shoulder slams into Renn before his feet land. Our guy crashes into the sand. Brannick raises the axe. The crowd roars. Stage 1 starts brutally. Renn rolls. The blade buries itself where his neck was. Sand explodes. Brannick yanks the weapon free. No frustration. No overcommitment. He attacks again. Renn blocks the shaft. Pain tears through both wrists. Third attack. The axe beard catches the staff and rips it away. Renn releases before his shoulder gets dragged with it. Now he is unarmed. Brannick steps forward. The crowd gets louder. Kasser watches without moving. Severan leans one elbow against the Imperial railing. Renn notices none of them. All attention stays on Brannick. Feet, breathing. Hands, ring. The executioner grabs Renn's wrist. Strong, painfully strong. Instead of striking, Brannick pulls him into a collar tie and starts forcing his posture downward. Interesting. The class is activating. A faint red line appears across Renn's neck. Not physical. System-generated target marking. The notification arrives quietly inside his mind, hostile execution condition forming, posture threshold approaching. Renn feels the pressure increase. This is the part normal opponents panic. They try to stand. Brannick expects that. So Renn drops lower, voluntarily. The executioner pauses for a fraction of a second. There. Renn steps between Brannick's legs, rotates under the gripping arm, and drives his shoulder behind the man's hip. Not enough strength to throw him. Does not need to. He only needs Brannick to reposition one foot. The executioner does. Right foot steps back. Renn sees the ring hand tighten. The red line on his neck disappears. Class condition broken. That is the first answer. Brannick requires stable dominance over the target's posture for approximately 2 seconds before the execution mark forms fully. So never fight the force. Break the geometry. The executioner recognizes the discovery immediately. His eyes sharpen. Now the real match starts. Brannick throws the axe aside. The entire Colosseum reacts. Renn does not. Of course he can fight without it. A man who spent years executing trained warriors would be an idiot if his whole skill set depended on one oversized blade. Brannick closes barehanded. Fast. Much faster. He jabs. Renn slips. Body hook. Renn turns. Elbow. It lands. Blood fills Renn's mouth. Brannick catches the back of his tunic and tries another posture break. Renn anchors his foot against the discarded staff instead of the ground. Rotates. Escapes. There. Anchor step works without holding the weapon. Important. Anything physically fixed can become the pivot. Staff. Wall. Opponent. Maybe even a spectral construct eventually. That thought lasts less than a heartbeat. Brannick attacks again. Our fighter starts reading. The executioner does not chase heads. He attacks alignment. Shoulder, hip, knee, neck. Every strike creates the next controlling position. This is not simple brawling. It is a sequence designed to make standing impossible. Vero would love this man. Assuming Vero did not kill him first, Renn takes another hit. Then another. His left cheek swells. One eye starts narrowing. The crowd thinks Brannick has solved him. Not yet. Renn is mapping the chain. Outside wrist control. Shoulder bump. Knee block. Head pressure. Execution mark. 5 beats. Sometimes 4 if the target resists predictably. Brannick starts the sequence again. Wrist. Shoulder. Knee. Renn lets all 3 happen. The audience screams at him to move. Brannick drives his palm behind Renn's skull. 4th beat. Head pressure. Red light begins crawling over Renn's neck. The executioner reaches for the axe. 5th beat. Exactly. Renn moves, not backward. Forward. He steps past Brannick's knee block instead of fighting it. Hooks his own leg around the executioner's planted calf. Then catches the ring hand. Brannick's expression changes. Renn twists the thumb. Hard. The iron ring comes off. Brannick reacts instantly. Too instantly. He abandons the entire execution sequence to grab for it. That is not pride. That is fear. Confirmation. The ring matters more than winning. Renn tosses it into the sand. Brannick lunges. And that gives Renn the opening he has been waiting for. Anchor step. No staff. No wall. He uses Brannick himself. One palm locks behind the executioner's elbow. The other catches his shoulder. Renn plants one foot beside Brannick's ankle and rotates his entire body around the man's forward momentum. For a split second, Brannick becomes the fixed point. Renn becomes the orbit. Then he releases. The executioner flies past him. Not far. Maybe 3 feet. But 3 feet is enough. Brannick lands beside the discarded axe. Renn kicks the handle away. Then drives his heel into the back of Brannick's knee. The leg buckles. The executioner catches himself with one hand. Renn picks up the staff. Broken grip marks from earlier remain along the wood. He turns it horizontally. Brannick rises. Renn strikes the forearm. 2nd hit to the ribs. 3rd to the jaw. Not powerful. Precise. Brannick eats all 3 and keeps moving. Absolute monster. He grabs the staff. Renn lets go. Then steps inside and drives 2 fingers into the nerve line above Brannick's collarbone. The arm spasms. Old Garran learned that target from a pit fighter 30 years ago. Renn's weak body cannot damage it deeply. But interruption is enough. He catches the falling staff with the other hand. Rotates. The end cracks against Brannick's temple. The executioner staggers. The crowd rises. Renn follows. 1 strike behind the knee. 1 across the wrist. 1 short thrust into the solar plexus. Brannick finally loses breath. Our Necromancer steps behind him. The staff settles beneath the chin. Same submission line as Demos. Brannick reaches for it. Then stops. He is not looking at Renn. He is looking at the ring lying 6 feet away. Someone in the Imperial box moves. Tiny gesture. A palace attendant touches 2 fingers to his sleeve. Brannick sees it. His face goes pale. Then the executioner does something insane. He throws himself backward, not to escape, to force Renn beneath him. 300 pounds of armored fighter comes crashing down. Renn rolls away. Brannick lands hard. Before the referee can intervene, he grabs a small capsule from inside his molar. Bites. Renn recognizes the smell instantly. Mineral bitterness. Same family. Poison. Brannick convulses. The crowd goes from roaring to confused in seconds. Foam touches his lips. The physician runs in. Too late. Renn kneels beside him. Brannick's eyes lock onto his. There is terror there, not from dying. From failing. His hand claws weakly toward the iron ring, then stops. Dead. The arena falls into shocked silence. Officially, it looks like sudden cardiac failure. Renn has seen that story before. 18 years ago, they wrote the same thing about Garran Voss. The referee declares Renn winner by opponent incapacitation. Nobody celebrates properly. The corpse team enters. Renn watches Brannick get lifted onto a stretcher. Then he bends to retrieve his staff. His boot covers the iron ring. 1 smooth movement. The ring disappears inside his torn sleeve. Nobody notices. Almost nobody. Kasser does. The champion's eyes follow Renn's hand. That matters. Renn walks out. No rush. No visible reaction. Then he turns the first corridor corner and finds Selka waiting. She looks at the blood on his face. Then at the palace guards moving toward the corpse tunnel, she tells him Brannick did not die naturally. Renn asks whether she is always this observant. She says only when men bite poison in front of 80,000 witnesses. Fair. Selka lowers her voice. Then she mentions something worse. Brannick worked official palace executions for 12 years. He retired 3 months ago, and in the last 2 weeks, 3 other retired Imperial employees have died unexpectedly. A records clerk, a banquet supplier, a tunnel engineer. Renn already knows one of those. The clerk. Now there are 2 more. Someone is cleaning old personnel. The irony is almost rude. Selka asks why Renn looks unsurprised. He tells her professional habit. She looks at the staff, then at his janitor uniform. Apparently that joke is getting old. Still, she leaves without pressing. Useful person, dangerous person, potential ally. Renn is not ready to decide which. Back underground, Sector 9 becomes more active. 2 palace guards stand outside the maintenance corridor by sunset. Official reason, structural inspection. Nobody from sanitation is allowed through. Force complains loudly, then waits until both guards leave for dinner before walking into Renn's dormitory and throwing a rusted maintenance key onto the bed. Renn looks at it. Borsk says nothing for several seconds, then tells him the old Sector 9 access shaft can be reached through the furnace room. Renn asks why he is helping. Borsk's jaw tightens. That is when the steward finally gives him something real. 18 years ago, Borsk was not a steward. He was a junior sandraker. He worked Garran Voss's final tournament. The champion was the only arena star who learned the cleaning crew's names. After Garran supposedly died from heart failure, 6 workers assigned to the banquet corridor disappeared over the next month. Borsk survived because he had been transferred to the beast pits after breaking his wrist. He never believed the official story. Renn says nothing. For the first time since reincarnating, the past stands directly in front of him without knowing who he is. Borsk studies Renn's face, then asks one strange question. Who taught him the old champion's rear angle pivot? Renn's expression stays flat. Borsk saw it against Brannick. That movement was Garran's. Not similar, not inspired. His. The steward remembers because he watched it hundreds of times from the sand line. Renn could lie. He does. He tells Borsk he found old training sketches. Borsk stares, clearly does not believe him, but he also does not push. Instead, he taps the rusted key, the furnace route. Midnight. After that, he leaves. Renn waits. Then he removes Brannick's ring. 3 circles, 1 blade. Inside the band sits an inscription. Not a name. A Roman-style arena designation. 3rd custodian, Renn's eyes narrow, custodian. Not assassin, not guard, not arena house. A role. 3 circles may represent 3 custodians or 3 divisions of custody. That word changes the puzzle. Whatever lies beneath the Colosseum is being guarded, maintained, or contained. Then grave recall activates, not intentionally. Brannick's blood is on Renn's sleeve, a single dark smear from the final grapple. The cloth absorbs it when Renn starts cleaning the stain. Cold pressure surges. Brannick appears. The executioner manifests on one knee, gray skin, poison dark veins. No axe, no ring. He looks around once, then sees Renn. The reaction is immediate. He attacks. Not a rematch. Murder. Renn dodges the first spectral punch. Brannick follows. His echo is unusually unstable. Dark lines crawl over the body. The same interference that destroyed the palace clerk's spirit. Some kind of post-mortem seal. Renn backs into the practice ring. Varro manifests automatically. That has never happened before. The Centurion steps between them. Brannick swings. Varro blocks with the reconstructed shield. The impact makes the entire echo flicker. Mira appears next. 1 chain lashes around Brannick's arm. Orin forms behind him. 3 teachers stabilize simultaneously for the first time. No system announcement. No permission. They simply respond. Companion progression, not servants. Protectors now. Brannick tears free. He points at Renn. Then at his own throat. Then towards Sector 9. The aggression stops. Renn understands. The seal is forcing something, silencing him. Brannick slams one fist against his chest, points at the ring in Renn's hand, then raises 3 fingers. 3rd custodian. Renn nods. Brannick lowers 1 finger. 2. Then another. 1. Then closes the fist completely. 0. 3 becoming 0. The custodians are being eliminated. He points toward the Imperial Palace, then draws a circle in the air around his own body. Protection? Command? Ownership? Renn points at the ring. Then Sector 9. Brannick nods. Good. Renn holds up 1 finger. Who is 1st custodian? Brannick scratches letters into the sand. Not a full name. V. A. L. Then his spectral hand starts shaking. The dark seal tightens. He forces another letter. E. Vale. Renn already suspected Darius Vale, but Darius is dead. Unless title inheritance matters. Casser Vale. Brannick points upward. Arena level, then mimics a sword. Current fighter. Casser. There. Casser Vale is 1st custodian. Or inherited that position. Renn holds up 2 fingers. 2nd. Brannick tries. The seal activates violently. His jaw locks. Dark fractures spread across his face. Varro catches his shoulder. Mira's chain wraps around his torso. not restraining him, holding the echo together. For the first time, the reconstructed dead are helping another spirit resist destruction. The system stirs behind Renn's eyes, multi-echo resonance detected, collective martial imprint attempting unauthorized stabilization. Unauthorized, interesting word. Grave Recall has rules beyond the visible description. Brannick manages one mark, a crown. Then beneath it, he draws a chalice. Banquet, royal household. Second custodian may be inside Severan's court. Before Renn can ask more, the seal tears Brannick apart. His echo collapses into black-gray particles. Vero loses half his shield. Mira's chain cracks. Orin fades completely. The effort costs them reconstruction. But they did it voluntarily. That matters. Renn crouches beside the empty sand. A quiet notification arrives, collective resistance recorded. Companion reconstruction pathway altered. Not stronger, altered. He files that away too. Then he examines the ring again. Third custodian. Brannick retired 3 months ago. Now dead. The palace clerk dead. Other old employees disappearing. Casser active. Second custodian unknown. And Sector 9 becoming more important as Renn advances through the bracket. The tournament is not just sport, it is a timer. Midnight arrives. Renn enters the furnace room with the rusted maintenance key. Borsk is already there. No questions. He opens an old grate behind a coal chute. A narrow stone passage descends beneath the western foundations. The air gets colder with every step. Renn carries no torch, only a hooded maintenance lamp. Borsk stays above. He tells Renn the passage ends behind Sector 9's inner wall, then adds that if Renn gets caught, he has never seen him before in his life. Reasonable. Our Necromancer descends. The tunnel is older than the current Colosseum, much older. Modern brick gives way to black stone. The walls carry shallow carvings worn nearly smooth. Gladiators. Dozens. Then hundreds, not fighting each other, standing in circles around a central figure. Renn stops. 3 circles, 1 blade. The symbol appears here too, except this version is different. The blade does not pierce the circles. It rises from the center of them, like something being held upright by layers surrounding it. Containment. Not authority. Renn keeps moving. At the bottom, he reaches a metal lattice overlooking Sector 9 from behind the wall. The sealed chamber is enormous, far larger than the corridor above suggests. Rows of stone platforms fill the floor. Each supports a weapon. Swords, spears, axes, shields, broken helmets, some ancient, some recent. Every object is stained dark with old blood. Thousands of martial relics. At the center stands a circular pit, and inside the pit rests a black stone sarcophagus. No body, no corpse markers, just one inscription carved around the rim. Renn cannot read most of the ancient script. One phrase remains in modern imperial language. 12th Victor Protocol. There it is, the dead clerk's 12 marks. His own interrupted 12th championship. The tournament. Renn's pulse slows instead of racing. Recalibration number 2. The Emperor did not merely kill Garran because the crowd loved him. The popularity may have made the decision easier. But something happens when one champion reaches 12 consecutive victories. Something connected to this chamber. The entire structure exists to manage it. He raises the maintenance lamp. More inscriptions become visible. 3 custodians. First, Arena Bloodline. Second, Imperial Bloodline. Third, Execution Office. Casser, Severan, or someone close to him. Brannick. That explains the hierarchy. The 3 circles are not departments. They are locks. Each custodian controls one layer, and the central blade represents the victor. The champion. Renn looks toward the sarcophagus, then sees something else. A small golden cup rests on a pedestal beside it, victory banquet style, same shape Garran drank from 18 years ago. The memory hits hard, not emotionally, physically. His tongue almost recalls the bitterness. His hand stops on the lattice. Then someone enters Sector 9. Renn extinguishes the lamp. Below, the main door opens. Casservale walks in. Alone, he carries no tournament saber. Instead, he wears plain black training clothes and the first custodian ring. So Brannick was telling the truth. Casser approaches the sarcophagus. He places his palm against it. Nothing happens. Then he speaks. Renn cannot hear every word from the hidden shaft. Only fragments. 11th cycle. Unstable. False claimant. Janitor. Father failed. That last part matters. Darius Vale failed something 18 years ago. Casser is continuing it. Then another figure enters. Not Severan. A woman in imperial physician robes. Older, white hair, straight posture. Renn recognizes her. Dr. Ysara Pell. She served at Garran's final banquet. She was the physician who never approached when he collapsed. Second custodian. Of course. The imperial bloodline description did not mean the custodian had to be royal. It may mean appointed keeper of the Emperor's lock. Ysara carries a silver case. She opens it. Inside sit 12 small vials. 11 empty. 1 full. Renn's eyes harden. The same mineral poison family. Ysara tells Kasser the current candidate has triggered 3 memory responses already. Kasser asks whether Renn is the victor. The physician says impossible. The victor lineage died with Garran Voss. Then she adds something even more important. Unless the Colosseum has chosen a substitute vessel, Renn stays perfectly still. Chosen, vessel. His class awakening may not be random. The sarcophagus responds faintly when Ysara says the word. A sound rolls through Sector 9. Hundreds of weapons vibrate against stone. Exactly the metallic whisper Renn heard before. Kasser looks toward the chamber. He asks what happens if the janitor reaches the final. Ysara closes the vial case. Then says the same thing Darius failed to prevent 18 years ago. The 12th victor awakens the martial dead. Renn's gaze sharpens. Martial dead, not generic undead. The fighters in Sector 9, the relics, the blood. Grave recall, everything aligns too cleanly, Ysara continues. The original Colosseum was built over a necromantic memorial engine created by the first arena kings. Every champion's blood recorded into the sand strengthens it. Every death adds memory. Every consecutive victor acts as a compatible conductor. At 12 victories, the engine opens fully. The champion can call the accumulated martial dead, not corpses, combat imprints. Thousands of them. Garran was about to become the first compatible victor in centuries. Severan stopped him. There is T8, the hidden mechanism of the power system. Grave recall is not a random class. It is a human-scale fragment of the Colosseum's buried engine. Renn has been using the same law without knowing it. Blood stores martial intent. Cleaning establishes ownership of residue. Repetition reconstructs memory. And the arena itself has been doing that for generations. The revelation does not make Renn smile. It makes him change everything. Before this moment, the plan is to win the tournament and force the mechanism to activate. Now that is dangerously incomplete. If he wins blindly, Severan may still control the deeper engine through the remaining custodian seals. Worse, thousands of martial imprints could be bound to the Emperor instead of Renn. He needs the locks first. Kasser. Ysara. Possibly Severan himself. Not dead necessarily. Disabled. Broken. Removed from the mechanism. That becomes the new objective. Below, Kasser asks why they do not simply kill Renn tonight. Ysara answers immediately. Because if he is a substitute vessel, killing him before the tournament final could trigger uncontrolled inheritance. Interesting. The system has protection, not moral protection, structural protection. The engine needs a victor. If the current compatible vessel dies too early, the stored martial pressure seeks another outlet. They cannot risk that. That means Renn has temporary leverage. Better. Kasser asks about the alternative. Ysara holds up the final vial. Poison him after victory. Exactly like Garran. There it is, same method. Same table. Same solution. The Emperor's people have been repeating the cycle whenever a champion gets too close. Renn's fingers curl around the lattice. No rage explosion. No dramatic trembling. Just one conclusion. Severan did not invent Garran's murder out of fear. He inherited a procedure. That somehow makes it worse. Kasser turns to leave, then stops. He looks directly toward the hidden lattice. Renn freezes. Kasser's eyes narrow. For 1 second, it feels like he can see through the darkness. Then he walks closer. Renn shifts his weight silently. No weapon, no exit except backward through the shaft. Kasser stops beneath the wall. He studies it. Then Ysara tells him the old ventilation channels collapsed decades ago. Kasser looks away. Almost. Renn waits until both leave. Then 10 more minutes. Then 20. Only after Sector 9 returns completely silent does he relight the lamp. He looks down at the sarcophagus. The martial dead. Thousands of fighters. His class is connected to them. That explains why the masked fighters' sealed combat records still answered grave recall. Why voluntary imprints can persist without blood. Why multiple echoes can resist external seals. Renn had assumed his companions were rebuilding because he trained well. That is only half true. They are resonating with a much larger archive beneath the arena. And now they know it too. Varro appears faintly beside him without being summoned. Impossible under the old rules. Only the upper half of his body manifests. The reconstructed shield remains cracked. He looks down at Sector 9, then at Renn. Mira forms beside him, Orin after her, all weak, all drawn toward the chamber. Their expressions differ. Varro looks grim. Mira looks furious. Orin simply stares. Then a fourth outline appears. Tovin, the young novice who should not have enough residual blood to manifest at all. He stands at the edge of the shaft. Clearer than before. The system produces no alert. It does not need to. Renn understands. The arena remembers them. His class is becoming a bridge. That is the companion's deeper moment, not a secret identity, a change in function. They are no longer isolated dead teachers. They are beginning to form a linked cohort through him. Renn places one hand against the black stone wall. Cold pressure answers from the other side. Thousands of fragments. Not voices, stances, impacts, breathing rhythms, weapon lines, an entire history of violence compressed into residue. He pulls his hand away before the connection deepens. Too much. Not yet. Raw access would be useless without control, and possibly lethal. He returns through the furnace shaft before dawn. Borsk waits beside the grate with 2 cups of terrible coffee. He hands one over. Renn drinks. It tastes like burned rope. Borsk asks what he found. Renn answers with the only safe version. Something older than the Emperor. Borsk looks unhappy. Reasonable reaction. Then Renn does something unexpected. He gives Borsk Brannick's iron ring. The steward nearly drops it. Renn tells him to hide it somewhere no palace search will find. Borsk asks why not keep it, because Renn is entering more matches. Searches are coming. Borsk hides bodies for a living. Technically corpse logistics. Close enough. The steward pockets the ring. No speech. No oath. Trust established through utility. That is enough. The next week changes everything around Renn. His victory over Brannick goes viral across the capital. Arena artists sell crude prints of the skinny janitor flipping an executioner. Most versions are completely inaccurate. One gives him glowing red eyes. Another depicts the mop as a legendary spear. A third somehow adds a dragon. Renn sees that one and decides public imagination needs stricter regulation. More importantly, arena houses start making offers. The Copper Fang Guild offers housing. Silver Rampart offers a weapon stipend. One foreign delegation offers enough gold to retire. Renn refuses all of them. That only increases interest. People assume he has a mysterious backer. He does. Most of them are dead. His tournament progress also changes the workers beneath the Colosseum. Cleaning crews start attending his matches. Corpse porters quietly save him better food. A beast handler replaces the leather wrap on his staff without asking. Small things. Renn notices every one. The social scale expands. He is no longer invisible. That creates risk, but also influence. When palace guards attempt to reassign him away from Sector 9, 16 sanitation workers suddenly discover administrative reasons why nobody else can cover his route. Wrong permits, missing carts, shift overlaps. One worker claims severe bucket-related wrist pain. It is obviously fake. The reassignment fails. Renn says nothing. The community is forming around him without knowing the full story. That matters. Meanwhile, his companions improve. Varro's shield reconstructs completely, not pristine. It carries the exact dents from his final campaigns. Mira regains both chains. Orin's spectral sword develops a visible maker's mark, and their manifestation time no longer depends solely on cleaned blood. If Renn enters the underground practice ring, the strongest imprints can appear briefly from memory resonance alone. 4 minutes, then 6, then 9. Tovin remains weaker, but he can now manifest for nearly 1 full minute. He does not teach much. Instead, he watches. Learns. That is new too. The dead can train with one another. Renn realizes the implication immediately. His private academy can become self-improving. Varro starts correcting Tovin's stance. Mira teaches him lateral movement. Orin demonstrates guard transitions. Renn stands outside the ring and watches 3 deceased veterans train a dead novice. Completely absurd. Also incredibly valuable. Grave Recall is no longer just extracting mastery. It is creating continuity between martial lives that never met. The entire style begins mutating. Varro adopts Mira's chain distance awareness into shield movement. Orin incorporates Renn's anchor step into sword positioning. Mira starts using Varro's shield angle by wrapping spectral chain around a post and pivoting herself. The teachers are learning from the student. That is when Renn sees the larger possibility. The final technique cannot belong to Garran. It cannot belong to one corpse either. It needs to belong to the network. A collective martial response built from multiple disciplines. He starts testing it. One attacker enters. Renn anchors. Second attacker crosses. He pivots. Third closes the escape. Instead of choosing one teacher's answer, Renn transitions between them. Varro's structure. Mira's angle. Orin's wrist line. Tovin's simplest lesson: never stop resetting the feet after contact. Small. Basic. Perfect. The sequence lasts 5 beats, then breaks. Again. 7 beats. Break. Again. 10. The system responds: composite martial pattern detected. Designation pending. No skill unlock. Good. Too early. Chekhov remains alive. The finishing method is being built, not gifted. Renn keeps working. Above ground, Casser advances brutally through the bracket. His first opponent lasts 40 seconds, second lasts 28. Casser reveals more of Ironblood Vanguard each time. Reinforcement does not only protect him, it stores impact. Every blocked strike feeds kinetic pressure into the planted stance. Then Casser can release that stored force through the saber. That explains the right foot habit Renn noticed. The foot is not merely anchor, it is reservoir. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Casser's quarterfinal opponent lands 14 clean hits. The champion absorbs all 14, then releases one saber strike. The shockwave cracks the arena wall. Fight over. Renn watches from the worker entrance. He now knows exactly why Casser is first custodian. His class is built around storage, containment, release. Same philosophy as Sector 9, possibly engineered through family inheritance. Casser may be more than a guard. He may be a living lock. That means beating him could destabilize the chamber. Useful if timed correctly. Catastrophic if not. Renn changes another piece of the plan. He needs Ysara's lock first. The physician is easier to reach outside combat, harder to expose, so he uses his growing fame. After his next tournament victory, a careful decision over a spear fighter ranked above 500 Renn requests official medical evaluation for recurring numbness caused by Brannick strikes. Tournament rules require a senior Imperial physician to assess potential neurological injury, usually Ysara delegates. Renn makes sure she cannot. He lists symptoms associated with a rare nerve poison once used by Imperial executioners. Specific enough to trigger her specialty, not enough to reveal knowledge. The bait works. 2 days later, Dr. Ysara Pell enters the tournament infirmary. She sees Renn sitting on the examination table. For the first time in 18 years, Garran faces the woman who watched him die. She does not recognize him. Of course not. Renn is 19, thin, scarred. Completely different face. Ysara examines his pupils, checks grip response. Taps the elbow. Professional. Cold. Then asks where he learned to identify nerve exposure symptoms. Renn says janitors clean many things. She pauses. Tiny reaction. Good. He complains of occasional metallic taste. Her fingers stop for half a second. Better. She asks whether he ingested anything unusual. Renn says only arena water. Terrible answer. Probably believable. Ysara continues. Then Renn intentionally lets the iron token slip halfway from his belt pouch, crowned lion side visible. Not three-circle side. Her eyes move. Immediate recognition. Then away. Perfect. She finishes the exam. Declares him fit. No poison detected. Before leaving, she asks where he found the token. Renn looks down as if noticing it for the first time. Says old storage. Sector 9 maybe. That is all. Ysara leaves calmly. Renn waits. Then he counts. 23 minutes later, 2 palace inspectors enter Sector 9, bait confirmed. The trap from Part 2 is no longer about curiosity. Now it is targeting a custodian directly. And because Ysara believes Renn is ignorant, she takes the token's appearance as accidental leakage. Exactly what he needs. That evening, someone searches his bunk. Nothing valuable is there. Someone checks his locker. Only cleaning supplies. Someone follows him to the public bathhouse. He spends 20 minutes washing tournament sand from his hair. Boring, comfortable, let them invest. Meanwhile, Borsk hides Brannick's ring somewhere beneath the corpse furnace ash bed. Nobody searches there. Nobody's sane, anyway. 2 days later, Renn reaches the quarterfinal. His opponent is a monster hunter from the northern border named Kesta Dorn. Combat rating 701. Class Beastbreaker. No Imperial connection. That is refreshing. Kesta uses a hooked spear and a reinforced gauntlet. She has killed ogres larger than arena elephants. When the bell sounds, she immediately tells Renn she has no intention of underestimating him. Finally, someone sensible. Then she nearly impales him through the stomach. The fight is vicious. Kesta attacks in layered ranges. Spear point far, hook mid, gauntlet close. Renn cannot stay safe at any distance. He gets cut across the thigh, hooked behind the shoulder, thrown twice. Stage 1 is miserable. But Kesta has a different weakness. Not physical, tactical. She fights monsters. Huge targets, predictable mass. Her movement assumes opponents retreat from pressure. Renn moves into empty spaces beneath it instead. He starts reading her. Spear thrust. Anchor step. Hook return. Duck inside. Gauntlet. Rotate under elbow. Again. Kesta adapts. She shortens the spear grip. Excellent. Renn adapts again. The match becomes the best fight of the tournament so far. No cheating. No poison. No politics. Just 2 people solving each other in real time. The crowd loves it. So does Renn. Not visibly. But deep down, this is the first match since reincarnation that feels clean. Kesta finally catches him with the spear shaft across the ribs. Renn crashes down. She drives the hook toward his shoulder to pin him. He plants one hand in the sand. No staff nearby, no wall, no opponent within gripping range. Anchor step should fail. Instead, Renn remembers Sector 9. Blood is an anchor for grave recall. Physical contact creates linkage, so he does something small. He smears his bleeding palm across the sand. The interface behind his eyes reacts. A martial imprint flickers. Not a full echo. Varro's shield outline appears for less than a second beside Renn's forearm. Kesta's hook strikes it. The spectral fragment shatters, but the impact changes direction by inches. Enough. Renn rolls free. The entire Colosseum gasps. There. First, public necromancy. Tiny, partial. Still unmistakable. Kasser stands. Isara, watching from the medical balcony, goes pale. Severan stops smiling. Renn sees all three reactions. Good. The secret is starting to crack. Kesta sees the shield too. She hesitates for half a second. Renn uses it. Staff retrieved. Anchor. Pivot. He catches the spear shaft, slides along it, locks her gauntlet elbow. Kesta braces. Renn transitions. Varro's line. Mira's angle. Orin's wrist control. Tovin's reset. The composite pattern holds for 14 beats. Then Renn sweeps the spear. Kesta loses the weapon. He plants the staff against her shoulder and redirects her charge past the boundary line. She stops one step outside. Tournament ring out. Bell. Winner Renn Calder. For once, nobody calls it luck. Kesta looks back at him. Then at the faint blue residue where Varro's shield appeared. She asks whether that was his Necromancer class. Renn says apparently. That gets an actual laugh. She offers her forearm. He grips it. Respect. The audience erupts. Renn advances to the semifinal, and the entire Imperial mechanism begins moving. That night, Isara enters Sector 9 with Kasser. Renn knows because the black thread breaks. He does not follow. Too obvious. Instead, he goes to the corpse archive and cleans Kesta's opponent's old blood from an earlier exhibition stain. Training continues. Let the enemy think pressure frightened him away. The next morning, official tournament rules change. Emergency decree. Necromantic manifestations are restricted from the remaining matches unless registered as bonded summons. Grave recall echoes are not bonded summons. Convenient. The decree carries Severan's seal. There it is. The Emperor finally touches the board directly. Renn reads the notice, then folds it once. No complaint, no appeal. He had already assumed this would happen after Varro's shield appeared. The restriction removes his safest hidden advantage. So he uses another. The martial dead taught him before they became visible. They do not need to enter the arena for their lessons to remain. Severan can ban summons. He cannot ban footwork. The semi-final opponent is announced. Selka Run. Of course. The bracket brought them back together. The woman he defeated in qualifiers has fought her way through every round since. Now she is upgraded too. Her Gale Duelist class has evolved into Tempest Lancer despite still using a saber. New ability. Directional anchors can now be placed in the air itself for short intervals. The technique Renn once studied has matured. Perfect. Chekhov provides another lesson. The night before the semi-final, Selka finds Renn beneath the eastern stands. No audience. No officials. She tells him palace representatives offered her triple prize money to withdraw after injuring him badly enough to prevent the final. Renn asks whether she accepted. Selka says she accepted the advance, then hands him half the coins. Renn looks at her. She says no contract specified she had to succeed. That is technically true. Brutal accounting. He almost respects it too much. Selka becomes the first real ally outside the worker network. Not because she suddenly trusts him, because the palace tried to buy her integrity and accidentally funded her irritation. She also gives him something else. A name. Dr. Usara Pell visited her trainer privately and asked about Renn's strange shield manifestation. That confirms Isara is actively investigating grave recall. Renn tells Selka one thing in return. If something happens during the final, get civilians away from the lower eastern stands. No explanation. Selka's expression changes. She asks how bad. Renn says structural collapse at minimum. That is enough. She agrees. The semi-final arrives. No necromancy allowed. No excuses. Selka attacks faster than before. Her new air anchors let her change direction without touching the ground. Renn's original counter no longer works. Timeline deviation protocol would technically apply if this were remembered history. It is not. But the logic remains. Old information expires. Recalculate. Selka launches left. Air anchor. Changes right mid-step. Renn gets cut. Second exchange. She creates an anchor behind Renn and slingshots past him. Cut across the back. Third exchange. Renn barely blocks. The crowd senses blood. Selka is not holding back. Good. She promised nothing except refusing sabotage. The fight becomes a laboratory. Renn watches the air anchors, invisible except for tiny pressure distortions. They last less than 1 second. Selka cannot place two simultaneously, and each anchor forms relative to her current center line. There, 1 point at a time, Renn starts baiting placement. He deliberately opens the right side. Selka creates anchor. He shifts before activation. The resulting trajectory becomes slightly inefficient. Again, small losses. By the 7th attempt, Selka notices. She grins, then deliberately places an anchor where Renn wants it. Now both are baiting each other. The match gets absurdly technical. Most spectators have no idea what they are seeing. Casser does. So does Severan. Renn finally solves it by stealing the concept completely. Not the magic, the geometry. Selka anchors in air. Renn anchors through contact. He steps into her acceleration path, taps the flat of her saber with his staff, and treats that moving weapon as a temporary pivot. Anchor step changes. Dynamic anchor. No fixed point. The staff rotates around Selka's moving blade. Renn slips past her. She turns. Too late. The staff touches the back of her neck. Stop strike. Match point. Silence. Then the bell. Renn wins. The system inside his mind finally names the evolving technique. Grave wheel step incomplete. A composite movement principle created from fixed anchor, moving anchor, martial memory prediction, and momentum redirection. There it is. The climax skill begins taking recognizable form, still incomplete. Still not strong enough for Casser, but alive. Selka lowers her saber. Then tells Renn the name sounds dramatic, even though he has not said it aloud. He asks how she knows. She points at his face. Apparently, he has the expression of someone who just named something stupid. Fair. They leave the arena together. The crowd chants Renn's name. Not Garran. Renn. That matters more than he expects. He does not stop, but his grip on the staff changes slightly. 18 years ago, Severan murdered a champion because the crowd loved him too much. Now history is rebuilding itself around a completely different name. And this time, the Emperor cannot poison the problem early without risking the buried engine. Casser waits at the opposite tunnel. Final tomorrow. He and Renn face each other without speaking. The champion's iron-blood aura hums beneath his skin. Renn's class remains apparently useless on paper. 0 combat rating, 1 janitor staff. Thousands of dead fighters beneath the floor. Casser finally says he knows Renn entered Sector 9. There it is. No more pretending. Renn asks how long he has known. Casser says since Brannick died. He saw the ring disappear. He let Renn take it. Interesting. So Casser has been baiting too. The first custodian steps closer, then tells Renn something that changes the board one more time. Darius Vale did not poison Garran Voss. He tried to stop it. Renn's eyes remain cold. Casser says his father died 6 months after Garran, officially from fever. Actually because he opposed Severan's decision to keep resetting the 12th Victor cycle. That creates a crack inside the enemy structure. Casser may not be loyal, or this may be manipulation. Renn does not decide yet. Casser continues. The first custodian role passes through the Vale family because someone must stabilize the arena lock. If Renn wins tomorrow and the second custodian remains active, Isara can redirect the martial dead into Severan's command seal. The Emperor will gain control. Exactly what Renn feared. Then Casser says the final line. He intends to lose. Renn watches him. Casser says not easily, not publicly, but at the right moment. He wants Severan's lock broken too. Our guy finally speaks. Why trust him? Casser answers that he does not. He trusts the man whose fighting style looks exactly like Garran Voss wearing someone else's body. Silence. There it is. Borsk noticed. Casser noticed. The old champion's technique is becoming recognizable. Renn does not confirm anything. Casser does not need confirmation. He turns away. Then says Isara moves tomorrow before the final banquet. If Renn wants the second custodian lock gone, he has one night. That is the pressure peak. Tournament final. Hidden engine. Potential ally who may be lying. Physician who murdered him once already. Emperor waiting with the same poison. And beneath all of it, thousands of martial imprints beginning to wake. Renn returns underground. Varro. Mira. Oren. Tovin. All 4 manifest. No blood required. Not fully, but enough. They stand around the practice ring. Evolution pending. Varro's shield hums with blue lines connected to the floor. Mira's chains no longer fade at maximum range. Oren's sword casts a second afterimage when he moves. Tovin's body remains weak, but his outline has become stable. They are preparing. So is Renn. He places Brannick's hidden ring beside the black iron token, then draws 3 circles in the sand. First custodian Casser, second Isara, third vacant. 1 lock already broken, 1 possibly cooperative. One must fall tonight. The trap from weeks ago finally reaches its payoff. Ysara believes Renn accidentally discovered Sector 9. She believes he still does not understand the custodian structure. She believes the black iron token remains in his locker. So Renn puts it there, visible, then leaves his dormitory. 20 minutes later, a palace agent steals it. Exactly as expected, the token is carried straight to Ysara, and engraved inside its newer side something Renn added that afternoon. Not poison, not magic. A microscopic streak of Brannick's preserved blood, martial residue, a grave recall anchor. Renn sits in the empty infirmary basement, closes his eyes, touches a cleaned matching blood fragment. The connection forms, weak, distant, but enough. For the first time, grave recall does not summon an echo beside him. It follows an anchor elsewhere. Brannick's spectral outline appears inside Ysara's private medical chamber. Renn sees through nothing, hears nothing directly. But he feels the location, distance, stone. One living heartbeat nearby. The system strains, unauthorized remote manifestation. Perfect. Renn stands, grabs his staff. Borsk opens the old service passage. Selka quietly redirects 2 patrols by starting an argument with a bookmaker upstairs. Kasser does nothing. That may be his contribution. Or betrayal. Renn will find out. He enters the physician wing through an abandoned corpse chute. At the top, Brannick's remote echo collapses. But the anchor did its job. Ysara's location is confirmed. Renn opens the final door. Dr. Ysara Pell stands beside a preparation table. 12 vials, 11 empty. 1 full, same arrangement as Sector 9. She does not look surprised. That is bad. She knew he was coming. Behind Renn, steel shutters slam down. Trap. Ysara picks up the last vial, then calls him Garran. No question, no hesitation, she knows. The physician smiles very slightly. Apparently, reincarnation is not beyond her understanding. She says the martial dead never choose ordinary vessels. And nobody else in recorded history has rebuilt Garran Voss's movement patterns so perfectly. Renn rotates the staff once. Ysara says the Emperor will be delighted. Our Necromancer answers that Severan was never very good at surprises. Then the floor beneath the room begins glowing. 3-circle seal, second custodian territory. Ysara has prepared the chamber. Stage 1 begins before the fight even starts. Spectral restraints erupt from the floor. Not warriors. Chains made from suppressed martial residue. They wrap around Renn's ankles. His class goes silent. Grave recall disappears. No Varro. No Mira. No Oren. No Tovin. Ysara tells him the custodian seal exists specifically to shut the buried engine down. That includes fragments like his class. Renn pulls. Nothing. Combat stats still 0. Brute force remains embarrassing. Ysara approaches with the poison vial. Same profession. Same method. Same target. 18 years later. She tells him Garran should have stayed dead. Renn watches her feet. Not the vial. Not the chains. Feet. Because even physicians stand somewhere. And every control mechanism needs an anchor. The glowing seal beneath Ysara's right heel pulses every time the chains tighten. There. Stage 2. Read the mechanism. Renn stops pulling. Ysara misreads it as surrender. She steps closer. The seal brightens. Renn drops the staff, then kicks it. Not at her. Across the floor. The wooden shaft slides over one glowing circle. The chain tension changes. Tiny, but enough. Renn shifts his trapped foot. The seal compensates. Ysara frowns. Second kick. The staff rotates across another line. Anchor disruption. This is what Gravewheel Step has been teaching him all along. Not a movement trick. A way to redirect systems built around fixed relationships. Ysara understands too late. Renn plants his bound heel against the chain itself. Uses the restraint as anchor. Rotates. The first chain twists across the second. Seal geometry breaks. Blue light explodes. One ankle comes free. Ysara throws the vial. Renn ducks. Glass shatters behind him. Poison sprays across stone. He closes distance. No necromancy. No class. Just Garran's old combat memory rebuilt inside Renn's new body. Ysara is not a fighter, but she is not defenseless. Silver needles appear between her fingers. She stabs toward his neck. Renn redirects the wrist. Second needle toward ribs. He pivots. Third toward eye. He catches her elbow. Then stops. Because the needle tips carry the same mineral sheen. One scratch could end him. So he changes target. Not Ysara. The custodian ring on her left hand. He traps the wrist against his shoulder. Steps behind. Uses gravewheel geometry. One rotation. The finger breaks. The ring falls. Ysara screams. Renn kicks it outside the glowing seal. The entire chamber goes dark. Second custodian lock broken. and far beneath them, Sector 9 answers. Thousands of weapons strike stone at once. The sound shakes the Colosseum foundation. Ysara's face loses all color. She says he has no idea what he released. Renn picks up the ring, then says she said the same thing 18 years ago without using those exact words. Her eyes widen. Confirmation complete. No more pretending. Renn looks at the shattered poison vial. Then back at the physician. He does not kill her. Not yet. He needs answers. And tomorrow, the 12th Victor Protocol reaches the final. He binds Ysara's hands using her own suppression chains, then drags her into the old corpse service passage. The final lock now depends on Kasser. If Kasser lied, tomorrow becomes a massacre. If he told the truth, the Emperor is about to lose control of a mechanism his dynasty has hidden for generations. Above them, the Colosseum bells begin ringing unexpectedly. Not tournament bells, emergency bells. Sector 9 has opened by itself. Renn stops. Beneath the floor, cold martial pressure rolls through the stone. Vero manifests beside him. Full body, no blood. Mira appears next. Orin, Tovin. Then shapes Renn has never summoned before begin flickering down the corridor. A spearmaster, a boxer, a legionary, a masked fighter, dozens. Incomplete, silent, watching. The martial dead are waking early. Renn looks toward the staircase leading back to the arena. Tomorrow's final just became tonight's crisis. He hands Ysara's custodian ring to Borsk, then picks up his staff and starts walking towards Sector 9. By the time Renn reaches Sector 9, the dead have already formed ranks. Not an army, not yet. Something stranger. Hundreds of incomplete martial echoes stand across the sealed chamber in absolute silence, each one facing the black sarcophagus at the center. Some hold broken spectral weapons, some have no faces, some appear only from the waist up. A few flicker so badly that entire limbs vanish between breaths. Vero stands closest to Renn. Mira forms beside him. Orin follows. Tovin appears last. And all four of them are more stable than they have ever been. The first custodian lock still holds. The second is broken. The third is vacant. The 12th Victor Protocol is waking unevenly. Exactly the kind of partial activation nobody sane should want beneath a stadium packed with 80,000 people. Emergency bells hammer through the upper Colosseum. Workers shout in the tunnels. Guards start sealing civilian exits. Naturally, that makes everything worse. See, the Imperial Colosseum was built upward over centuries, but its evacuation routes still depend on narrow foundations surrounding the ancient chamber. If Sector 9 fully destabilizes, the eastern galleries could collapse directly into the underground vault. Renn does not need a system window to understand the scale. He spent 11 years memorizing every tunnel because injured gladiators often had to find exits while half-conscious. The building itself is another opponent, so he reads it. The metallic whisper grows louder. Every weapon on the stone platforms vibrates. Then the sarcophagus cracks. Just one line. Black light leaks through. The entire cohort of dead reacts, not by attacking. By kneeling. Renn's expression hardens. That is bad. Grave recall never forced submission. Whatever sits inside the protocol does. A message burns across his mind. External command architecture detected. Martial imprints awaiting victor authority. Custodian conflict prevents stable assignment. There it is. The system finally explains the actual danger. The martial dead are not waking hostile. They are waking ownerless. And an ownerless archive this large will default to whichever surviving authority completes the lock sequence first. Kasser or Renn. Potentially Severan through Kasser. That means the final match is no longer symbolic. The arena itself is about to treat the winner as an authorization key. Renn turns toward Varro. The old centurion taps his shield against the floor, once, then points toward the upper tunnel. Protect civilians. Of course, even dead, Varro thinks like a soldier. Renn points toward the eastern stairwell. Varro immediately moves. Mira follows without being told, chains dragging pale sparks across the floor. Orin stays. Tovin stays. The companions are dividing roles by themselves. Evolution pressure is changing them, not stronger only. Smarter, more independent, good. Renn does not want obedient corpses. He wants fighters. He reaches the sarcophagus. The crack widens. A pressure wave hits. For one brutal second, Garran Voss's entire old career floods back through sensation. Sand under bare feet, broken ribs, crowds screaming. Steel against teeth, the smell of blood during summer tournaments. Then other memories pile over his. Not his, thousands. A spear entering a lung. A shield breaking at Thermosgate. A woman laughing after winning with one arm dislocated. A child soldier growing old inside the arena. A champion dying unknown. Too much. Renn steps back. His nose starts bleeding. The system struggles direct archive contact, exceeds vessel tolerance, memory collapse, risk increasing. Perfect. So raw power is useless. He cannot simply absorb everything. That would turn him into a pile of borrowed reflexes without identity. The entire class has taught him the answer already. Inheritance must be selective. Learn. Apply. Integrate. Never swallow blindly. Renn wipes the blood beneath his nose, then presses the mop-calloused palm against the sarcophagus again. This time, he does not open himself to the archive. He uses grave recall, one memory at a time. Oren's sword line, Mira's distance, Vero's structure, Tovin's reset, 4 familiar anchors. The noise inside his skull drops. There, known teachers become filters. His companions are not merely beneficiaries of the archive. They are access points. That changes everything. The sarcophagus responds. 4 narrow blue lines spread from Renn's palm toward 4 sections of the chamber. Each companion receives one. Oren's spectral sword becomes fully solid. Tovin's outline stops flickering. Far down the eastern corridor, Mira's chains brighten. Varro's shield hums. A quiet chime follows cohort resonance stabilized through trusted imprints. Partial victor pathway available. Partial, because Kasser still holds the first custodian seal, and that man is currently somewhere above. Renn pulls his hand away. Then the palace guards arrive, 24 of them. Heavy anti-necromancy armor, silverhook spears, suppression lanterns. They flood the upper walkway. At their center stands Dr. Ysara Pell. Free. Of course, Borsk's improvised restraints apparently lasted less than an hour against Imperial authority. Her broken finger is splinted. Her custodian ring is gone, but she is smiling anyway. That means she still has another card. Behind her walks Emperor Severan. No Imperial balcony, no public mask. Just black ceremonial armor under a crimson cloak. For the first time since reincarnating, Renn sees him this close. 18 years vanish instantly. Same eyes, same controlled smile. Different face age. The resemblance is enough. Severan looks down into Sector 9, then at Renn, and says Garran Voss's name. No surprise. No uncertainty. The Emperor has known since Ysara confirmed it. Renn rests the staff across one shoulder. Severan tells the guards to lower their weapons. Interesting. He wants conversation. Probably because killing the vessel remains dangerous. Severan descends alone. Every dead imprint watches him. Some begin shaking. Not fear, recognition. The Emperor has been here before. Many times. Renn asks how many champions he has poisoned. Severan answers 12. Not counting Garran, that number lands differently. 12 other compatible fighters across different tournament eras. Everyone removed before completing the protocol. Some poisoned. Some injured. Some framed. Some quietly retired. The Emperor says this like discussing maintenance. Renn's jaw tightens. There is the real villain structure. Not fear of popularity. Control of inheritance. Severan explains that his dynasty inherited the Colosseum engine from the old arena kings, who built it to preserve martial knowledge during continental wars. Eventually, the archive grew too large for ordinary rulers to control. The 12th victor became the solution. One compatible champion every few generations could command the martial dead. That champion would become militarily stronger than any emperor. So the imperial family changed the rule. They stopped creating victors. They started harvesting almost victors. 11 wins creates maximum resonance without full authority. The champion dies. The archive keeps the martial imprint. The throne keeps control. Brutal, efficient, and Garran was the strongest deposit in centuries. That is why Severan did not merely fear his popularity. He wanted his combat memory trapped beneath the arena. Renn's eyes go cold. The Emperor did not kill him to remove a rival. He killed him to turn him into equipment. Severan gestures toward the sarcophagus, then says the irony is exquisite. Garran reincarnated carrying the very class the archive tried to build from his imprint. There is the deeper mechanism. Grave recall formed because Renn's soul passed through the Colosseum engine during death. The Necromancer class is not random. It is scar tissue, a fragment of the 12th victor authority fused to him before reincarnation. The world system registered the result as Necromancer because it had no better category. T8 reaches full clarity. Renn recalibrates again. His class is not borrowing the archive. It came from the archive. Which means Severan may know its limits better than he does. Dangerous, useful information. The Emperor offers him a deal. Win tomorrow, complete the 12th victor protocol, then willingly transfer control through the Imperial seal. In exchange, Severan grants Renn noble status, command of the arena houses, and public restoration of Garran Voss's historical name. The Emperor even promises to rewrite the official records. Talk about generosity after murder. Renn asks what happens if he refuses. Severan's smile disappears. Ysara raises one hand. The suppression lanterns activate. The chamber screams. Every incomplete echo buckles. Vero, far away, drops behind his shield. Mira's chains go slack. Oren's sword flickers. Tovin nearly vanishes. Renn's class locks. Stage 1. Severan came prepared. The lanterns do not suppress necromancy directly. They disrupt blood memory resonance by emitting counter-frequency pulses through silver salts, same principle as Ysara's medical seal. Larger scale. Renn tries grave recall. Nothing. The Emperor tells him tomorrow's final will happen regardless. If Renn refuses, Casser wins. The first custodian closes the protocol. Then Garran's new imprint gets added to the archive anyway. Renn looks at Casser's absent position. Severan notices. Then laughs once. Casser is under arrest. There it is. The supposed ally has already been neutralized. According to Severan, Casser attempted to sabotage the first custodian's seal after their conversation. Palace watchers caught him. He is alive. Barely. The final will still proceed because tournament law allows an injured champion to fight unless medically disqualified. Ysara will make sure he is not disqualified, so tomorrow becomes forced theater. Renn versus Casser. Both trapped. Winner feeds the throne. Perfect imperial design. Except Severan has one problem. He came down here to explain it, not because he is arrogant. Because he needs Renn cooperative. That means something still cannot be forced. Renn starts reading the situation. Suppression lanterns, 24 guards. Severan positioned outside the central circle. Ysara stays beside the master lantern. Why? Because the suppression field requires active calibration. The Martial Dead archive is too large. Different frequencies overlap. Someone must continuously retune the lanterns or the dead adapt. That explains Ysara's presence. Stage 2. Read the mechanism. Renn studies the floor. The blue lines connecting his trusted echoes are still faintly visible beneath suppression. Not gone. Muted. Good. The trusted network persists deeper than active class access. He cannot summon. But maybe the companions do not need summoning anymore. Oren looks at him. Barely stable. Then deliberately drops his sword. The weapon hits stone. Physical sound. The guards react. Ysara adjusts the lantern frequency. Mira's chains brighten for half a second. There, Oren did that intentionally. They understand the field. Renn gives no visible signal. Mira moves one chain. Lantern pulse shifts. Vero's shield strengthens. Another adaptation. The dead are coordinating. That is companion development. And Severan has no idea because he still assumes they are tools waiting for a master. Renn starts talking, not philosophizing. Buying time. He asks why the Emperor looks younger than 18 years ago. Severan smiles again. Good question. Every failed victor cycle leaves excess vitality inside the archive. The Imperial bloodline has been siphoning that surplus. Not immortality, maintenance. Severan has effectively been extending his life with the unfinished careers of murdered champions. That is why 12 almost victors mattered. Why the dynasty keeps the Colosseum operating. Why the tournament remains politically sacred. The whole empire watches sport. The throne harvests lifespan. There is the second layer of stakes. Destroying the cycle does not only threaten Severan's control, it threatens the legitimacy of the imperial line. Renn stores that, then asks another question. Why keep so many witnesses tonight? Severan glances toward the guards. Wrong answer coming. He says witnesses do not matter. They are sworn imperial men. Renn looks at the nearest one. The guard is sweating, not from fear, from lantern exposure. Silver counterfrequency affects living nervous systems too. The guards cannot maintain this indefinitely. Even better, the field has a biological cost. Ysara looks irritated. She realizes Renn noticed. Time is limited. Stage 3 begins quietly. Renn taps the butt of his staff against the floor. Once. Oren's sword shifts. Twice. Mira tightens one chain. Third. Varro raises his shield. Tovin steps forward. The suppression field compensates. Ysara changes calibration. Renn taps again. Different rhythm. The companions answer differently. The lantern pulses start chasing them instead of controlling them. Severan notices something is wrong. Too late. Renn is not overpowering the suppression field. He is training it. Exactly like fighting an opponent. Read, bait, redirect. The trusted cohort begins cycling resonance between 4 anchors. When Varro strengthens, Mira fades. When Mira strengthens, Oren disappears. When Oren peaks, Tovin becomes almost invisible. The field cannot suppress all 4 frequencies simultaneously because the companions are no longer isolated imprints. They are passing stability, a relay, collective martial behavior, the first true evolution pathway. Ysara increases output. One suppression lantern cracks. The nearest guard collapses. Severan orders her to stabilize it. She tries. Renn moves. Gravewheel step. He anchors the staff against a stone groove. Rotates beneath the first spear. uses the guard's own shaft as moving anchor, pivots through the second line. No necromancy required. Third guard closes. Renn catches his wrist. Turns. The spear blocks the fourth. One continuous sequence. The guards finally understand why zero combat stats mean absolutely nothing. Renn is not stronger. He is operating between their decisions. A silver hook catches his shoulder. Blood sprays. Stage 1 cost returns. He does not stop. Varro's shield materializes for 1 second. Blocks a second spear. Gone. Mira's chain appears around a lantern handle. Yanks it sideways. Gone. Oren's sword flashes across a guard's wrist. Gone. Tovin shoves a fallen lantern with both hands. Gone. Each echo manifests only long enough for one decisive action. Exactly their archetype now. Not full summons. Combat inserts. The suppression field cannot lock what refuses to remain present. The system reacts violently. Trusted cohort adaptation complete. Manifestation model shifting from sustained echo to relay imprint. There it is. Evolution is not finished, but the path is now clear. Renn reaches Ysara. She throws silver needles. He redirects one. Second grazes his sleeve. Third nearly enters his neck. He uses the master lantern as anchor. Rotates around it. Then brings the staff down. Not on her skull. On the lantern. Glass explodes. The suppression field dies. Sector 9 wakes. Every martial dead imprint rises at once. The sound is enormous. Severan actually takes one step backward. For the first time, fear. Hundreds of spectral fighters turn toward Renn. Then toward the Emperor. No command yet, but recognition has shifted. Renn's trusted cohort stands between both sides. Varro, Mira, Oren, Tovin, the four are fully stable. Not because the archive gave them bodies, because they learned how to maintain one another. That is the first completed stage of companion evolution, collective reconstruction. Severan orders the guards to kill Renn. They try. The martial dead do not attack, they simply stand. But Renn's four do. Varro blocks. Mira disarms. Oren cuts weapon straps. Tovin drags an injured worker out of a collapsed path after emergency masonry falls. Each action exact. Minimal. Decisive. Renn moves through the center. Grave wheel, step expands. Every ally becomes an anchor. Varro's shield. Mira's chain. Oren's sword. Even Tovin's shoulder. Renn passes between them like they have trained together for years. Because technically they have. Just not while alive. The guards fall apart tactically. No massacre. Renn does not need one. Broken weapons. Dislocated shoulders. Collapsed formations. Within minutes, the Imperial unit is finished. Severan retreats toward the upper gate. Then Casser appears. Barely standing, one arm wrapped, blood running from his temple. Two broken restraints hang from his wrists. Apparently, first custodian arrest did not go perfectly. Casser blocks the exit. Severan's expression turns murderous. Casser raises his saber, then removes the first custodian ring. The entire chamber trembles. Renn watches carefully. Casser tells Severan the Vale family has held the first lock for 4 generations. Then he says his father died trying to end it. No speech beyond that. He throws the ring toward Renn. Severan lunges. Too late. Renn catches it. First, custodian authority acquired. Second ring is hidden with Borsk. Third belonged to Brannick. The protocol recognizes the combination anyway through proximity and broken seals. A massive notification detonates through Renn's mind. 12th victor pathway available. Tournament sequence incomplete. Authority cannot finalize until public victory condition is met. Of course, the final still matters. The engine is ancient. But it obeys ceremony. The winner must be recognized by the arena, not merely possess keys. That means tomorrow still happens. Severan realizes it too. Then he changes strategy instantly. He smiles. Not because he is calm, because he found another route. He announces emergency imperial law. The final tournament will be held at dawn instead of evening. No delay. No preparation. No recovery. Casser can barely stand. Renn is bleeding from the shoulder. The palace still controls the public arena, and if Renn refuses to appear, Casser wins by default. First custodian authority returns through tournament victory. Severan does not need to beat Renn underground. He needs to force the old ritual above. Smart. Infuriating. The Emperor retreats under protection of remaining guards. Renn could chase. He does not. Not yet, because the eastern gallery groans. Varro turns. Structural collapse. Remember the civilians. Renn points upward. The martial dead still do not obey broad commands, but his trusted cohort does. Varro leads workers toward the eastern supports. Mira uses chains to hold a cracked beam long enough for porters to brace it. Oren slices damaged hanging cables. Tovin runs messages between tunnels because his small frame moves fastest. Renn and Casser join the rescue. This is the Stage 4 consequence. The power increase does not become spectacle, it becomes control over crisis. For the next hour, janitors, guards, fighters, dead echoes, and arena workers stabilize the foundation together. No one upstairs understands what is happening. They only know the emergency bells stop. The Colosseum survives the night. And rumors spread anyway. Workers talk. Someone saw dead legionaries carrying beams. Someone else swears a ghost used chains to pull children from a blocked staircase. By dawn, the city has 20 different versions. Severan cannot suppress all of them. The story is getting away from him. That matters. Back in the worker tunnels, Renn finally examines Casser properly. Broken rib, dislocated finger. Internal bruising. Terrible condition for a tournament final. Casser says he can still fight. Renn tells him that was not a compliment. Ysara sits tied to a support pillar nearby. Bors guards her with a shovel. Apparently, arena sanitation has reached a very strange career stage. Selka arrives after helping evacuate the eastern stands. Kesta comes with her. So does a cluster of arena workers. The influence built over the previous rounds is paying off. Not an army, a network. Casser explains the final problem. The 12th Victor Protocol cannot be completed through a staged surrender. Ancient arena law recognizes intentional forfeiture. The final must contain legitimate competitive intent until the decisive moment. In simple terms, Casser has to actually try to win. Wonderful. Renn looks at his condition, then asks whether he can. Casser smiles grimly. He says first custodians are trained for exactly one purpose: kill the 12th Victor if necessary. That is why Ironblood Vanguard fits the role: storage, containment, execution through accumulated force. Casser's class was bred over generations as a countermeasure to champions like Garran. Now the final makes sense structurally. The arena produces a victor. The Veil bloodline produces a lock strong enough to stop one. If the victor still wins, authority transfers. If the custodian wins, the cycle resets. Elegant. Terrible. Renn starts planning. Dawn is less than 2 hours away. No training montage. No weeks of preparation. One mechanism. One skill. One missing piece. Gravewheel step can redirect moving anchors. Casser stores force through planted iron blood positions. That means every time Casser anchors, he becomes incredibly dangerous. Also incredibly predictable. The final technique should exploit that. But Casser's stored impact cannot simply be redirected physically. Too much energy. Renn's body would break. He needs another layer. The companions provide it. Varro can absorb. Mira can transfer. Orin can cut timing. Tovin can reset position. 4 functions, 1 relay. Renn draws the sequence in arena sand with the end of his staff. Casser watches. Selka watches. Varro kneels beside the diagram like a dead military instructor. Step 1, Casser plants. Varro intercepts stored release for a fraction of a second. Step 2, Mira links the impact path to a second anchor. Step 3, Orin cuts Renn's movement line free from direct recoil. Step 4, Tovin resets the final foot position. Then Renn uses Gravewheel, step through the entire relay, not stopping Casser's power. Circulating it, a wheel. The impact travels around Renn rather than through him. If it works, Casser's own accumulated force can break the first custodian reinforcement. If it fails, Renn probably becomes a historical stain. Reasonable stakes. The system does not unlock anything. Good. The technique must be earned. They test it small. Casser punches Varro's shield at maybe 10%. Varro absorbs. Mira's chain links shield rim to Renn's staff. Orin strikes the chain at the wrong instant. The whole sequence collapses. Renn gets thrown into a wall. Again, Casser uses less force. Varro catches. Mira transfers. Orin cuts earlier. Tovin physically shoves Renn's rear foot 2 inches. The rotation stabilizes. Better. Again. Third attempt. The energy travels 1 full circle. The staff hums. No recoil. There. Mechanism confirmed. Not mastered. Enough. Meanwhile, Severan prepares the final move above. The Imperial announcement goes out. Dawn Championship. Emergency rules. Full crowd allowed. Attendance becomes mandatory for registered arena houses. Why? Witness count. The protocol apparently requires public recognition. The Emperor is not hiding anymore. He is forcing legitimacy. Ysara hears the announcement and laughs softly. Renn looks at her. She tells him Severan still has the banquet seal, a final Imperial override hidden inside the victory ceremony. The Golden Cup. Of course. The poison was not only poison. The cup itself was part of the control mechanism. Garran drank from it 18 years ago. His blood touched it while dying. The Imperial banquet chalice carries residual authorization tied to the Emperor's line. If Renn wins and accepts the ceremonial drink, Severan can seize the final transfer. There is the last trap. Renn asks why she tells him. Isara says because if Severan succeeds now, he will no longer need custodians, including her. Self-interest. Finally, something trustworthy. Renn stores the information, then sends Borsk to find the tournament cup. Not steal it, too obvious. Just identify which one. Selka handles crowd exits. Kesta coordinates independent fighters in case Imperial guards seal the arena. Kasser rests for 20 minutes. Tovin sits beside him. The young dead novice mimics Kasser's breathing. Kasser watches, then asks who the kid is. Renn says someone the Lion Throne killed by mistake. Kasser's face hardens. He remembers. Demos. Administrative test. The House did not order that specific death, but Kasser knew the training program used expendable independence. He never stopped it. There. Moral gray. Not innocent. Kasser reaches into his belt pouch, removes a small bronze registration token. Tovin's. He kept it from the investigation. Why? Kasser says he planned to use the boy's death as evidence against Ysara's testing program. Too late. Still something. He places the token in front of Tovin. The dead boy touches it. His outline brightens. Companion preparation completes another step. Identity anchor, not blood. A personal object. Renn understands instantly. The archive can stabilize echoes through meaningful martial artifacts. Blood is only the easiest anchor. That opens future possibilities. For now, Tovin becomes fully solid for the first time. Not stronger, complete. He looks 17 again. Then punches Kasser lightly in the shoulder. Rematch accepted, apparently. Kasser almost laughs. The quiet moment lasts 10 seconds. Enough. Then the dawn bells ring. Renn stands, wraps fresh leather around his staff. Vero checks the shield strap that technically does not exist. Mira coils both chains around her forearms. Orin rests the spectral sword against one shoulder. Tovin pockets his own bronze token. Kasser tightens the band around his ribs. No speeches, no vows. They climb toward the arena. The final begins under a red sunrise. Every seat is full. Workers pack the upper galleries. Arena houses line the lower boxes. Soldiers stand along every exit. Severan sits above them all. The golden victory cup waits on a pedestal beside the imperial stairs. Borsk catches Renn's eye from the sanitation tunnel, then touches 2 fingers to his belt. Cup identified. Good. The announcer calls Kasser Vale. The crowd roars. Then Renn Calder. The sound is louder. Much louder. Severan hears it. His expression does not change, but Renn remembers the banquet. The Emperor hated that sound before. He definitely hates it now. Renn enters with a wooden staff. Kasser enters with the Imperial saber. They stop at center. No hostility. No friendship either. Both know the rule. This must be real. The bell rings. Kasser attacks with everything. No warm-up. No mercy. Ironblood Vanguard detonates. The first saber strike creates a shockwave strong enough to tear sand from the ground. Renn anchors. Too late. The impact catches his staff. He flies 20 feet, hits stone. The crowd screams. Stage 1. Kasser does not slow down. He plants the right foot. Second strike. Stored force release. Renn barely rolls. The arena floor cracks. Third. Renn blocks with both hands. The staff survives. His wrists almost do not. Kasser is stronger than anyone he has faced in this body. By an absurd margin. And unlike Demos, he has technical discipline. Unlike Brannick, he knows Renn's style. Unlike Selka, he understands anchor step. This is exactly what a final opponent should be. Renn circles. Kasser follows. Saber low. Iron blood pressure building. The crowd starts chanting. Not names. Impact rhythm. Boom. 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 Every planted step stores more force. Renn sees the rule. Kasser is intentionally overcharging. He wants the final sequence possible. But he cannot make it obvious. So he attacks like he means to kill Renn. Because he might actually have to. Kasser feints high. Renn reads it. Wrong. Low kick. Renn's leg buckles. Saber hilt to jaw. Blood sprays. Kasser grabs his tunic. Throws him. Renn lands near the boundary. No necromancy yet. Severan is watching for it. So Renn keeps the cohort hidden. Stage 2. Read. Kasser's storage is greater than expected. The old plan assumed 1 anchor point. Wrong. Ironblood Vanguard evolved through the first custodian inheritance. Kasser can maintain 3 planted reservoirs simultaneously. Right foot, left foot, saber tip against ground. 3 anchors, 3 circles, of course. The class mirrors the custodian symbol. That means Gravewheel cannot redirect 1 line. It must circulate 3. Renn recalibrates mid-fight. The technique needs a larger pattern. Kasser swings. Renn uses moving anchor on the saber, rotates. Kasser catches him with the left elbow anyway. Renn crashes down. The audience gasps. Severan leans forward. Kasser whispers as he passes. 3 anchors. He noticed the same problem. Good. Renn wipes blood from his mouth. then deliberately retreats toward the arena center. Not boundary, he needs space. Caster plants all 3 reservoirs. Ironblood aura thickens. The sand around his feet vibrates. This next strike could end it. Severan knows. The first custodian ring glows on Renn's hand. The buried engine responds. Far below, Sector 9 opens fully. The Colosseum shakes. Spectators scream. Blue lines spread beneath the arena sand. The 12th Victor Protocol recognizes final combat. Now necromancy is no longer optional. Varro appears behind Renn. The crowd goes silent. Full form. Shield raised. Mira manifests to the left. Orin to the right. Tovin behind. 4 companions. No army. Just the ones who built him. Severan stands. Imperial guards reach for weapons. Too late. The crowd sees everything. Public recognition has begun. Caster attacks. Stage 3. Clave. Varro takes the first reservoir. The saber shock hits his shield. The spectral metal cracks immediately. Mira's left chain wraps the shield rim. Right chain anchors to Renn's staff. Energy transfers. Too much. The chain begins disintegrating. Orin moves. His sword cuts across the resonance line. Not severing it, changing timing. The kinetic surge arrives half a beat later. Renn rotates. Gravewheel step. First circle. The energy passes around his shoulders instead of through them. Caster plants the left foot. Second reservoir releases. Varro cannot absorb again, so Tovin steps forward. The weakest companion. No shield. No armor. He plants both hands against Renn's back, not taking the strike, resetting the foot. Exactly what he always taught through simplicity. Renn's rear heel lands 2 inches wider. Second circle opens. Mira transfers through the staff. Orin cuts timing. Renn rotates again. The second impact joins the first. Momentum accumulates around him. Not in him. Around. The audience sees a ring of blue force begin forming. Caster plants the saber into the ground. Third reservoir. Maximum output. This is the killing strike. Varro's shield is broken. Mira's chains are fraying. Orin's sword is translucent. Tovin is barely holding shape. The evolution moment arrives, not through a new costume, not through a random power burst, through function. Varro drops the broken shield, then grips Mira's chain. Orin places one hand on Varro's shoulder. Tovin catches Orin's belt. The 4 connect physically, a closed circuit, collective reconstruction. Their forms fuse resonance without merging identities. Each keeps shape, each keeps personality. But their martial memory becomes shared in real time. Varro gains Mira's range sense. Mira gains Orin's timing. Orin gains Varro's structural read. Tovin receives all 3 fundamentals. The system roars trusted cohort evolution complete, conquered of the fallen established. There it is, evolution. Not stronger because death says so. Stronger because they learned one another. Caster releases the third strike. The arena explodes. Varro catches initial pressure with bare forearms. Mira redirects. Orin cuts the timing seam. Tovin resets. Renn anchors the staff against the first custodian saber itself. Dynamic anchor. 3 circles. 1 moving center. Gravewheel step finally completes. The system names it. Gravewheel Concord. Renn rotates. Once. Twice. 3 times. Every reservoir force joins the orbit. Then he returns all of it. Not at Caster's body. At the first custodian reinforcement wrapped around him. The blue ring slams inward. Ironblood Vanguard cracks. Caster's armor fractures. The ring on his hand splits. The first custodian seal breaks. Caster collapses. Not unconscious. Still smiling through blood, he tries to rise. Tournament rule. Legitimate intent. Renn walks forward. Staff raised. Caster swings one final weak saber cut. Renn redirects it. Then places the staff against his throat. Same position as Demos. Same position as Brannick. But this time, Caster taps the sand immediately. Submission. The bell rings. For 1 second, nothing happens. Then 80,000 people rise. Winner Renn Calder. 12th consecutive compatible victor condition recognized. The buried engine opens. Sector 9 detonates with blue light. Thousands of martial dead appear across the arena tiers. Not attacking. Standing among spectators. Ancient gladiators. Foreign champions. Unknown soldiers. Dead fighters from centuries of blood. The entire Colosseum becomes a living archive. Severan screams at Ysara to activate the banquet seal. She hesitates. Too late. Borsk moves first. The old steward grabs the ceremonial golden cup from its pedestal. An Imperial guard tries to stop him. Selka intercepts. 1 air anchor. 1 kick. Guard down. Borsk throws the cup. Not to Renn. Into the arena furnace channel. The golden chalice disappears through the grate. Severan's final override goes with it. The Emperor loses control. The martial dead turn toward him. Not because Renn orders them, because they remember. 12 murdered, almost victors. Thousands harvested, centuries contained. The archive knows the imperial bloodline. Severan backs away. For the first time, his perfect composure completely breaks. He orders the soldiers to attack. Nobody moves. Some guards lower weapons. Others stare at the dead around them. One spectral champion steps from the imperial stare. Then another. Then Garran Voss appears. Not Renn. The old body. Massive. Scarred. Exactly as he looked before the poisoning. A stored martial imprint. The archive preserved him after all. Renn stares. The crowd has no idea what they are seeing. Severan does. His face goes white. The Garran echo walks toward him. Renn says nothing. Does not command. The old imprint stops at the banquet stairs. Looks at Severan, then raises one hand toward Renn, not asking obedience. Recognition. The champion acknowledges the successor who is also himself. Strange. Impossible. Perfectly fitting. Renn steps beside the echo. For the first time, emotion actually breaks through. Not tears, not rage. His hand shakes once around the staff. 18 years of stolen identity stand beside him. Then the old Garran turns. Points at Severan. Renn understands. The Emperor poisoned one body. He never defeated the fighter. Renn walks up the imperial stairs. Severan retreats. He reaches for a hidden dagger. Predictable. Renn catches the wrist. Rotates. Grave wheel without magic. The dagger falls. Severan tries to knee him. Blocked. Tries to bite poison from a tooth. Renn strikes the jaw first. Same trick as Brannick. Not twice. The Emperor drops. Renn pins one arm behind him. The crowd watches in total silence. No execution. Not yet. Thematic resolution belongs tomorrow, not in the heat of the final. He wants the Empire to see evidence, not mythology. Cassar limps up behind. Isara stands under guard. Bors carries the melted remains of the golden cup from the furnace catch. The proof is assembling. The martial dead remain visible, thousands of witnesses. The entire hidden structure is exposed. Stage 4. The victory harvest is not stats. It is authority. The interface behind Renn's eyes finally settles. 12th victor recognized. Archive access granted. Command restrictions removed. But one line matters more than all others. Martial dead retain voluntary autonomy. Because Renn built grave recall through teachers, not domination, the archive mirrors him. He does not receive slaves. He receives consent. Perfect. The dead begin choosing. Some fade immediately. Done with the world. Some remain. Some salute. Some simply watch. Varro stands beside Renn. Mira sits on the imperial railing like she owns it. Orin inspects Cassar's saber. Tovin stares at the crowd, completely overwhelmed. Concord of the Fallen holds. Companion evolution complete. Then the old Garran imprint begins fading. Renn looks at him. The echo touches 2 fingers to his own chest, then points to Renn. Not transfer, not possession. Acknowledgement. Same fighter, different life. The old champion dissolves into pale light. For the first time since reincarnation, Garran Voss is allowed to die without being harvested. Renn exhales, then looks down at Severan. The Emperor finally asks what happens now. Renn does not answer with philosophy. He looks toward the 80,000 witnesses, then toward the tournament officials. Then tells Bors to bring the old maintenance records. Selka brings the bribery coins. Kesta brings testimony from independent fighters. Cassar provides the Vale family archive. Isara provides the names of the 12 murdered victors because self-preservation remains wonderfully motivating. The Emperor wanted a tournament final. He gets a public trial instead. By sunset, Severan no longer sits in the imperial box. He sits beneath it in chains. The Colosseum workers control the lower gates. The arena houses fracture. Several nobles flee. Others immediately pretend they always opposed the blood harvesting system. Naturally. Renn ignores them. The real work is underground. Sector 9 stabilizes after the 12th Victor protocol completes. The sarcophagus opens. Inside is no body, only an ancient control blade carved from black stone. The original central symbol, 1 blade, 3 circles. Now Renn understands the image fully. The blade was never a weapon piercing 3 locks. It was the victor standing inside 3 safeguards. The safeguards became chains because emperors rewrote the purpose. Renn removes the blade. The archive hums. A new line appears. Victor authority may redefine memorial law. This becomes the next decision. He can preserve the system, destroy it, or rebuild it. Renn chooses a 4th option. He decentralizes it. No future champion will ever control the entire martial dead archive alone. The trusted cohort model becomes the template. Imprints must consent. Personal artifacts can anchor memory. Blood alone no longer grants ownership. Custodian authority is abolished. The archive becomes a memorial school beneath the Colosseum instead of an imperial weapon. Varro approves by hitting Renn's shoulder with the shield. Apparently, compliments remain unavailable. Mira kicks the old custodian pedestal over. Oren examines the black blade. Tovin immediately starts asking dead veterans for matches through gestures. The kid is going to be unbearable. Good. Above ground, the Empire reacts badly. Severan's arrest fractures court politics overnight. The Crown Prince claims ignorance. 3 provincial governors demand investigation. Arena houses start burning old contract records before investigators arrive. Kasser sends workers to seize them first. The man finally found a use for being terrifying. Renn does not become emperor. He has absolutely no interest in sitting through tax petitions. Instead, tournament law grants the 12th victor an archaic office older than the current dynasty, master of the Colosseum. Normally ceremonial, not anymore, Renn accepts. Not for prestige. For control over the archive, worker safety, tournament rules, and every bloody corridor where the imperial system hid its crimes. The janitor becomes the owner of the building he used to mop. Yeah, that is a promotion, but the arc is not finished yet. Severan still faces judgment. Isara too. Demos survives. Brannick is dead. The Lion Throne House remains full of people who profited from expendable fighters. Resolution must be specific. Renn starts with Demos. The man recovers enough to stand trial. His crime is not simply fighting brutally. He knowingly entered mismatched novice bouts and used illegal stimulants to test imperial formulas. Tovin's death sits on that record. Renn repeats the exact insult Demos gave him before their match. Go back to cleaning. Then Renn assigns him to sanitation labor under arena worker supervision for the full length of his suspended fighting license. No weapons, no public bouts, no glory. Demos spends his days cleaning the same sand where novices bled for his training program. Tovin watches the first shift, then gives Renn a thumbs up. Good enough. Dr. Ysara receives something different. She engineered poison formulas, maintained suppression seals, and personally enabled the deaths of multiple victors. Execution would be easy. Too easy. Renn has the entire medical archive transferred into public control. Every formula, every experiment, every payment. Then Ysara is stripped of imperial rank and sentenced to permanent supervised service in the Colosseum Infirmary, treating fighters without authority to conduct research. The woman who turned bodies into components now spends every day repairing the damage bodies actually suffer. No forgiveness, utility. Kasser gets no clean absolution either. He inherited corruption and tried to oppose it late. But he still allowed Lion Throne testing programs to continue. Renn repeats the phrase Kasser used in Sector 9. Father failed. Then tells him failure is not hereditary. Neither is innocence. Kasser loses control of Lion Throne Arena House. The house gets converted into a fighter-owned cooperative. Kasser may remain as combat instructor only if the workers elect him. They do, barely. That feels appropriate. Then Severan. The Emperor's crimes are too large for arena punishment. 12 murdered near victors. Illegal vitality siphoning, political killings, suppression of records, attempted enslavement of the martial dead. Renn does not kill him in the sand. That would turn the whole thing into another spectacle. Instead, Severan faces a joint tribunal of provincial judges, military commanders, worker representatives, and surviving arena houses. The proceedings happen inside the Colosseum because that is where the evidence lives. Every dead imprint that chooses to testify does so through reconstructed memory scenes, not words, actions. Poison cups, guard formations, signed orders. The Emperor watches his own history, replayed by the people he tried to erase. That is worse than a sword. When the tribunal strips him of the throne, Severan looks at Renn and repeats the old line. A gladiator belongs to the sand. Renn finally answers. He says the sand kept better records than the palace. That is all. Severan spends the rest of his life imprisoned beneath the legal archives he tried to destroy. No hidden chamber, no luxury tower. A plain cell in the old records wing. Every day, clerks walk past carrying evidence bearing his seal. Perfect. The throne passes temporarily to a regency council while succession is investigated. Messy. Realistic. Not Renn's problem. His problem is the Colosseum, and that place is changing fast. Deaths are no longer mandatory entertainment. Yield rules become enforceable. Medical stoppages override betting contracts. Independent fighters receive minimum compensation. Workers gain representation. The old lower arena becomes a training hall where living fighters can request sessions with consenting martial dead instructors. That causes absolute chaos. Every serious fighter in the capital wants access. Kesta books 3 weeks immediately. Selka tries to bribe Tovin with pastries to reveal Renn's footwork drills. Tovin accepts the pastries and reveals nothing. Excellent student. Kasser trains with Vero. The first session ends with Kasser flat on his back and Vero tapping his forehead exactly the way he once did to Renn. Some traditions deserve preservation. Borsk becomes director of operations. He hates the title. Everyone uses it constantly. Renn gives him an office. Borsk spends most days outside it because apparently sitting behind a desk is morally offensive. The old cleaning crews become the most respected staff in the building because they now manage access to martial residue and memorial artifacts. Turns out the Empire spent centuries ignoring the people who literally handled its history. That changes too. And Renn? His official combat rating still reads 0. The system cannot calculate grave recall properly. At this point, nobody cares. He keeps the number, mostly because it annoys statisticians. Weeks pass. The Colosseum reopens, not with an execution match, with a memorial tournament. No death requirement, no Imperial House privileges. The first event pairs living fighters with reconstructed teaching echoes for technical exhibitions. The crowd loves it. Of course they do. They always loved great fighters. The Emperor was the one who confused that love with ownership. Renn stands beside the arena gate wearing simple black training clothes, no crown, no ceremonial armor. The master of the Colosseum still carries the same wooden staff. Repaired again, Varro stands nearby. Mira lounges on the railing. Orin corrects a young swordsman's grip. Tovin is currently challenging someone twice his size. Normal morning. Then the deeper, unresolved question returns. The black control blade from Sector 9 has started reacting to something beyond the Colosseum. Every midnight, one side of the weapon turns faintly warm, always pointing west. Renn lays maps across his old janitor desk. The direction passes beyond the capital, beyond the grain provinces, toward the ruined city of Beller Reach. That name appears once in the ancient Arena King records, not as a city, as the location of a second memorial engine. There it is, Future Seed 1. The reveal from Sector 9 was not unique. The Colosseum archive may be one node in a forgotten network. Renn marks Beller Reach with charcoal. Varro watches, then taps the map twice. He recognizes the place. But when Renn asks through gestures, the Centurion refuses to answer. Not because he cannot, because something about Beller Reach makes him uncomfortable, interesting. The unanswered layer remains open. Across the western provinces, another person receives news of the 12th victor. Her title is the White Spear of Beller. No full introduction, no detailed backstory. She stands inside a collapsed amphitheater overgrown with white grass, reading a courier copy of the Capital Tribunal notice. Beside her, an ancient spear embedded in stone begins vibrating. She looks toward the east, then orders her attendants to reopen a sealed stair beneath the ruins. Future Seed 2. Someone else knows what memorial engines are. And she has one. Back in the capital, Renn receives a package. No messenger waits. Just a narrow wooden box left with the morning supply deliveries. Inside sits a single bronze gladiator token, older than the Empire, stamped with a symbol Renn has never seen, a broken wheel surrounding an open eye. Beneath it is one line in the same ancient script used inside Sector 9. Borsk finds a partial translation in the recovered archive. 13th House. Nothing else. No threat. No invitation, just proof that someone knows the protocol completed. Future Seed 3. Renn does not chase it immediately. He wraps the token in cloth, locks it beside the Beller map, then walks back into the arena. A new training class is waiting. Living fighters on one side, dead masters on the other. Tovin is already arguing with Kasser through increasingly aggressive hand gestures. Mira steals someone's practice chain. Varro hits a bell for silence. Nobody listens. Renn steps onto the sand. The 12th victor of the Imperial Colosseum no longer answers to an emperor. The black blade on his desk still points toward Beller Reach. The bronze token starts bleeding at midnight, not metaphorically. One moment it sits inside Renn's locked desk beside the Beller map. The next, a thin red line crawls across the ancient metal as if blood is seeping from somewhere inside it. Renn stares at the thing, then immediately moves every important document off the desk. Because mysterious necromantic artifacts are bad enough without ruining paperwork, the blood does not drip. It traces the broken wheel symbol, one circle, split at 4 points, an open eye at the center. Then the black control blade beside it turns violently west, not gradually. The weapon snaps across the table hard enough to knock over an ink bottle. There. Whatever Beller Reach contains just became active. Varro manifests first. The old Centurion looks at the token. His entire posture changes. Not combat ready. Worse, recognition. Mira appears behind him. Orin follows. Tovin tries to materialize too, but Varro raises one hand. Stop. The boy freezes. Renn notices immediately. Varro has never forbidden another echo from joining. That makes this personal. Our Necromancer picks up the bronze token with a cloth. Cold. Much colder than Sector 9 ever became. Then Grave Recall reacts. The interface behind his eyes stirs foreign memorial authority detected, access lineage incompatible, hostile archive handshake rejected. Hostile archive, that is new. The Imperial Colosseum remembered fighters. Apparently, Bella Reach does too, but it does not want Renn touching its memories. Interesting. Renn places the token down, then looks at Varro. The Centurion walks to the map. His spectral finger stops over Bella Reach, then moves north. A ruined fort sits 12 miles outside the city. Fortress. Varro taps it once, then draws a line through his own throat. Dead there. Renn's gaze sharpens. Varro never told him where he died. The old Centurion's official arena record only states that he served 26 years in the Western Legions before retiring. Nothing about Beller. Nothing about Ress. Varro points at the broken wheel token, then at his own chest. Same connection. Renn asks the simplest question. Was he part of the 13th house? Varro's expression hardens. Then he shakes his head. No, he draws a shield, points at himself, then draws the broken wheel opposite it. Enemy, better. The 13th house fought Varro, which means Bella Reach is not merely another memorial archive. It belongs to something the Western Legions once treated as hostile. Renn reaches for charcoal. Varro stops him. Then the dead Centurion does something stranger. He removes his reconstructed Legion shield, turns it over, and presses 2 spectral fingers against the inner rim. A marking appears, faint, almost completely worn away. The same broken wheel, crossed out by a Legion spear. Renn has seen hundreds of Imperial military markings, never that one, because someone removed it from official history. There is the unanswered question from the Sector 9 reveal, expanding exactly where it should. The Imperial dynasty did not create the memorial system. It inherited one node. And somewhere west, another branch fought wars serious enough for legionnaires to carry anti-archive insignia. Renn does not start packing immediately. That would be reckless. He has an entire Colosseum full of unstable political consequences sitting under his feet. So the next morning, he does what he always does. He goes to work. The new Colosseum training schedule starts at sunrise. 36 living fighters wait outside the underground memorial hall. Only 12 have appointments. The other 24 somehow believe standing near the door aggressively counts as booking. Borsk handles that problem by placing a desk in front of the entrance and refusing to move. Nobody argues with him twice. Inside, the Concord of the Fallen continues adapting. Varro now teaches unit positioning to arena guards. Mira has claimed one entire training ring for mobility drills. Orin accepts advanced sword students only after making them demonstrate basic footwork for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Most fail. Tovin has somehow become popular with novices. That makes sense. He remembers what being weak feels like. The legendary dead instructors correct masters. Tovin corrects people who cannot afford to become masters yet. Different value. Renn watches him demonstrate a simple guard reset to a 14-year-old trainee. The kid gets it wrong. Tovin physically rotates his elbow. Wrong again. Tovin sighs dramatically despite producing no sound. Then demonstrates slower. The trainee finally succeeds. Tovin raises both fists like she just won a championship. Yeah, he is going to be a nightmare once he learns how to communicate properly. Renn almost smiles. Then Casser enters. The former champion now wears plain instructor black instead of lion throne blue. The arena cooperative elected him, by 11 votes, out of 21. One spoiled ballot had the words "absolutely not" written large enough to count as emotional participation. Casser accepts the result. Mostly. He places a sealed military dossier on Renn's desk, Western Command records. Bella Reach. Apparently the new Regency Council granted access after Casser threatened to testify publicly about how much Imperial history they were still hiding. Effective diplomacy. Renn opens the file. Most pages have been stripped. Naturally, but enough remains. Bella Reach was once the capital of the Western Arena Confederacy. Not an arena house, a city-state network. 2 centuries before the current empire consolidated the continent, different memorial engines existed under major fighting cities. The Imperial Colosseum preserved techniques through blood and voluntary martial imprint. Beller did something else. Its archive preserved defeat. Renn stops. Casser points toward the surviving translation. The 13th house discovered that warriors remember failure more sharply than victory. So their engine recorded the exact instant someone lost. Broken stance, missed timing, fear response, failed technique, everything. Instead of summoning perfect masters, Beller built combat echoes composed from accumulated mistakes. That sounds ridiculous. Then Renn understands. A fighter trained by victory shows what works. A fighter trained against thousands of failures learns what cannot be allowed to happen. Different philosophy. Potentially terrifying. The 13th house turned those failure archives into prediction engines. Show them a technique enough times, and they could model how it eventually breaks. Now Grave recalls hostile handshake makes sense. Renn's archive carries integrated mastery. Beller carries accumulated defeat. The two systems are structurally opposed. Casser turns another page. That is when the problem becomes much worse. The 13th house disappeared 87 years ago. Official history says Beller Reach fell to plague. Military history says the Western legions burned it. Varro appears without invitation. His eyes lock onto the document. Casser notices, then silently slides it toward him. The centurion reads. His reconstructed hand starts shaking. Renn says nothing. Varro flips 3 pages. Stops at a casualty list. Fort Res, Western 9th Legion. Command survivor Centurion Varro Dane. Only survivor. There it is. The man beside Renn survived Beller. At least once. Varro touches the line, then draws a second mark beneath it. Later, he went back. Casser looks at Renn. Renn asks when. Varro holds up 6 fingers. 6 years later, then points toward himself and makes the throat gesture. That is where he actually died. Except his official records place him in the arena decades afterward. Impossible. Unless the Varro who fought in the Colosseum was not the original, the room goes quiet. Varro points at the Beller dossier, then taps his own temple. Memory, he points at Renn. Then the Sector 9 control blade. Archive. Finally, he draws 2 identical figures side by side. One alive, one not. Casser understands first. Beller reconstructed him, not as an echo, as a living martial copy. A failure archive somehow rebuilt Varro after death and sent him back into the world. That is why his combat record contains gaps. Why his memory imprint reconstructs so cleanly. Why Beller scares him. Renn's entire model of the memorial engines changes again. Sector 9 preserves the dead. Beller can apparently manufacture continuity. Maybe flesh. Maybe possession. Maybe something worse. The bronze token on the desk starts vibrating. Varro turns. Too late. A crack opens through the metal. Black mist pours out. Toven is standing closest. The mist hits him. His body locks. Then Grave Recall screams. Not an alert. A full system shock. Toven drops to both knees. His outline distorts. One arm lengthens. His face flickers through expressions that are not his. Fear. Rage. Confusion. Hundreds of failed moments trying to overwrite one young fighter. Renn moves instantly. He grabs Toven's registration token. Personal anchor. Presses it against the boy's chest. Nothing. The foreign archive keeps pouring through. Varro raises his shield. Mira's chains snap around Toven's arms. Orin drives his sword into the floor beside him. Concord formation. Still not enough. This is exactly why Beller sent the token. Not invitation. Attack. A probe designed to infect the Imperial Archive through the weakest compatible imprint. Toven. Youngest. Least reconstructed history. Easiest to overwrite. Renn kneels. Stage 1 hits hard. He cannot overpower the foreign memory stream. Every attempt at grave recall pulls more failure fragments into the room. A swordsman missing a parry. A boxer freezing under pressure. A lancer falling from a horse. Hundreds of broken actions flash around them. Beller does not summon warriors. It weaponizes mistakes. Toven screams silently. Renn reads the pattern. Stage 2. The failures are not random. They arrive in response to resistance. Mira tightens a chain. Beller sends memories of chain users losing balance. Orin stabilizes his sword. Beller answers with failed sword guards. Varro braces. Beller produces shield breaks. It is counter-modeling them in real time. Exactly what the archive was built to do. So stop giving it techniques to counter. Renn releases grave recall. Varro lowers his shield. Mira drops the chains. Orin removes his sword. The Concord goes completely passive. Beller hesitates. Good. Renn places one hand against Toven's shoulder. No martial stance, no combat rhythm. Nothing optimized. Then he does the least sophisticated thing possible. He shoves the boy sideways. Toven topples over. The black mist misfires. Renn grabs his ankle, drags him across the floor. No technique. Casser stares. Renn keeps going. Crude movement. Ugly. Deliberately inefficient. Beller cannot predict a structure that refuses to become one. The foreign archive starts lagging. Toven's face stabilizes. There, the counter system has a weakness. It needs coherent technique. Renn switches again. He kicks the bronze token into a bucket. Borsk happens to be entering. He sees the situation. Does not ask questions. He dumps mop water over the token. The mist sputters. Perfect. The 13th house survives centuries only to get partially defeated by sanitation equipment. That feels appropriate. The token cracks completely. Black residue leaks into the water. Renn grabs the mop, then freezes. Cleaning establishes grave recall ownership. The old rule. If he cleans Beller residue, he may create a connection. Dangerous. Also exactly what they need. Varro sees the idea. He shakes his head violently. Renn ignores him. Naturally, he drags the mop through the black water. Cold enters his arms. Not Colosseum cold. Different. This feels empty. A notification burns across his mind. Foreign defeat imprint acquired. Incompatible archive fragment attempting classification. Then something appears. One person. A woman. White armor. Long spear. Face incomplete. Not the white spear from the current Beller scene. Older. Much older. She stands inside the training hall and looks directly at Renn. No rematch gesture. No attack. She simply raises her spear, then deliberately lets it fall. The weapon hits the ground. She points at the broken token, then west. After that, she draws 13 lines in the air. 12 vanish. 1 remains. 13th house. Then she touches her throat. A dark mark appears. Not injury. Collar. Control. Renn's gaze sharpens. The 13th house may not be the villain. It may be trapped too. The woman points toward Varro. He goes still. Recognition. Then she removes one spectral gauntlet. Beneath it sits a Legion tattoo. Western 9th. Same as Varro. Kasser swears quietly. Another reconstructed soldier. The Beller archive did not only copy Varro, it copied entire military personnel, perhaps hundreds. The woman points toward herself, then draws a circle around her head. Memory. Then breaks the imaginary circle with both hands. Corruption. Something is wrong with the archive, not simply hostile design. Broken governance. She reaches toward Renn. The foreign imprint begins collapsing. Before vanishing, she writes one word in black residue across the floor. Wake. Then she is gone. Toven sits up, immediately punches Renn in the arm, probably for dragging him across stone. Fair. Varro kneels beside the black word. His expression is worse than before. Renn asks who she was. The centurion draws a spear, then a crown. Not royalty, title, white spear. So the figure they just saw belongs to the same martial lineage as the woman currently reopening Beller's sealed stare. Maybe predecessor, maybe original, maybe first reconstructed template. The future rival seed is now tied directly to the deeper reveal. Good. No random mystery. The problem has shape. Kasser closes the dossier. He says the obvious thing. Nobody goes west until the Colosseum is secure. Renn agrees, then starts assigning work. Because this is not a heroic road trip story where everyone abandons governance after one mysterious token arrives. The archive needs quarantine rules, new foreign residue protocol, no unknown artifacts inside memorial halls. All incoming arena relics inspected, personal anchors cataloged. Toven's incident proves weaker echoes can be targeted. Renn establishes layered protection around the Concord. Varro becomes defensive coordinator. Mira hates the title. Mostly because Varro likes it. Oren starts testing whether foreign failure fragments can be isolated safely. Toven is banned from touching mysterious tokens. He responds by pointing at Renn. Fair criticism. Renn is also banned. Borsk writes that rule down personally. Over the following week, the Colosseum stabilizes further. The Regency recognizes its autonomous memorial charter. Imperial soldiers withdraw from internal security. Arena workers elect a permanent operations council. Living fighters start signing consent documents determining whether their martial imprints may remain after death. That last change matters most to Renn. No more automatic harvesting, no more blood ownership. A fighter chooses. Some refuse. Their residue gets cleaned normally and released. Others volunteer techniques for future generations. The memorial school becomes something the old arena kings may actually have intended. A place where skill outlives ego without stealing the person. Renn's official position changes too. The archaic title Master of the Colosseum gains legal authority. He still sleeps in the old worker quarters. Mostly because the official residence contains 13 rooms and he has no idea what anyone does with 12 unnecessary rooms. Selka takes one, without asking. Apparently problem solved. Kesta becomes head of external fighter relations. Kasser trains the new cooperative guard. Borsk runs everything that actually matters. And the Concord keeps evolving. Varro can now remain manifested for nearly an entire day while inside Colosseum grounds. Mira can travel through connected blood memory anchors across multiple arena sectors. Oren begins leaving instructional fragments inside practice weapons. Toven discovers that his registration token lets him manifest outside the Colosseum for short periods. That matters. Because travel west is coming, Renn starts preparing specifically for Belor, not through generic training. One mechanism, anti-prediction. If the 13th house learns by cataloging failure, then predictable perfection becomes a weakness. Renn needs controlled imperfection. He starts intentionally corrupting Gravewheel Concord, wrong step timing, false anchors, incomplete rotations, broken stance transitions that become attacks halfway through. At first it feels awful. Every instinct from Garran's old life hates sloppy movement. Varro hates it more. The Centurion physically smacks Renn with his shield every time the structure becomes too stupid. There is a difference between unpredictability and incompetence. That difference becomes the new training objective. Selka helps. Her air anchors make movement naturally variable. Kesta helps differently. Monster hunters already fight creatures with inconsistent anatomy, so her style contains adaptive ugliness professional duelists usually avoid. Even Borsk contributes. He watches Renn perform one elaborate false step sequence, then asks why he does not simply throw the staff. Renn stares. Borsk shrugs. Renn throws the staff. Selka gets hit in the shoulder. She looks deeply offended. Useful. The anti-Beller style begins forming from methods too crude, practical, or situational for formal schools. A cleaning worker's thrown tool, a beast hunter's broken range entry, a duelist's false directional anchor, a dead novice's basic reset, martial history at its least glamorous. Exactly the kind of information an archive obsessed with perfect failure models may underestimate. Meanwhile, the Western situation escalates. Couriers arrive from 3 towns east of Belor Reach. Travelers report fighters behaving strangely, not undead, living. People enter ruined amphitheaters, leave days later with different habits, different voices, different weapon preferences. One farmer claims his son returns from Belor knowing sword techniques despite never touching a blade. Another says her husband forgets his own name during combat. Memory reconstruction is leaking. Worse, every affected person dreams about the same underground arena. 13 doors, 12 locked. 1 open. That matches the token. The 13th house. The White Spear lineage. Something beneath Belor is trying to expand its compatible population. Not through death. Through overwrite, Renn marks every incident on the map. The spread forms a wheel. Broken at 4 points. Same symbol. The open eye sits exactly where Belor Reach does. There it is. The symbol is geographic, not just organizational. 4 roads, 1 center. The current White Spear is reopening the central stair. If she completes whatever lies below, the pattern may activate across the region. Renn no longer has the luxury of treating Belor as optional research. He prepares departure, not alone. Selka joins immediately, no discussion. Kesta stays behind to manage external fighters. Kasser wants to go, Renn refuses. The Colosseum needs someone capable of resisting another Imperial intervention. Kasser argues. Borsk sides with Renn. Argument over. Varro insists on going. Obviously. Mira too. Oren chooses to remain temporarily because he has started stabilizing instructional fragments for the school. Tovin wants to go. Everyone says no. Tovin produces his registration token, points west, then points at the black residue mark Belor used to attack him. He was targeted. That means he is already part of the problem. Renn hates that the kid is right. So Tovin comes. With restrictions. No touching mysterious anything. Tovin gives Renn a look. Apparently the rule remains hypocritical. The night before departure, the Colosseum closes early. Not dramatically. Workers simply finish cleaning. Training hall's empty. The smell of boiled beef and garlic drifts from the staff kitchen. Borsk makes stew because apparently becoming director of operations does not remove his belief that everyone under 25 is starving. Renn sits at a long maintenance table with Selka, Varro, Mira, and Tovin. Varro cannot eat. Mira keeps stealing bread anyway just to annoy people. Tovin discovers he can hold a spoon but not digest anything. He still tries. Selka asks whether this counts as haunting or bad table manners. Renn says both. Small moment. Specific. Quiet. Exactly what the coming expedition needs. Then a messenger arrives. Not mysterious. Uniformed Western courier. Dusty boots. Official seal. He carries a letter from Belor Reach. The sender signs only one title. White Spear. The message contains 11 words. The arena remembers Garran Voss. Bring Varro Dane before the 13th door opens. Nobody speaks for several seconds. Varro stands. His chair passes through his legs and falls over. The dead Centurion stares at his own name. Then at Renn. No ambiguity now. Belor knows exactly who they are. Renn folds the letter, places it beside the western map, then reaches for his staff. Not tomorrow. Now. Borsk sees the decision immediately. He hands Renn a travel cloak. Selka straps on her saber. Tovin pockets his bronze token. Mira coils her chains. Varro retrieves the shield bearing the crossed-out broken wheel. The Colosseum gates open after midnight. Renn steps through wearing no champion's armor, no imperial insignia. Just a black coat, a wooden staff, and the class the buried dead accidentally built from his murder. Behind him, the Imperial Colosseum remains lit. Ahead, the western road disappears into darkness. Belor Reach sits 6 days away. And somewhere, beneath its ruined amphitheater, the 13th door has already started opening. 6 days to Belor Reach becomes 4. Not because the road improves, because the road starts hunting them. Renn notices the first problem before sunrise on the second day. A wagon sits abandoned beside a dry irrigation ditch. No horse, no driver. No blood, just one broken wheel. Selka looks at it, then at Renn. The symbolism is not subtle. Varro stops moving entirely. His reconstructed shield tilts toward the wagon. Mira immediately uncoils one chain. Tovin reaches for his registration token, like that somehow counts as a weapon. Renn raises one hand. Nobody approaches. See, Beller's archive has already demonstrated exactly how it fights. It observes an action, catalogs the failure, then constructs a response around whatever structure it understands. Walking up to the suspicious wagon is technically an action, so Renn refuses to give it one. He leaves the road. Selka blinks, then follows him into the grass. Mira looks almost disappointed. 5 minutes later, the wagon attacks anyway. Not physically. The moment Renn's group passes 20 yards south, something rises behind it. A man. Living, barefoot, middle-aged. Farmer's clothes. He holds a cavalry saber like someone who has spent 30 years using one. Selka's hand moves toward her weapon. The man turns his head, then performs Casservale's opening Ironblood stance. Renn's gaze hardens. Wrong body, wrong class, right movement. The farmer has never trained with Casser, but Beller has seen that stance. Somehow, the man attacks. Fast, much too fast for an ordinary civilian. He plants his right foot. No aura, no reinforcement. But the movement pattern is perfect. Renn steps aside. The saber misses. The farmer instantly transitions into Selka's old Gale duelist shoulder line, then Varro's shield entry, then Mira's chain distance footwork despite holding no chain at all. Beller is stitching memories together, not mastering them. Testing them. Renn backs away. The farmer follows with a combination that should never exist. Casser's planted power stance into Selka's acceleration angle into Brannick's posture control. The body cannot support it. His knee tears. He keeps attacking. That confirms the worst part. The living carrier does not care whether the borrowed martial sequence destroys him. Beller is using people as disposable prediction shells. Selka moves. Renn stops her. Too late. The farmer turns toward the saber draw. Beller immediately changes him. His stance shifts into Renn's qualifier-era counter against Selka's directional burst. It remembers that too. Interesting. So the archive is not merely accessing ancient Bellor data. It has received information from the Imperial Colosseum recently. The bronze token was not only an attack, it was reconnaissance. Tovin's infection gave Beller a glimpse of the Concord. Every technique used during that incident may already be compromised. Renn recalibrates. No grave wheel. No Varro formation. No known counters. He drops the wooden staff. The farmer hesitates. Good. Then Renn takes off one boot. Selka stares. Mira covers her face with one hand. Tovin looks delighted. Renn throws the boot. The farmer parries it flawlessly, which is completely useless because Renn is already moving behind the boot. No stance, no formal entry. He simply tackles the man around the waist. The farmer starts executing a beautiful anti-grapple frame. Renn bites his sleeve and yanks sideways. Ugly. The frame fails. Selka actually laughs. The farmer tries shifting to a wrestling counter. Renn abandons the tackle immediately, kicks the healthy ankle, shoves the man's forehead, steps on the saber hand. No rhythm, no school, no coherent sequence. Beller keeps switching the host's posture to answer problems that disappear before they fully exist. The result looks ridiculous. The farmer looks like 6 masters fighting over one body. That becomes the weakness. The archive predicts technique. It struggles with intention that changes before form settles. Renn pins the man face down. Selka runs in only after the control is complete. She checks his pupils. Black ring around both irises. Same open eye pattern as the token. Varro approaches. The farmer sees him. Every muscle goes rigid. Then he speaks, not with his own voice. A woman's voice. Clear, cold. Centurion Dane. Varro's shield rises. The farmer smiles. Wrong expression. Still hiding behind the victor. Renn says nothing. Beller wants conversation. That means information exchange. Information exchange works both ways. The voice continues. The 13th door opens in 3 days. Renn finally asks one question. Why invite them? The farmer's mouth twitches. Because one of you already belongs here. Varro. Obviously. Too obvious. Renn does not accept the answer. He asks which one. The farmer's eyes shift. Not toward Varro. Toward Tovin. There. Everybody sees it. Tovin takes one step backward. The voice laughs through the farmer. Then the man's body collapses. No death. Just unconscious. The black rings disappear. Selka checks his pulse. Stable. Good. Beller can release carriers. That means not everyone affected needs killing. Important. Renn looks at Tovin. The boy points at himself, then makes an exaggerated, confused gesture. Fair. Why would Beller want a 17-year-old novice whose only notable achievement in life was dying unfairly? Unless that is exactly why. Failure archive. Tovin is almost pure, unrealized potential. Few victories, few polished habits, minimal fixed style. Beller may consider him unusually compatible. A blank template. Renn does not like that conclusion. Varro likes it even less. The old centurion moves closer to Tovin. Protective. No subtlety whatsoever. The group ties the farmer safely beneath the wagon shade and leaves water beside him. Then Renn changes route. Again, they stop using roads completely. Beller keeps trying anyway. The second carrier is a retired mason using Orin's sword footwork with a woodcutting axe. The third is a teenage shepherd whose body cycles through 7 defensive postures in 10 seconds. The fourth never attacks. She simply stands on a hill repeating Renn's name until the group passes. By the end of the day, the pattern is obvious. The closer they move toward Beller, the more precise the borrowed movements become. The archive is strongest near its center, and each encounter reveals another constraint. Beller cannot remotely create actual class abilities, only martial memory. It can reproduce Kasser's stance, not Ironblood reinforcement, Selka's geometry, not wind anchors, Mira's footwork, not spectral chains. That is good, but it can force bodies beyond normal safety limits to imitate physical requirements. That is bad. Very bad. By sunset, Selka asks how many carriers Beller could control at once. Renn looks across the hills. 3 distant figures are standing on separate ridgelines, watching. Apparently the answer is enough. They make camp inside an abandoned toll house. No fire, no obvious perimeter. Renn intentionally leaves the front door open. Selka hates it. That is why it stays open. Formal defense teaches Beller what they value. Instead, Mira runs a loose chain through the weeds 50 feet away. Varro sits inside the toll house, visible from the road. Tovin sleeps beneath the collapsed ticket counter. Renn lies on the roof. Nobody takes a conventional position. Around midnight, Beller tests them. A stone hits the open doorway. Varro does nothing. Second stone. Still nothing. A silhouette crosses the road. Mira does not move. Then another appears behind the toll house. Selka reaches for the saber. Renn taps the roof once. Wait. 2 figures. 3. 5. All living carriers. Different ages. Different weapons. None approach. They are waiting for response. So Renn gives them one. He starts snoring loudly. Selka looks up at the ceiling with absolute disgust. One carrier takes a step. Renn snores harder. Tovin understands. The dead boy immediately imitates him despite not breathing. Mira's shoulders start shaking. Even Varro looks offended by the tactical doctrine. The carriers remain outside for 20 minutes. Then leave. No useful defensive pattern acquired. Perfect. Beller wants clean data. Renn plans to feed it garbage. By morning, the anti-prediction method has a name among the group. Selka calls it trash fighting. Renn rejects that immediately. Mira enthusiastically agrees with Selka. Tovin draws a tiny garbage bin in the dust. Democracy remains a mistake. They continue west. Near noon, the ruined walls of Beller Reach finally appear. The city does not look dead. That is the problem. Smoke rises from chimneys. Market awnings cover the southern plaza. People move through narrow streets. Children carry water. Blacksmiths work. Normal life. Except every person stops at the same time when Renn's group reaches the outer milestone. Hundreds of heads turn, not gradually. Together, Selka's hand settles on her saber. Renn keeps walking. The townspeople resume movement, also together. Yeah. Absolutely normal. Beller Reach has no gate anymore, only 2 broken towers marking where one once stood. Between them stands a woman in white traveling armor, long silver spear, no helmet. Dark hair tied high. Her face is younger than Renn expected. Maybe 27, maybe 30, hard to tell. The spear beside her is ancient enough that age stops mattering. Varro sees her. His shield lowers half an inch. Recognition. Not the same woman from the foreign imprint, but close. Same stance. Same eyes. Same weapon lineage. The white spear of Beller. She introduces herself as Sarah Van. No long title. No courtly welcome. Then she looks directly at Varro and tells him he is 81 years late. Varro does not react. Sarah looks at Renn next, then at Tovin. Her expression tightens. That is interesting. Renn asks whether she sent the token. Sarah says no. Good. Not expected answer. She did send the letter. The token came from beneath the city, without permission, meaning Beller's archive is acting independently. There it is. The 13th house is not one person, possibly not even a surviving organization. The engine itself has agency. Renn asks why it targeted Tovin. Sarah looks toward the dead boy. Then says, because Tovin is the first clean failure Beller has sensed in generations. That phrase sounds terrible. She explains while walking, not as an info dump. Beller's streets provide the evidence. Every few blocks, people wear white cords around one wrist. Those cords mark citizens who have experienced memory bleed. Some forget names, some wake with combat habits, some inherit phobias from dead soldiers. Most recover, a few do not. Sarah leads them through a market where an elderly baker cuts dough using perfect knife fighter angles. He notices Renn watching, looks embarrassed, then deliberately switches hands. Beller's archive leaks. It has been leaking for decades. The White Spear lineage exists to contain it. Sarah is the current warden, not master, warden. That matters. The 13th house was originally created to study failed martial decisions, but eventually the archive reached a dangerous conclusion. Victory memories are biased. Survivors rationalize. Champions mythologize. Failure is cleaner. Failure records exactly what went wrong. So Beller kept collecting it. Battlefield defeats, duels, military retreats, training accidents, then emotional failures, hesitation, cowardice, regret, missed chances. The system stopped distinguishing combat failure from human failure. That is when everything broke. Renn watches a young woman suddenly freeze beside a fountain. Her hand reaches towards someone who is not there. Then Sarah touches the white cord around her wrist. The woman blinks, recovers. Memory bleed. The archive is no longer preserving technique. It is preserving unfinished moments. Tovin becomes much more important. His death contains almost no completed martial identity, but it contains one enormous unresolved event. He never got the fair fight he entered the arena for. His whole imprint is unfinished. Beller loves unfinished things. That explains why it grabbed him. The archive sees Tovin as ideal material. Not because he is weak, because he represents a failure with no resolution encoded into it. Except Renn gave him one. The rematch. The smile. The voluntary imprint. That may make Tovin something Beller has never encountered. A failure that continued after death and changed meaning. Sarah confirms it with one sentence. The door thinks he is proof that failure can be rewritten. Tovin stares, then points at Renn. Exactly. Renn did that accidentally. More accurately, Grave Recall did it through relationship. That is the ideological collision between the archives. Beller records failure as final data. The Colosseum lets dead fighters keep learning. One system freezes mistakes. The other allows change after death. No wonder they reject each other. Varro finally moves. He walks directly towards Sarah, then points at Fortress. She nods. Yes. She knows. Then Varro points at himself. Original? Sarah's expression changes. No. She tells him the truth physically. She takes them to a memorial wall near the Western Plaza. Hundreds of military tags are embedded in black stone. One belongs to Varro Dane, Western 9th Legion, killed at Fort Ress, 6 years after surviving the first Belor Purge. Then beneath it sits another tag, same name, different date, Arena Citizen Registry, died decades later. 2 deaths, 1 man. Varro touches both. His entire body flickers. Sarah explains that after the first death, Beller reconstructed Varro as what the old house called a correction vessel, not undead. Not clone exactly. A living body assembled around archived martial memory and biological residue. The reconstructed Varro believed he survived, because the archive gave him continuity. He returned to the world, lived decades, retired, entered the Colosseum, then died again. The Varro beside Renn is therefore the martial imprint of a reconstructed man carrying memories from an original man who died earlier. Even the explanation sounds ridiculous. Varro handles it better than most living people would. He stares at both tags, then knocks his shield against the wall once. Still him. Renn understands. Identity by continuity, not origin, good enough. Sarah looks almost relieved. She expected existential collapse. She clearly does not know Varro. The old man has spent months teaching a reincarnated champion inside a janitor's body while existing as a dead combat echo. His standards for normal are gone. Then the ground moves, not shakes. Moves. Every stone in the plaza shifts 1 inch toward the central amphitheater. People freeze. White cords tighten around wrists. Sarah's face changes. The 13th door. Early. She turns. A deep bell rings beneath the city. Once. Then again. 13 times. On the 13th toll, every person with a white cord drops whatever they are holding and starts walking toward the ruined amphitheater. Hundreds. No panic. No screaming. Just movement. The archive is calling compatible failures home. Tovin takes one involuntary step with them. Varro catches him. The boy struggles. Not consciously. His registration token glows black. Renn grabs it. The pull travels through his arm. Beller recognizes the anchor. Then the interface behind his eyes erupts foreign memorial engine requesting arbitration. Incompatible Victor authority detected. 13th door requires unresolved imprint. Requires. Tovin is not merely useful, he is a key. Sarah swears, then runs. No explanation needed. Everyone follows. The ruined amphitheater sits at the exact center of Belor Reach. Half the seating has collapsed. White grass grows through cracked stone. At the arena floor, the ancient spear Renn saw reacting in the distant cutaway still stands embedded in black rock. Sarah reaches it, pulls. The spear comes free. The entire arena opens. 13 stone panels retract around the floor. 12 reveal sealed stairways. One stands open. Below it, complete darkness. Broken wheel symbol carved above. The eye at its center is open. Hundreds of compelled citizens continue approaching. Sarah plants the spear. A white barrier spreads across the arena entrance. The first citizens hit it. Stop. Then start pushing. No violence. Yet. Renn studies the structure. 12 sealed doors. One open. 13th house. The earlier symbol suddenly becomes obvious. The broken wheel is not geographic alone. It is architectural. 12 spokes once formed separate archive functions. The 13th sits at the center. Control. Or correction. Sarah says the central door has never opened during her lifetime. Varro looks at the black stair, then starts walking toward it. Renn catches his shoulder. The centurion points below. He remembers. Not consciously. But something inside him recognizes the path. Good. That makes him guide. Tovin points below too. Bad. That makes him target. Renn makes a decision. Selka stays above with Sarah. Protect civilians. Do not fight unless necessary. Every formal combat response gives Beller more data. Selka hates being left behind. Then sees the hundreds of civilians pressing against the barrier. Argument over. Mira stays too. Her chains can control crowds without cutting anyone. Renn goes below with Varro and Tovin. 3 people. 1 living. 2 dead. Terrible expedition composition. Perfect. The stair descends farther than Sector 9 ever did. Walls covered with carvings. Not victories, defeats. A swordsman dropping his blade. A commander ordering retreat. A gladiator surrendering. A child hiding beneath a table. A healer failing to stop bleeding. Human moments preserved without mercy. Tovin slows. The archive whispers around him, not words. Possibilities. Versions of the match where he dies differently, runs away, begs. Kills demos first, never registers. Each failure variant tries attaching itself to his imprint. Renn places one hand on the boy's shoulder. Personal anchor. The bronze registration token remains pressed against Tovin's chest. He stabilizes. Varro leads. Then the first guardian appears. Not a person. A composite. 10 different fighters occupying one translucent body. Every limb uses a different style. The face changes every second. Beller's answer to grave recall. Not individual teachers. Statistical opponent. The thing raises a sword. Then immediately adapts to Renn's stance before he even moves. Perfect prediction. Fine. Renn drops his stance. Guardian changes. He slouches. Guardian changes again. Renn scratches his neck. Guardian's shoulder twitches. It is modeling everything. Too fast. Then Varro walks forward. Shield down. The Guardian changes into an anti-shield spear posture. Varro throws the shield away. The Guardian switches. Tovin runs straight past both of them. No technique. The Guardian hesitates. Renn laughs once. Not because it is funny. Because the answer is stupid. They do not need to defeat the Guardian. They need to fail to fight it. All 3 sprint past. The composite attacks. Varro ducks awkwardly. Renn kicks the wall and falls sideways. Tovin crawls between its legs. Absolute garbage. The Guardian freezes. Its model cannot determine what victory condition they are pursuing. Because there is none. They are just leaving. Beller's first perfect combat construct gets defeated by being ignored. Selka is never hearing the full version. They descend deeper. Second Guardian. This one does not attack. It shows memories. Renn sees Garran's banquet. Severan smiling. Poison cup. Same scene, but different endings. One where Garran kills Severan before collapsing. One where he exposes the poison publicly. One where he refuses the banquet. One where he takes the throne. Beller is presenting failures. Possible better choices. For 1 second, the temptation is real. Not emotional regret exactly. Strategic obsession. Could Garran have solved it? Could he have noticed earlier? Could 11 years have ended differently? The archive wants him to stop here. Study. Analyze. Become trapped inside correction. Renn sees the mechanism. Every alternative assumes perfect information after the fact. That is not learning. That is punishment disguised as analysis. He walks past. No answer. No denial. Past cannot be rerun. Only current action exists. Varro faces his own memory next. Fort Ress. Original death. Then reconstructed life. He sees dozens of paths where his first self survives. The Centurion pauses, longer than Renn likes. Then Tovin takes his hand. Simple. Varro looks down, Tovin points forward. Not back. Varro follows. Good. The weakest fighter keeps solving Beller's strongest traps. That is becoming a pattern. At the bottom, the 13th door waits. Not an actual door anymore. A circular chamber. White stone. 13 empty seats surrounding a central pit. 12 seats contain skeletal remains. One is empty. Sarah's lineage did not maintain the house. It survived outside it. The original 13th house died here. All except one position. At the center of the pit floats a black sphere made of overlapping memory fragments. Faces. Hands. Weapons. Failures. Millions of them. The open eye. Beller itself. Tovin steps forward involuntarily. The empty 13th seat lights up. There it is. Beller does not want him as fuel. It wants him as administrator. A new 13th. The system reaches. Renn clearly now, foreign archive lacks living correction authority. Unresolved adaptive imprint identified. Succession attempt initiated. Adaptive imprint. Tovin. Because he failed. Died. Returned as an echo. Learned after death. Changed. Beller thinks he can solve its central contradiction. Failure frozen forever versus failure allowed to evolve. It is not entirely wrong. That makes this much more dangerous. If Tovin takes the seat, he might gain control, or get swallowed by millions of unresolved failures. Renn has no intention of testing that blindly. The black sphere opens. A figure steps out. White armor. Ancient spear. The woman from the token. Original white spear. Not Sarah. The predecessor. She looks at Varro first, then Tovin, then Renn. Her voice finally works. She says the archive has waited 87 years for someone who can prove a failed life remains editable after death. Tovin qualifies. Renn asks what happens to him if he accepts. The white spear answers plainly. She does not know. Good. At least the dead are honest here. Varro raises his shield. The woman points toward him, then says he was their first failed attempt. Correction vessel. Living reconstruction. Technically successful. Philosophically useless. Varro returned with the same memories and same habits. Beller rebuilt a person. It did not prove a failure could become something else. Tovin did. He died weak. Returned weak. Then learned. Formed relationships. Improved. Chose. That is the missing proof. The 13th house wants to restructure the entire archive around him. Renn looks at the sphere. Millions of failures. Then Tovin. One kid. No chance. Not like this. He asks whether the archive can be changed without seating Tovin. The white spear says no known method. Known. Important word. Renn walks toward the pit. Beller immediately generates predictive constructs around him. 10, 20, 50. Everyone designed around grave wheel, anchor step, concord formation, dirty anti-prediction patterns, even the boot throw. Apparently that one made the database. Terrible legacy. The constructs surround him. Stage 1. Overwhelming. Renn cannot beat a system that already studied every technique he has displayed, so he does not try to produce a new one. Stage 2. Read the situation. Beller's core has one assumption built into everything. Failure must belong to one person, one action, one decision, one correction, individual data. That is why it wants a 13th administrator, one mind to resolve many mistakes. Sector 9 taught the opposite. Martial knowledge can become collaborative. Varro learns from Mira learns from Orin. Tovin learns from all of them. Renn's greatest power is not a technique, it is shared reconstruction. Beller keeps looking for one perfect correction. Maybe it needs many imperfect ones. Renn raises the first custodian ring, not as authority, as memorial anchor. Then he cleans the blood still dried inside its split edge. Cassers. Grave recall opens. Varro stabilizes. A distant line forms toward the surface. Mira answers. Then Orin. Far away in the Imperial Colosseum, the connection crosses hundreds of miles. Thin. Impossible. The black control blade in Renn's travel pack heats up. The Imperial Archive recognizes a foreign memorial request. Beller reacts violently. Hostile handshake again. Renn forces nothing. He simply opens both sides. One archive built from mastery, one built from failure. Let them see each other. The chamber explodes with memories. Varro winning. Varro losing. Mira mastering chains. Mira missing. Orin succeeding. Orin dying. Tovin failing. Tovin learning. Casser dominating. Casser submitting. Selka adapting. Renn himself dying undefeated. There is the contradiction. Garran Voss never lost in the arena, still failed completely outside it. Combat victory did not protect him. Tovin lost almost everything, still became essential. Failure and victory are not final categories. They are states inside longer processes. Beller's core cannot parse it. The predictive constructs flicker. Stage 3. Renn uses no attack. He sends one thing into the archive. The Concord Principle. Not obedience, not ownership. Shared revision. The white spear's eyes widen. The black sphere begins fragmenting. Millions of failures separate into individual imprints instead of statistical aggregates. For the first time, Beller stops treating mistakes as one giant predictive model. It starts remembering the people who made them. The 12 skeletal seats crack. The empty 13th seat remains. Tovin looks at it, then does something nobody expects. He sits. Renn moves. Varro stops him. Wait. Tovin places his bronze registration token on the seat. Not himself. Personal anchor. The chair accepts it. Then Tovin stands back up. Refusal and participation simultaneously. He will help. He will not become Belor. Perfect. The archive hesitates. Then rewrites the succession condition. A notification burns through both memorial systems. Centralized correction authority rejected. Distributed adaptive council pathway detected. There it is. Payoff. Not 1/13th. Many. Exactly what Renn did to Sector 9. Beller adopts the same decentralization principle. The black sphere breaks completely. Not destroyed. Reorganized. Millions of memory fragments spread across the 13 seats. The skeletal remains dissolve. The original white spear lowers her weapon, then kneels to Tovin. He panics and tries to make her stand up. Naturally. Varro laughs silently. First time Renn has ever seen it. Then Beller's buried city changes. Above, every white cord around every infected citizen goes slack. People stop pushing against Sarah's barrier. Memory bleed fades. Not cured completely. Stabilized. The carriers regain control. The baker remembers his own knife grip. The farmer from the road wakes beneath the wagon with no idea why his knee hurts. And Severan watches the broken wheel symbol above the arena close its central eye, not shut forever, resting. Stage 4. The consequence is enormous. Beller Reach now has a functional memorial archive again, but not a predictive weapon, a correction school. Fighters can examine failures voluntarily, not be consumed by them. Living people can study what went wrong without inheriting identities. The White Spear lineage no longer has to suppress leaks alone. And Varro receives something unexpected. The archive offers him his original memory set, the life before Reconstruction, everything lost at Fort Ress. He stands before the floating fragment, does not take it immediately. Renn asks why. Varro points at himself, then at the memory. Different. Exactly. He is not incomplete simply because an earlier version existed. Eventually, he takes only one piece. The memory of why he returned to Beller 6 years after surviving the first purge. A promise, not to the military, to the original White Spear. He had promised to destroy the Central Archive if it ever began using civilians. Then Beller killed him before he could. His reconstructed self never remembered the promise. Now it is fulfilled anyway. Different man, same direction. Good enough. Back above, Sarah meets them at the amphitheater floor. She sees Tovin carrying the ancient registration token, now marked with a tiny broken wheel around its edge. Her expression goes completely blank. The dead novice is technically Beller's first distributed council member. Tovin looks thrilled. Renn looks tired. Varro looks smug. Terrible outcome. Sarah asks what happens now. Renn says Beller writes its own rules. With consent. No involuntary carriers, no overwrite, no forced reconstruction. Failure records separated from identity records. Sarah agrees. Then asks who has authority to enforce that. Tovin raises his hand. Everyone ignores him. Reasonable. The actual answer becomes a joint warden council. Sarah for the living city. The original White Spear imprint for the archive. Tovin as external adaptive representative whenever he is physically present. And Varro as liaison, because apparently dying twice does qualify someone for administrative experience. He hates the title instantly. Perfect. The Beller crisis is resolved, not destroyed. Integrated, and only then does Renn finally address the larger problem. The 13th house was not the final unknown. Because Beller's records contain maps, old memorial maps, many. The Imperial Colosseum and Beller Reach are only 2 surviving nodes. 5 others are marked as destroyed, 3 as dormant. 1 has no status at all. The location sits far north beneath the frozen military city of Arkenfall. Its symbol is not a wheel, not a blade, a mouth, closed. Renn stares at it. No immediate journey, no dramatic departure. 1 crisis at a time. He copies the map, then closes the archive. Beller needs rebuilding. The Imperial Colosseum needs him back. Tovin needs supervision before he accidentally becomes mayor of somewhere else. They remain in Beller for 12 days. Specific work. Sarah establishes consent protocols based on the Colosseum model. Selka trains local wardens in mobile restraint so memory bleed victims can be stopped without injury. Varro spends hours comparing his reconstructed life with military records, mostly to identify false memories Beller inserted for continuity. Tovin holds beginner sessions for citizens recovering from borrowed combat habits. The boy who once could not survive a novice arena bout now teaches people how to separate their own movement from inherited movement. Quietly perfect, Renn spends most nights beneath the 13th chamber with the original white spear, not training harder. Testing one mechanism, cross-archive exchange. Can Beller send failure records to the Colosseum without identity contamination? Can Sector 9 send mastery records back without overpowering local context? First attempt fails. Second almost infects Orin with somebody else's sword phobia. Third works for 3 seconds. Enough. By the 10th night, the two archives exchange a single complete lesson. Orin sends a successful parry. Beller returns 12 documented ways that same parry fails against different weapon weights. Orin receives both. Then modifies the technique. That is the future, not victory archive versus failure archive. Mastery plus correction. Renn sees it immediately. A continental school network. Dangerous if centralized, powerful if distributed. Exactly why nobody should control all nodes. Including him. Good. On the final evening, Sarah invites the group to eat in the rebuilt Western Plaza. Actual food. Roasted lamb, charred onions. Flatbread with salt. Beller citizens eat beside reconstructed military imprints who now appear only through consent stations. A dead cavalry officer argues silently with a living butcher about knife grip. Children chase spectral birds produced accidentally from archived battlefield memories. Nobody knows whether those birds are historically accurate. Nobody cares. Varro sits beside Sarah. The current Whitespear asks him whether he feels like he came home, Varro thinks, then points east. The Colosseum, that is home now, simple. Sarah nods. No dramatic emotion dump. Good. Tovin receives a white cord from Beller's citizens, not the old containment version. This one has 13 small knots. He wears it beside his bronze tournament token. Mira, manifested remotely for only a few minutes through the archive link, immediately asks through gestures whether he plans to collect accessories from every haunted city. Tovin considers that seriously. Terrible sign. The next morning they leave. Beller Reach remains behind them, stable, independent. Awake. Halfway to the capital, a courier catches up. Not mysterious. Official Colosseum writer, Borsk seal. Renn opens the message. 3 developments. First, Severan's tribunal has concluded. Permanent imprisonment confirmed. No restoration faction strong enough to overturn it. Good. Second, the new fighter-owned arena cooperative is profitable. Kasser apparently hates accounting more than combat. Expected. Third, someone visited the Colosseum asking for Renn. Not a hidden stranger. Not an unnamed shadow. A young woman carrying a northern military badge from Arkenfall. She refused to give her full name, only rank. Archive examiner, 3rd Frost Battalion. Then she placed a sealed metal case on Renn's desk. The case is covered in bite marks. From the inside, Renn reads that line twice. Selka leans over, then slowly moves her face away from the letter. Reasonable. The northern dormant node is apparently not dormant anymore. That becomes the first future movement. Not a cliffhanger. Beller is solved. The Colosseum is stable. The current arc has an ending, but the network is waking, one node at a time. Then Varro stops walking. He looks north, not toward the road. Toward the mountains barely visible through morning haze, the crossed-out broken wheel mark on his shield fades, completely. Beller's old enemy symbol finally releases him. In its place, a new tiny pattern appears. 13 open marks around a single empty center. Distributed authority. He touches it. Then gives Renn one nod. His Beller story is done. At least this part. Tovin walks ahead. Trips over a root. Falls face first. Gets up immediately and pretends nothing happened. Selka asks whether Beller recorded that failure. Tovin looks horrified. Renn keeps walking. For once, the narrator has to admit the answer is probably yes. 4 days later, the Imperial Colosseum gates come into view. Workers line the entrance. Not ceremonial soldiers. Cleaners, porters, trainers, medics, fighters. Borsk stands in front holding a clipboard. No cheering speech. He simply looks at Renn's travel-stained coat and tells him Sector 7 has a drainage problem. Renn hands him the Beller Treaty. Borsk hands him a mop. Balance restored. Inside, the Colosseum feels different. Home. Varro disappears toward the training hall. Tovin runs after a group of novices. Selka claims she needs sleep and immediately steals someone else's coffee. Renn enters his old office. The Beller map now hangs beside the Memorial Network copy. The bronze 13th house token rests safely behind glass. No blood, no mist. No problems. For approximately 30 seconds. Then Renn sees the metal case from Arkenfall. Large, black, frost around the edges despite summer heat. Deep bite marks dent the lid from inside. A northern military seal hangs unbroken across the latch. Beside it sits a short note from the archive examiner. Do not open near the dead. Reasonable instruction. Varro manifests behind Renn, reads it, then looks at the case. Mira appears through the Beller relay. Oren walks in carrying a practice sword. Tovin arrives last. 4 dead companions, all standing directly beside the box. Renn looks at the note again, then at them. The conquered collectively takes 1 step backward. Progress. Our Necromancer places the black control blade across the desk. Beller's new 13-knot cord lies beside it. 2 archives connected. 1 Western crisis resolved. 1 Northern problem waiting. Renn does not open the case. Not yet. He first takes the mop Borsk gave him. Walks back towards Sector 7. Because the master of the Colosseum still has a drainage problem to fix. And whatever is biting the inside of that northern box can wait until the floor is clean. The thing inside the Arkenfall case stops biting 3 minutes after Renn starts mopping. That is somehow worse. Sector 7's drainage problem turns out to be a collapsed iron grate packed with sand, wax, and enough old bandages to explain why the workers have been complaining for a week. Renn kneels beside it with both sleeves rolled up while Borsk supervises from a safe distance and contributes absolutely nothing except criticism. Then every memorial echo in the corridor freezes. Varro's shield stops halfway through a training motion. Oren turns toward the upper floor. Mira materializes through the Beller relay without being called. Tovin drops the broom he has been pretending to help with. Silence. Renn looks up. The dead are listening to something the living cannot hear. Then the northern case screams. Not an animal noise. Metal, like hundreds of teeth scraping the inside of a coffin at once. Workers across the Colosseum stop moving. The black control blade on Renn's belt becomes painfully cold. Beller's 13-knot cord tightens around Tovin's wrist. And somewhere beneath the arena, Sector 9 answers with 1 massive pulse. Renn gets to his feet. Apparently, the drainage problem is no longer the most urgent maintenance issue. Borsk points at the unfinished grate. Renn tells him to bill Arkenfall. The old steward nods solemnly. Fair. They reach the office to find frost spreading beneath the sealed case. Not across the lid, away from it. Thin white lines creep over the desk, down the legs, and across the stone floor in branching patterns. Every branch terminates beneath a memorial artifact. Varro's old Legion tag, Tovin's registration token, the black Victor blade, Brannick's broken custodian ring, Beller's bronze token. The case is mapping dead anchors. There, first clue. Whatever sits inside does not merely react to necromancy. It detects memorial identity. Selka arrives with 1 hand on her saber. Kasser comes behind her carrying no weapon, which means he expects something worse than combat. Kesta brings the archive examiner. The young woman from Arkenfall finally gives her name. Neris Quell, short silver-brown hair. Heavy northern military coat despite the summer heat. 3 fingers on her left hand are wrapped in black cloth. She sees the frost, then curses. Renn asks whether that is the professional assessment. Neris says the professional assessment is much longer and contains worse language. Good. She fits in. The examiner tells everyone not to touch the box. Tovin immediately hides both hands behind his back. Progress. Neris kneels beside the frost without crossing it, then explains through action. She removes a brass tuning fork from her coat, strikes it lightly against the floor. The note rings. Inside the case, something strikes back. Same note. Neris hits a higher pitch. The answer comes higher. She changes rhythm. The case copies it perfectly. Renn's expression hardens. Not teeth. Imitation. The Northern Archive is testing input. Neris confirms it. Arkenfall's memorial engine does not preserve victory like the Colosseum. It does not preserve failure like Belor. It preserves opposition. Every time soldiers fought something the northern city could not identify, the archive recorded the hostile response. Monster adaptation, enemy countermeasures, predator behavior, siege reactions, anything trying to overcome human action. Over centuries, Arkenfall became a catalog of things that learned how to kill people back. Excellent. So the third archive is basically paranoia with infrastructure. Neris says that is unfair, then pauses. Actually, it is fairly accurate. The 3rd Frost Battalion guards the site, or guarded it. 3 weeks ago, the deepest chamber opened, not because anyone activated it, because something inside recognized activity from other memorial nodes. Sector 9 waking, Beller reorganizing. The network is no longer dormant. The engines are noticing one another. That explains the case. Arkenfall sent out what Neris calls a counterseed, a compressed hostile memory sample used by the Northern Archive to evaluate unfamiliar systems. Normally, counterseeds never leave the city. This one appeared inside a locked military vault already labeled with Renn Calder's name. That gets the room quiet. Renn looks at Neris. She says she had the same reaction. Less calmly, the case suddenly dents outward. Once. Mira's chains rise. Vero brings the shield forward. Orin shifts his stance. Renn raises one hand. Nobody engages. Beller taught them what happens when an archive receives clean combat data. So they give Arkenfall nothing. The case dents again. Then a third time. Neris says there is one more problem. Of course there is. The counterseed was empty when she departed. Renn looks at the bite marks. Empty objects generally have fewer teeth, Neris agrees. Somewhere during the journey, it filled itself. With what? Nobody knows. That is why the seal remains intact. The box has not been opened since Arkenfall. Whatever entered did so through memorial resonance. No physical access. Renn's gaze moves toward the artifacts targeted by Frost. The case has been sampling connected archives remotely. Sector 9. Beller. Maybe more. Then Tovin's registration token lifts from his pocket. Everyone turns. The bronze disc floats 6 inches into the air. Tovin grabs for it. Renn catches his wrist first. Do not. The token rotates. Its Beller wheel glows. Then the case answers. 1. Dent. 2. 3. 13. The frost pattern changes. A broken wheel appears around the box. Beller signature. Then blue light traces 3 circles through it. Colosseum signature. Then both symbols get crossed by a new shape. A jagged mouth. Arkenfall. 3 archives. 1 composite. The counterseed is constructing an interface between them. Neris goes pale. She tells Renn to evacuate the memorial halls. Immediately. That is enough. No debate. Borsk starts moving before the sentence ends. Training rings clear. Living fighters sent above ground. Workers seal archive corridors. Kasser takes the western exits. Kesta handles the eastern galleries. Selka stays with Renn. Neris does too. The Concord remains. They are not technically alive enough to evacuate properly. Tovin points that out proudly. Nobody is impressed. The case opens itself. The military seal remains unbroken. The lid simply splits along a seam that did not exist before. Black frost pours out. No creature emerges. At first, inside lies a human tooth. Just one. Old, yellowed, completely ordinary. Neris stares at it. Then her face changes. She recognizes the object. It belonged to no soldier, no monster, no archived enemy. The tooth comes from Arkenfall's deepest chamber. It is part of something the Frost Battalion calls the First Opposition. Renn waits. Neris hates saying the next part. Nobody knows what the First Opposition was, only what the archive remembers about fighting it. Every expedition record older than the Empire describes the same phenomenon. Weapons forget how to cut it. Fire stops recognizing it as fuel. Magic targeting slips away. Fighters lose the ability to interpret its movements. Not invisibility. Worse. Adaptive negation. The more something is used against it, the less that thing functions the next time. The ancient northern armies never killed it. They buried one fragment under Arkenfall and built an archive around studying how it countered them. That archive became the mouth node, a memorial engine whose entire identity is opposition. Renn looks at the tooth. Small fragment, huge problem, then the tooth twitches. Tovin disappears, not fades, disappears. His token drops. Vero spins. Mira lashes a chain at empty air. Orin draws. Renn feels the grave recall connection still active. Tovin exists, but the room cannot recognize where. There it is. The fragment is not attacking his body. It is attacking the link that lets others interpret him. Tovin becomes an unresolved presence. Renn closes his eyes. Grave recall should find him. Nothing. The system produces scrambled output, companion imprint, present, localization, invalid, memorial relationship under active contradiction. Active contradiction. Perfect description. Vero slams his shield against the floor. 1 pulse. No response. Mira sends chains across every corner. Nothing. Selka says Tovin's name. The sound comes out wrong. Not pronunciation. Meaning. For 1 second, everyone hears the name and cannot remember who it refers to. Renn's expression changes. This is not just combat adaptation. The First Opposition negates relational recognition. That makes it uniquely dangerous to his entire power system. Grave recall depends on identity. Blood belongs to someone. Artifacts anchor someone. Training reconstructs someone. Conquered depends on companions knowing one another. If the fragment attacks relational links, it can dismantle his class without ever fighting. That is the climax threat. And Chekhov is already loaded. Beller taught controlled imperfection. Sector 9 taught shared reconstruction. Tovin's entire existence proved identity can continue through changed states. Now all of that matters. Renn does not search for Tovin directly. That would reinforce a broken query. Instead, he picks up the boy's bronze registration token. He remembers the first night, not as nostalgia, as data. 17 years old. Independent contract. Bad guard. Simple jab. One clean strike. A smile. Renn places the token on the floor, then intentionally recreates the exact terrible novice stance Tovin used when he first rose from the dead. Varro sees it, understands. He copies the stance, wrongly on purpose. Mira follows. Awful. Oren looks personally offended, but eventually lowers his sword and imitates the same basic guard. 4 different people. Same crude memory. The room changes. A faint outline appears between them. Tovin, not located through system authority, reconstructed through shared recognition. There, Concord principle. Identity distributed across relationships. The first opposition can negate one link. Not every remembered link simultaneously. Tovin becomes visible. Half transparent. Furious, he points at the tooth. Then makes a throat-cutting gesture. Apparently diplomacy has ended. The tooth cracks. Black frost erupts upward. Something forms around it. Human-sized. No stable anatomy. Every time the eye tries to settle on a shape, it changes. Tall. Short. Armored. Bare. Male. Female. Beast-like. Then ordinary. The brain keeps losing the answer. Neris backs away. First opposition fragment. Not the original entity. Enough of its counter pattern reconstructed through Archenfall to create an adaptive echo. And because the counterseed sampled Beller and Sector 9 during transit, it already knows the group's primary methods. The thing looks at Varro. A shield forms on its arm. Looks at Mira. Chains. Looks at Oren. Sword. Looks at Tovin. Nothing. Interesting. It still cannot classify him cleanly. Then it looks at Renn, and smiles with Garran Voss's face. Yeah, that is unpleasant. The fragment attacks. Varro intercepts, shield against shield. The first collision holds. Second collision passes straight through Varro's defense. His shield suddenly forgets how to stop the copy. Adaptive negation. Mira lashes. First chain catches. Second slides through as if both objects cannot agree they are touching. Oren strikes. Initial cut lands. The wound closes before the blade exits. Every repeated method decays. Stage 1. The Concord gets absolutely dismantled. Varro loses half an arm. Mira's chains vanish section by section. Oren's sword becomes transparent. Tovin tries a tackle. The fragment sidesteps, then copies the same tackle and throws him. Renn enters. Gravewheel step. First rotation works. He redirects the copied Garran punch. Second rotation fails. The fragment has already learned the anchor relationship. It changes its weight mid-motion. Renn gets smashed across the room. Back hits the wall. Breath gone. The staff falls. Selka attacks from above. Air anchor. The fragment takes the cut, then turns. On her second gale movement, the air anchor collapses before forming. Selka lands badly. Neris throws a silver northern spike. First one penetrates the shoulder. Second bends in midair. Third falls harmlessly. No repeated solution. The creature is deleting strategy through exposure. Exactly what ancient armies encountered. Renn wipes blood from his lip. No panic. Read. Every adaptation has a cost. It must recognize the repeated category first. Shield. Chain. Sword. Anchor. Air movement. Projectile. Once categorized, it negates. So the answer is not simply randomness. Beller already taught that. Controlled imperfection can delay prediction. But this thing adapts even to ugly actions once repeated. They need a method that never becomes the same category twice. Impossible for one fighter, not impossible for many. Renn looks at the Concord. That is the deeper purpose. Shared revision. Varro knows structure. Mira range. Oren timing. Tovin reset. Selka directional anchors. Neris northern countermeasure tools. Renn integration. 7 minds. 1 sequence. But the sequence cannot repeat. Every action must change the definition of the next. A living technique that destroys its own pattern after use. There. The climax skill is not Gravewheel Concord as previously completed. It is its final evolution, not a wheel. A wheel repeats. The first opposition would learn it. They need a wheel that never closes the same way. Renn reaches for the Black Victor blade, not to fight, to establish archive access. Sector 9 responds. Thousands of consenting martial imprints stir beneath the Colosseum. Neris realizes what he is considering. She tells him exposing the fragment to more techniques will make it stronger. Correct. If he sends techniques, he sends choices instead. No full manifestations, no army flooding the room. Only micro-imprints. One fighter remembers ducking instead of blocking. Another remembers dropping a weapon intentionally. Another changes grip. Another stops halfway through a kick. Tiny decisions. Thousands. Beller receives the request through Tovin's cord. The Western Archive answers with failure variants. Not technique. Alternative endings. Sector 9 offers what fighters did. Beller offers what went wrong. Renn stands between both. Then he creates something neither archive has alone. Adaptive divergence. One action. Immediately revised by its failure. Then revised again by someone else's success. No movement ever repeats exactly. The system behind his eyes starts overheating multi-archive synthesis, exceeds recognized class boundary, grave recall attempting live consensus model. Good. Push. The fragment attacks. Vero moves first, not shield block. He throws the shield horizontally. The first opposition categorizes projectile. Mira catches the shield with a chain before impact. Category changes. Now tethered weapon. Orin strikes the chain, not the fragment. Timing changes. The shield drops. Tovin kicks it off the ground. Improvised rebound. Selka creates an air anchor behind it. The shield accelerates sideways. Neris throws a spike into the shield rim. Its weight shifts. Renn steps onto it. Now it becomes footing. 7 actions. 1 object. No repeated identity. The fragment hesitates. First delay. Renn launches from the moving shield. No grave wheel. He starts a punch. Beller supplies the failure path. The fragment prepares the counter. Renn abandons the punch. Varro's surviving hand catches his wrist and redirects him. Mira's chain catches his belt. Selka anchors the chain upward. Renn changes vertical line. Orin taps the staff from the floor into his hand. Tovin shoves his heel before landing. Neris strikes the black blade against stone. Archive pulse. Renn arrives from an angle nobody began planning. The staff hits the fragment's ribs. First clean strike. The creature adapts. Good. That specific route is dead now. They never use it again. The system finally names the evolving framework. Gravewheel Concord dissolves as a fixed technique. New designation forms. Unwritten circuit. A martial network in which each completed action invalidates its own repetition and transfers decision authority to another imprint. That is insane. Also exactly right. The first opposition attacks harder. Now it starts copying relationships. It grabs Mira's chain and uses it to redirect Varro. Copies Tovin's reset. Uses Selka's anchor. The threat escalates. It is learning the circuit itself. Renn expected that. Chekhov's final requirement comes from Beller. Failure must be incorporated faster than the enemy can weaponize it. Every time the fragment copies one circuit interaction, Beller immediately provides the documented failure possibility. The Concord uses that failure to mutate the next handoff. Copy becomes obsolete on acquisition. Arkenfall's perfect adaptation is forced to chase a moving target made from its own counters. For the first time, the creature slows. Then it gets angry. Actual emotion. Dangerous. The Garran face disappears. It becomes Severan. Then Demos. Kasser. Brannick. Tovin. Vero. Everyone Renn has fought. Psychological categorization. Trying to force familiar responses. Renn gives it none. It becomes old Garran. Scarred. Undefeated. The fragment raises the exact stance Renn used in his 11th championship. Perfect. His old self. The fighter Severan could not beat directly. The body Renn used to believe represented everything he was. The fragment attacks with Garran's final perfected combination. Renn knows every beat. So does the fragment. Block would fail. Counter would be anticipated. Grave wheel would be negated. He does something simpler. He steps wrong. Deliberately. The old Garran combination adjusts. Varro throws no shield. Mira uses no chain. Orin sheathes his sword. Selka cancels an anchor. Everyone refuses the expected roll. Only Tovin moves, the least accomplished fighter in the room. He walks directly into the champion's perfect stance. Raises the same ugly novice guard from his first night. The fragment pauses. Tovin punches. Basic straight right. No class. No mastery. No hidden angle. The first opposition blocks it effortlessly. That is the point. Its hand becomes occupied. Renn kicks the back of Tovin's knee. Tovin falls. The fragment's block line loses target. Vero shoves Renn sideways. Mira catches Vero. Selka anchors Mira. Orin strikes the floor. Neris throws nothing at all. 7 broken intentions create one opening, no individual planned. Renn reaches the tooth, not the reconstructed body. The anchor. Of course, every memorial threat still needs a physical relationship somewhere. Blood. Artifact. Token. Weapon. Tooth. Renn grabs it. The fragment turns. Too late. He drops the tooth into Borsk's cleaning bucket. The old steward left it beside the office door earlier and nobody moved it because apparently maintenance equipment has become sacred infrastructure. Renn takes the mop. The fragment actually looks alarmed. Good. He wipes the tooth clean. Grave recall triggers, cold tears through both arms. The first opposition reconstruction collapses inward, not destroyed. Claimed as residue? No. Renn refuses ownership. That rule changed after Sector 9. The system asks for memorial disposition. Renn chooses release. The fragment screams without sound. All copied faces disappear. The tooth cracks into white powder. Then the hostile echo collapses. Stage 4. The office becomes still. Varro reconstructs slowly. Mira's chains return. Oren's sword solidifies. Tovin lies on the floor and gives Renn a deeply offended look about being kicked. Selka sits against the wall. Neris stares at the mop, then asks whether all major archive crises end with cleaning equipment. Renn says statistically, more than they should. The system settles, but the result is not victory in the normal sense. The first opposition fragment is gone. The underlying source remains in Arkenfall. And during the encounter, something important happened. The Northern Archive connected directly to Unwritten Circuit. Not hostile this time, curious. Neris's brass tuning fork rings by itself. One note, then another. A message forms through resonance instead of text. Arbitration accepted. Neris goes completely still. Arkenfall has never accepted external authority. Renn corrects her. Not authority. Arbitration. Different. The Northern Archive watched 3 systems resolve conflict without centralized ownership. Sector 9 through consent. Beller through distributed correction. Now Arkenfall has seen an adaptive network survive opposition without destroying the opposing data. It wants contact. That changes tomorrow, not tonight. Tonight, everyone needs to recover. The Colosseum remains safe. No civilians died. Tovin is still Tovin. The counterseat is empty, and Unwritten Circuit has finally reached a usable form, not a secret finishing move pulled from nowhere. The endpoint of everything trained since Varro's first lesson. Anchor without dependence. Shared memory without domination. Failure without paralysis. Adaptation without fixed repetition. Exactly what the climax demanded. Renn sits on the edge of the broken desk. Varro stands nearby with one reconstructed arm still incomplete. Mira gathers shattered chain links that technically cease existing when she lets go. Oren quietly replaces the staff beside Renn. Tovin kicks Renn's boot. Rematch later. Definitely. Then Kasser arrives carrying an official tribunal packet. His face says he knows the timing is terrible. He gives it anyway. Severan's final sentencing has been ratified across all provinces. The former emperor is permanently removed from succession records. His vitality siphon network is being dismantled. Every surviving family of a murdered near victor receives restitution from seized Imperial Arena assets. That closes the old arc properly. No reversal, no secret survival trick. Severan is finished. The new threat belongs to a larger world, exactly as it should. Kasser also brings one personal item, Garran Voss's original championship belt, recovered from a palace vault. 11 gold plates. One empty space where the 12th should have gone. Renn takes it. No speech, no tears. He studies the worn leather, then hands it to Tovin. The boy looks horrified. Renn points toward the memorial hall. Display it there, not in his office. Garran's career belongs in the archive now. Not on Renn's waist. That distinction matters. The old champion has been resolved. Renn Calder continues. The following morning, the Colosseum opens exactly on schedule. Fighters arrive. Workers complain. Someone has already clogged Sector 7's repaired drainage grate again. Borsk threatens collective punishment. Nobody believes he means it. The Concord resumes training, but something is different. Unwritten Circuit does not remain confined to Renn. Varro starts teaching adaptive handoffs to guards. Selka integrates variable anchors into team movement. Tovin becomes bizarrely good at breaking advanced students out of rigid patterns because his own fundamentals remain simple. Mira turns the entire concept into competitive games. Oren says nothing and starts redesigning sword drills around intentional failure states. The technique becomes culture instead of personal trump card. That is probably its strongest form. Neris stays for 3 days. She spends most of that time documenting the other archives, not taking control, comparing governance. On the 4th morning, she places a northern map on Renn's desk. Arkenfall. The mouth node sits beneath a fortress city built inside permanent ice. The deepest chamber has opened only 12 inches. Enough for counterseeds, not enough for the first opposition source to emerge physically. Yet, there are 7 locking galleries between the surface and the core. The Frost Battalion controls 6. The 7th stopped responding after Sector 9 completed the 12th Victor protocol. That suggests the memorial network is awakening sequentially, One node changing forces others to reevaluate themselves. Beller. Arkenfall. Then perhaps the remaining dormant sites. Renn looks at the larger continental map. 3 known active nodes, several dead ones, 1 missing status. This is no longer a local necromancy problem. It is infrastructure from an erased civilization coming back online. And nobody living remembers why the network was built in the first place. That is the real unresolved question from the deeper reveal. Not who created Grave Recall, they know that now. The question is why ancient cities needed multiple incompatible memorial engines at all. Victory, failure, opposition. Those sound less like separate experiments, more like components, different functions of one larger system. Renn marks all 3 locations, then draws lines between them. A triangle. At the exact geographic center sits nothing important on modern maps, only a salt desert called the Hollow Crown. Nearest sees it. Her face goes flat. Arkenfall records prohibit military travel through the Hollow Crown. No reason given. Beller's old maps avoid it too. The Imperial Arena King records simply show blank parchment there. 3 independent omissions. That is not nothing. Future movement number 1 now has a destination. But Renn still does not leave immediately. The Colosseum matters. The people matter. Part 9 cannot become a new quest before the current victory lands, so the next weeks establish the new equilibrium. The memorial school expands. Fighters from Beller begin arriving voluntarily, not infected carriers. Students. Sarah sends 2 wardens to study consent anchoring. In return, Oren sends controlled mastery fragments west. The first official cross-archive curriculum begins. 1 successful technique, 1 failure catalog, 1 adaptation drill, no identity transfer, no ownership. Renn signs the charter. Borst corrects 3 spelling errors. Apparently ruling the dead does not improve handwriting. Kasser oversees the first public match under the new cooperative rules. No imperial box. That space has been converted into a medical observation gallery. Isara watches from supervised service there. No authority. No private research. She treats a fighter's dislocated shoulder after the match. The athlete thanks her. Isara looks like she has no idea what to do with gratitude. Good. Consequences remain specific. Demos finishes his 3rd week of sanitation duty. He stops complaining after discovering workers can make his shifts dramatically worse. Toven supervises him once. Demos recognizes the dead boy, nearly drops the bucket. No revenge speech. Toven simply points at a stain, then at the mop. Demos cleans it. Perfect. Selka officially joins the memorial school as a living instructor. She immediately negotiates a ridiculous salary. Borst cuts it by 20%. She negotiates back 12. Both walk away believing they won. Kesta develops traveling safety rules for fighters entering archive-linked territories. Neris contributes northern countermeasure protocols. Varro becomes the first recognized dead instructor to hold a formal advisory seat. He hates meetings. Mira attends 1 meeting purely to move everyone's papers. Oren never attends. Toven attends every meeting despite having no vote. Nobody knows why. Renn keeps the Master of the Colosseum title, but he still works occasional sanitation shifts. Not symbolism. He notices more from worker corridors than offices. That is where the whole story started. That is where he intends to keep listening. Then the companion evolution completes its final social consequence. The Concord no longer needs Renn present to remain stable inside the Colosseum. Varro manifests during an early class while Renn is across town. Mira travels briefly to Beller through consensual relay. Oren stores a teaching imprint in a student's wooden sword. Toven spends an entire afternoon above ground without blood contact as long as he carries the bronze token and stays within range of a registered memorial node. They have become people with constraints, not extensions of Renn. That matters more than any combat upgrade. One evening, Renn returns to the underground hall and finds the 4 of them training without him. Varro and Oren duel. Mira referees badly. Toven is taking bets using pieces of bread he cannot eat. Renn watches from the doorway. Nobody notices him for almost a minute. Good. That is what success looks like. Then Neris returns, early. She was supposed to leave for Arkenfall that morning. Instead, she carries the same empty counterseed case, now covered in frost from the outside. She places it on Renn's desk. Inside sits no tooth, no monster, just a strip of black cloth bearing the emblem of the 3rd Frost Battalion. And 7 names, 6 crossed out, 1 not. Neris Quell, her own, she explains calmly. A message arrived from Arkenfall before she reached the Northern Road Station. The 7th gallery opened. Her entire archive examiner team entered. Only 1 person returned, not one of the listed 7. A stranger wearing Neris's face. There, Future Seed 2. Not a random shadow, a concrete consequence of the first opposition. Something in Archenfall can reproduce living identity well enough to impersonate archive personnel. Beller created correction vessels through reconstruction. Archenfall may have learned from Beller during network contact. The nodes are not merely waking, they are exchanging methods. That is dangerous on a completely different scale. Neris says the false version of her is currently commanding the 3rd Frost Battalion. Official orders now classify the real Neris as a memorial contamination risk. She cannot return home openly. Renn looks at the list, then at her. No need for dramatic trust test. The counterseed recognized her before. The Northern Archive handshake confirms her identity pattern. Good enough for now. He gives her a room. Selka complains hers was supposed to be the last stolen guest room. Nobody cares. Then the Black Victor blade moves again. Not west, not north, southwest, toward the hollow crown. At the same moment, Beller's 13-knot cord glows. Neris's tuning fork rings. 3 nodes, same direction. Renn lays the continental map flat. The signals intersect precisely in the salt desert, a point absent from every surviving historical record. The hollow crown. Future Seed 3. This time something appears on the blank space, not ink. Pressure. The paper sinks inward as though an invisible seal presses from above. A symbol emerges. No blade, no wheel, no mouth. A hand. Open. 4 fingers raised. 1 missing. Renn studies it. 3 active memorial nodes. Perhaps a 4th function waiting. Or something that was deliberately removed from the network. Nobody guesses aloud. Good. Guessing is cheap. Evidence comes first. Renn closes the map. Not today. Archenfall needs investigation. The Hollow Crown needs research. But the current world is stable enough to let those become tomorrow's problems instead of tonight's catastrophe. He walks into the arena. Evening practice has ended. Workers rake the sand smooth. The crowd is gone. Varro stands at one gate. Mira sits on the railing. Oren carries 3 practice swords towards storage. Tovin is helping Demos mop a bloodless scuff mark from a training exhibition and somehow making the task competitive. Renn reaches center field. 11 years as Garran Voss once made this sand his entire world. Death made it a prison. Reincarnation made it a workplace. Now it is something else. A school. A memorial. A home for fighters who are allowed to remain themselves. The master of the Colosseum does not need an emperor's permission to stand here anymore. On his desk below, the map of the Hollow Crown waits beneath an open-hand seal. 3 months after the emperor loses his throne, the Imperial Colosseum runs its first tournament where nobody is expected to die. The crowd still screams. The bookmakers still lie. Fighters still hit each other hard enough to make physicians question their career choices. So civilization survives. Renn stands beside the western entrance wearing the same dark work shirt he used when cleaning blood from Sector 9. Only one thing has changed. There is now a small silver badge pinned near his collar. Master of the Colosseum. Borsk insisted on it. Renn hates it. Borsk considers that a successful uniform policy. The opening match ends with a clean submission. The losing fighter taps the sand. The referee stops everything immediately. No sponsor protests, no execution clause, no hidden contract extending the match for entertainment. The winner helps his opponent stand. 80,000 spectators applaud anyway. That sound settles something Renn did not realize was still unfinished. The Colosseum never needed corpses to make people care. The throne needed corpses. Different problem. Solved. The memorial galleries beneath the arena are open today too. Not to everyone. Students must register. Dead instructors choose whether they accept a session. Personal anchors stay behind protective glass unless the imprint requests otherwise. Blood no longer creates ownership. Every consent seal is recorded publicly. The old imperial mechanisms remain in the walls, but their purpose has been completely rewritten. Sector 9 does not feel like a tomb anymore. It feels like the strangest school in the Empire. Varro Dane teaches there 6 days a week. The reconstructed Centurion has developed a reputation for throwing students onto the floor whenever they ask for advanced techniques before mastering their stance. His class currently contains 2 decorated military captains, 5 professional gladiators, 1 provincial noble, and a 12-year-old worker's daughter who is better balanced than all of them. Varro respects only one of those facts, the girl, naturally. Mira handles mobility. Her training ring has become so dangerous that Borsk installs padded walls after 3 living fighters exit through places that were not originally doors. She refuses to apologize. Oren teaches sword mechanics. No speeches. No philosophy. Students receive exactly 1 nod if they improve. One trainee spends 6 weeks trying to earn that nod. When it finally happens, he starts crying. Oren looks uncomfortable enough to nearly dematerialize. And Tovin? Tovin runs beginner nights. The weakest gladiator in the entire original group now has the longest waiting list. Because terrified novices do not need legendary champions telling them how easy fundamentals should be. They need someone who remembers being terrible. Tovin teaches them how to lose without collapsing, how to reset after getting hit, how to breathe when the crowd starts laughing, how to step back into the ring after embarrassment. No system notification ever ranks those lessons. They still keep people alive. Renn watches one session from outside. A thin boy misses the same jab 3 times. Tovin demonstrates. The boy misses again. Tovin demonstrates slower. 4th attempt. Still wrong. 5th. Finally clean. Tovin raises both hands like the kid just defeated Casservale himself. The novice lights up. Renn looks away before anyone notices the expression on his face. Quiet satisfaction remains easier when nobody points at it. Above ground, the political resolution continues without him needing to babysit every piece. The Regency Council removes Severan's likeness from official tournament banners. Renn refuses to replace them with his own. Instead, the central banner now carries the names of every confirmed fighter murdered under the interrupted victor cycles. 13 names, Garran Voss among them, not first. Not largest, same size as everyone else, exactly right. Dr. Ysara Pell remains under supervised medical service. She no longer controls laboratory access. Every treatment she performs gets reviewed by 3 independent physicians. Every surviving poison formula is archived for antidote research instead of performance enhancement. She hates oversight. That is unfortunate. One afternoon, a young fighter collapses from a rare mineral toxin brought in through imported supplements. Ysara recognizes the symptoms before anyone else. She saves his life. Nobody pardons her. Nobody pretends one good act erases 12 murdered victors. She simply uses expertise correctly for once. That becomes her punishment and her utility, every day. For the rest of her sentence, Demos' arc reaches the end of his first sanitation quarter. He is stronger than every cleaner around him. That turns out to be useless against 300 staircases, clogged drainage channels, and Borsk's shift schedule. The former Lion Throne trainee also discovers that workers remember exactly how he treated low-ranked fighters. Nobody attacks him. They just give him the worst assignments. Repeatedly. The beast cage drains are particularly educational. One evening, Renn finds Demos kneeling beside a blood channel after a non-lethal exhibition. Tovin stands nearby. The dead novice points toward a stain. Demos scrubs, misses an edge. Tovin points again. Demos scrubs harder. No apology scene. No emotional reconciliation. Tovin does not need one. The man who once treated his death like administrative testing now spends his days cleaning arena floors under the dead boy's supervision. Specific enough. Casservale receives a different result. The fighter-owned Lion Throne Cooperative keeps him as combat instructor after a second vote. This time the margin is wider. Mostly because he stops behaving like leadership is inherited. He trains. He signs injury reports. He attends financial meetings. He personally tracks former disposable contract fighters and pays outstanding compensation from seized house reserves. None of that makes him innocent. It makes him useful. One morning, Casser brings Renn Darius Vale's complete recovered journal. His father's. Renn reads only the sections concerning Garran. Darius knew Severan planned to poison him. He tried to change the banquet guard rotation. Failed. Tried to remove the Imperial Chalice. Failed. Then attempted to reach Garran directly. Ysara intercepted the warning. 6 months later, Darius died from the same poison family. Casser waits for Renn's reaction. Renn closes the journal, then hands it back. That is it. Garran Voss does not need another revenge target. Darius failed, paid for it. Casser inherited the unfinished work and eventually completed his part. Nothing more is required. The old champion can remain dead. That decision becomes easier with each passing week. Renn no longer wakes expecting the body he lost. The weak wrists are not weak anymore. The crooked finger remains crooked. The old burn scars remain. His frame stays narrower than Garran's ever was. Good. He has stopped treating this body like temporary equipment. It is his, Renn Calder's. The system still labels his combat rating as 0. That becomes an official joke. Tournament statisticians submit 3 separate petitions asking permission to classify him manually. Renn rejects all 3. The 0 stays, mostly because every newcomer who sees it immediately underestimates him. Some traditions are practical. Then comes the public challenge, not from an enemy, from Selka. She schedules an exhibition without telling him. Borsk approves it, which is betrayal of the highest administrative order. The arena fills. No imperial stakes, no hidden ritual. No poison, no murdered novice, just a rematch. Selka enters carrying the same narrow saber she used when Renn first fought her. Her Tempest Lancer control is cleaner now. Air anchors can remain stable almost twice as long. She also knows Grave Wheel. She knows Unwritten Circuit. She helped develop both. That makes this difficult. Perfect. Renn carries the repaired wooden staff. The announcer introduces Selka first, then Renn. The crowd starts chanting before the bell, not Garran, Renn. Again, this time he actually lets himself hear it. The bell rings. Selka attacks. First anchor high, second low. False third. Renn does not bite. She grins. Then kicks him directly in the shin. No technique. He stares at her. Selka tells him trash fighting works both ways. Unfortunate. The match becomes ridiculous. Beautifully technical for 30 seconds. Then deliberately ugly. Selka uses air anchors to throw sand. Renn catches her saber with a towel someone left near the boundary. She kicks the staff away. He steals a referee marker. She uses a spectator railing as an anchor. He steps onto a fallen score placard. Vero watches from the gate with obvious disapproval. Mira is delighted. Oren leaves halfway through. Tovin takes bets despite repeated warnings. No one dies. No hidden engine activates. No Emperor waits above. And after 27 minutes, Selka catches Renn in a directional lock. Renn twists out. She expects grave wheel. He intentionally does nothing. That surprises her enough for him to sweep the rear leg. She falls. He places the staff across her shoulder. Selka reaches up, grabs his sleeve. Pulls. Renn falls too. Both hit the sand. The referee stares. Neither has a valid finishing position. The crowd starts laughing. Renn gets up first. Selka follows. They look at the referee. The man looks completely exhausted, then declares a draw. The Colosseum erupts. Selka accepts. Renn accepts. For the first time across 2 lifetimes, the undefeated champion loses the possibility of staying undefeated. And absolutely nothing terrible happens. That matters. Garran Voss built identity around never losing. Renn Calder does not need that cage. The next day, a crude poster appears in the worker corridor. Renn Calder 0, losses, 1 draw, still cannot fix, Sector 7 drainage. Borsk denies responsibility. Nobody believes him. The Bella relationship stabilizes too. Severan sends monthly correction records through the new archive relay. No identity bleed. No involuntary carriers. Beller's citizens can voluntarily examine failure memories without inheriting them. The first major exchange between nodes becomes surprisingly mundane. A Colosseum spear instructor sends a successful anti-cavalry brace. Beller returns 31 failure conditions. Wrong soil, incorrect spear angle, uneven formation, bad timing against heavier mounts. The instructor spends 3 days swearing, then rewrites the entire curriculum. Exactly what the network should do, not produce gods. Produce fewer stupid mistakes. Tovin continues serving as Beller's external adaptive representative, mostly by accident. His bronze registration token now carries 13 tiny knots etched around the rim. He treats this like a prestigious title. Mira treats it like proof bureaucracy has failed. Both may be correct. Varro eventually visits Beller without Renn. That becomes a bigger milestone than anyone says aloud. He travels through a stable memorial relay using his Legion tag and reconstructed shield as paired anchors. Sarah meets him at the Western Amphitheater. No crisis, no unfinished promise. He spends 2 days walking the streets, then returns. When Renn asks what he did, Varro draws 1 symbol in the dust. Food. Renn stares. Varro cannot eat. The Centurion shrugs. Apparently he watched other people. Good enough. Beller is no longer a wound. It is somewhere he can visit. That closes the companion's hidden history. Not erased. Integrated. Arkenfall remains different. Neris Quell stays in the Colosseum as a displaced examiner, while evidence against her duplicate accumulates. The false Neris still controls the 3rd Frost Battalion. No invasion comes south. No northern soldiers appear at the gates. That would turn the siege into a new climax. Instead, information arrives piece by piece. 1 intercepted military report. 1 altered personnel ledger. 1 counter-seed frequency signature. Enough to prove the impersonator is real. Not enough to explain what it wants. The first opposition remains sealed behind 6 intact galleries and 1 compromised 7th. A contained future problem. For now, Neris works with Oren on recognition protocols. If Arkenfall can copy identity, then simple appearance checks are useless, so they build tests based on relational inconsistency. Private training mistakes, non-combat habits. Choices that archives may reproduce poorly because nobody considered them tactically important. Borsk contributes immediately. He writes down Renn's habit of placing cleaning buckets handles inward when tired. Renn asks why Borsk knows that. Borsk refuses to answer. Unsettling. Selka adds that Renn rotates cups before drinking. Kasser notes he always checks exits before sitting. Tovin draws a terrible picture of him getting hit by a mop bucket. Apparently everyone has been observing him. Renn decides this archive project needs boundaries. Still, the method works. Identity becomes harder to steal when it lives in tiny relationships. No centralized system considers important. Same principle that recovered Tovin. Again, the story keeps returning there. People are not techniques, not memory files, not victory records, not failure records, not tactical responses. Systems can preserve pieces. Relationships preserve continuity. Renn never says that aloud. He simply builds around it. The Hollow Crown remains the largest unanswered question. 3 archive nodes react whenever the map opens. Imperial Blade points southwest. Beller chord warms. Neris's tuning fork gives a low 4th tone nobody has cataloged. The open hand seal remains pressed into the blank desert. 4 fingers, 1 missing. Renn investigates without leaving. Historical caravans, military maps, old tax routes, pre-imperial inscriptions. Most sources avoid the region. Then Borsk finds something ridiculous. A sanitation ledger. Of course. 214 years ago, traveling arena crews crossing the Hollow Crown recorded unusual waste rules. No blood could be poured directly onto salt. All fighting injuries had to be washed into sealed ceramic vessels. Nobody explained why. Janitors followed the rule anyway. That is the first physical clue. Blood interacts with the desert. Memorial system likely present, different from a city archive. Renn adds 1 note to the map. No open blood. Simple, useful. Then he locks the map away. Future work. Not tonight. Resolution continues. The first anniversary of Severan's removal arrives. The Regency wants a ceremony. Renn refuses a parade. They compromise on a memorial exhibition. Families of murdered near victors receive front row seats. No nobles are given priority. Workers enter through the same central gates as arena champions. The old imperial balcony remains a medical gallery. Severan's crimson banners are gone. At midday, 13 bronze plates are carried onto the sand. 1 for every identified almost victor. The last belongs to Garran Voss. Renn carries it himself. No disguise. No announcement that he used to be that man. Only a small group knows. Kasser. Borsk. Ysara. Selka has probably figured it out and chooses not to say anything. That is enough. Renn places Garran's plate beside the others. The crowd goes quiet. Then the stored imprint of Garran Voss appears once. Voluntarily. No system command, no protocol. Just an echo choosing to attend. He stands across from Renn. Old body. Old scars. Old champion. For several seconds, they face one another. The audience assumes the master of the Colosseum summoned a historic fighter. Technically true. Only Renn understands how strange the moment actually is. The Garran imprint looks toward the memorial plates. Then at the modern arena. No executions. No emperor. Living fighters training beside dead teachers. Workers sitting in honored seats. The old champion smiles. Small. Satisfied. Then he removes his spectral championship bracer. Places it beside his memorial plate. And fades. This time he does not return. The archive marks the imprint as voluntarily concluded. No tragedy. No theft. No unfinished resentment. Garran Voss finally chooses an ending. Renn stays beside the plate for 1 extra second, then walks back to work. That closes the old life, completely. The evening tournament begins. Tovin rings the opening bell. He does it too hard. The rope snaps. Borsk looks like he might kill a dead person. Mira disappears before she can be blamed. Varro pretends not to know anyone. Orin remains sensibly far away. Renn fixes the rope. Normal problems. Good problems. Later that night, the Colosseum empties. Renn walks through the lower corridors alone. He passes Sector 9. The doors stay open now. No guards. No imperial locks. Inside, memorial lights glow softly over thousands of registered artifacts. Varro's original training shield sits temporarily on one rack because he is teaching without it tomorrow. Mira's first reconstructed chain anchor occupies another. Orin's Maker Mark sword imprint rests in a consent seal. Tovin's old bloodstained novice wrist wrap sits beside his bronze registration record. History, not property. Renn continues. The old furnace room becomes archive storage. Isara's first broken suppression lantern sits inside evidence glass. Brannick's third custodian ring remains labeled with his name and crimes. Darius Vale's journal is preserved in a separate case. Nothing hidden. That is deliberate. The old system survived because everyone important knew a little piece and nobody ordinary could see the whole picture. Renn reverses that. Records stay open. Mechanisms documented. Authority distributed. Boring administrative choices. Probably more effective than swords. At the worker dormitory, Borsk intercepts him. Hands over a stack of maintenance requests. Apparently, being master of the Colosseum does not exempt Renn from approving roof repairs. Renn looks at the stack, then at Borsk. Borsk leaves immediately, coward. Renn carries the papers into his office. The room contains no throne, just a heavy desk, 3 mismatched chairs, maps, training reports, one permanently damaged corner from the Arkenfall counterseed, Selka's abandoned glove, Tovin's stolen bread tokens, a cracked mug. Normal clutter. He sits, signs the roof request, rejects an arena house demand for exclusive memorial access, approves 2 worker scholarships, signs a Beller exchange schedule, then reaches the final document. Arkenfall. Neris has written a formal expedition proposal. No date, no emergency order, just objectives. Confirm real 3rd Frost Battalion status. Identify false Neris. Inspect 7th Gallery. Determine whether first opposition source remains physically contained. Renn reads it, then sets it aside. Not ignored, not accepted yet. A problem can exist without owning tonight. That is another lesson Garran never learned. Then the Black Victor blade warms. Once. The Beller cord on the wall answers. Neris's tuning fork in the adjacent laboratory gives the 4th note. The hollow crown map shifts inside its drawer. 3 future threads, all alive. None crashing through the door. Perfect. Renn opens the drawer. Looks at the open hand seal. 4 raised fingers, 1 missing. He takes charcoal, adds 3 small marks beside the active nodes. Colosseum, Belor, Arkenfall. Then leaves the 4th blank. Evidence later. He closes the drawer. Across the continent, the larger world keeps moving. In Belor Reach, Severan descends beneath the western amphitheater with the original White Spear imprint beside her. The repaired 13th archive presents a new record, not an infection, a map fragment. One corner carries the same open hand symbol found in the hollow crown. Sarah studies it, then places it inside a relay case addressed to Renn Calder. No panic, no hidden voice. A concrete piece of the next puzzle. Far north, inside Arkenfall's 7th Gallery, the woman wearing Neris Quell's face stands before 6 Frost Battalion officers. She knows the real Neris survived. She does not order pursuit. Instead, she opens a frozen archive cabinet and removes a military record older than the Empire. The cover bears an open hand with 1 missing finger. The false examiner traces the symbol, then tells the officers to prepare the hollow crown file. Future opposition, specific, connected, moving. And back in the Imperial Colosseum, a night courier arrives from Belor. Borsk accepts the sealed relay case, looks at Renn's dark office, then decides it can wait until morning. Good man. He leaves it on the front desk. No dramatic music, no sudden explosion, just another piece of work waiting for tomorrow. Near dawn, Renn finally leaves his office. The arena is empty. Workers have already raked the sand into smooth lines. He crosses the center. Tovin is asleep on a bench despite technically not needing sleep. Mira has left 1 spectral chain wrapped around the wrong railing. Oren's practice sword is leaning against a gate. Varro stands near the western entrance. The Centurion looks at Renn, then points toward the staff in his hand. Training? Renn looks at the sky beginning to lighten above the open arena. Then at the maintenance cart parked beside the tunnel. The cart is full. Renn points to it instead. Varro stares. Our Necromancer hands the legendary Centurion a broom. Varro looks deeply insulted. Renn takes the mop. They start with the Eastern Corridor. Because 11 years of championships made Garran Voss the greatest fighter the Colosseum ever had. Poison turned him into 1 more stolen memory beneath the sand. Reincarnation gave him 0 combat stats, a mop, and a class nobody understood. And somehow, that was enough. Enough to learn from the dead instead of commanding them. Enough to finish the 12th tournament the Emperor murdered him to prevent. Enough to give the martial dead their names back. Enough to turn an execution ground into a school. The master of the Colosseum still starts his mornings cleaning the arena. On the front desk, Beller's sealed map fragment waits beside the unopened Arkenfall expedition proposal. And beneath both of them, the Hollow Crown's 4-fingered seal is already pointing toward the next fight.